Deep in the night of 2139, Shi Feng sat motionless in his mansion in Jinhai City's green bamboo district. A folder rested in his hands. Beyond the French window, the pool lay still, while frustration and unwillingness churned behind his silence. This was no ordinary fired employee. Shi Feng had captained Shadow, one of Jinhai City's top 4 gaming workshops. Players knew him as the Sword Magician. He had commanded tens of thousands and led Shadow to establish 10 city-states in God's domain. Before he could enjoy that glory, one decision ended it. Shi Feng opposed Shadow's plan to join the Super Guild World Dominators. Lan Hua Financial Group answered at once. Delete his level 200 Sword King account, then report to finance for his settlement. His reward was 5 million credits in this mansion. To anyone else, it sounded like wealth. Beside the money-generating kingdom of 10 city-states, it was not even a drop in the ocean. Shi Feng had sacrificed everything for the game, only to pave the road for someone else. And a phone dragged Shi Feng awake. The caller was Blackie, a familiar contact, but his words made no sense. Fired? Shadow had not recruited anyone yet. Blackie told Brother Feng to hurry over, then ended the call before Shi Feng could force out an answer. Shi Feng stared at the device. It was an old, battered iPhone 6. His phone should have been an iPhone 12. The impossible call was no longer the only problem. He lifted his gaze, and the room around him was just as wrong. The place was barely 15 square meters. Gaming strategy books lay everywhere. An ancient laptop sat over the study table, clothes spilled through the wardrobe, and a mirror waited inside it. This was not the spacious bedroom where Shi Feng had gone to sleep. The face in the mirror was painfully familiar. Shi Feng sprang up and rushed closer. He checked the reflection again and again, but it would not change. Somehow, the defeated veteran from 2139 had become his younger self. Memory supplied the next answer. Shi Feng had rented this broken-down room 10 years ago for more than 6 months, so he could attend university and play God's domain. Only after earning money in the game had he escaped to a larger condominium. Those years had not been hard for Shi Feng alone. His parents were already struggling, yet they took on debt to send him to university. Every month they still gave him enough to live, accepting the suffering themselves so their son could continue. Shi Feng remembered the date with certainty, August 5, 2139. Yet everything around him insisted on April of 2129 when he was still at university. He shook his head, trying to wake himself, while a forbidden hope began to take shape. Hope was dangerous, so Shi Feng demanded proof. A phone's date could be falsified. The internet could not. He crossed the cramped room, powered up the outdated laptop, and began searching the web for something the world itself would have to confirm. Minutes later, every result agreed. Today was April 19, 2129. Then Shi Feng opened the official page for God's domain. Its long-awaited release was still ahead, April 25, exactly 6 days away. The future he remembered had not happened yet. Shi Feng stared at the report until his eyes burned. There was no remaining explanation to hide behind. He had truly returned 10 years into the past. Tears slipped from the corners of his eyes as he finally spoke the impossible truth aloud. He had been reincarnated. Regret came first, then sadness, then a joy too large to name. The mansion, the betrayal, and 10 ruined years suddenly felt like a dream. But the insects outside, the cold room, and the tears on Shi Feng's face were real. Cold air and the insects beyond the room left Shi Feng no refuge in disbelief. Then his gaze fell to the family photo on his phone. It had been taken when he entered university, but only now did he truly look at the two people beside him. His parents already had white hair. Fine wrinkles marked the corners of his mother's eyes, and neither face held its old liveliness. Shi Feng had lived beside those changes without understanding them. Given another look, the photograph seemed to accuse him with everything he had missed. In his first life, another year and a half passed after God's domain opened before he understood the danger. Debt, relentless labor, and stress had worn his parents down until both became gravely ill. By the time Shi Feng noticed, concern was no longer enough. They needed treatment costing millions of credits. Shi Feng had only been a squad captain in Shadow. His earnings could not cover the treatment, and every attempt to gather more still fell short. His parents died a few months later. He eventually earned millions, but money arriving after their deaths could purchase nothing except a regret that never left him. But fate had returned him to the starting point. This time, the money could arrive before the funeral. Shi Feng wiped away his tears and laughed through the pain. He would change everything, earn enough to cure his mother and father, and give them a life untouched by constant worry. Blackie called again, urging him to hurry before Shadow's university test closed. The old Shi Feng would have rushed. This one did not. He dressed, tidied himself, and left at an easy pace, already thinking beyond a recruitment opportunity whose entire future he understood too well. On the way, Shi Feng weighed the path waiting at the university. Shadow was no mystery to him. He knew where joining it led. Reincarnation meant more than correcting isolated mistakes. At the first decisive fork in his career, he would refuse the old road and build something under his own control. At teaching Block 1, Shi Feng immediately found Blackie. Thin, tall, and tan, the young man was pacing the hallway in a panic. The moment he saw Shi Feng, relief broke across his face. Registration had not closed yet. If they hurried, Blackie insisted they could still sign up. Shi Feng shook his head. He was not joining Shadow. Instead, he intended to open his own workshop, and he wanted Blackie beside him. The answer was so far from what Blackie expected that the hallway's urgency seemed to stop. This was not a delay. Shi Feng was abandoning the safe option entirely. Shi Feng had not chosen him on impulse. They had met in another virtual reality game, survived challenge after challenge, and become brothers in everything but blood. Blackie lacked exceptional gaming talent, but Shi Feng remembered the administrator who could keep 100,000 guild members organized. That ability was exactly what his future workshop needed. Shi Feng also knew why Blackie had come to Shadow. His family was struggling, and professional gaming was supposed to pay his living expenses. Shi Feng currently had no money, workplace, or staff to offer him, so he waited without pressure, prepared to accept a refusal from the friend whose future he valued. Full minute passed before Blackie looked up. One gaming helmet cost 8,000 credits. A workshop needed at least 6 people, then a workplace, salaries, and continued investment. Even the initial setup would demand 70 or 80,000. Shi Feng's confidence could not make those expenses disappear. Shi Feng's immediate answer was a 10-day gamble. Secure access first, then produce the 16,000 credits needed for 2 helmets. To Blackie, that was madness. New virtual games did not pay at launch, and even successful players normally waited months. They did not have months, not if they abandoned recruitment today. Still, something about Shi Feng made Blackie hesitate. His friend was usually impatient. Today he seemed immovable, composed, and certain, as if he had already seen the danger and the route through it. Blackie could not know where that certainty came from. He could only decide whether their years of trust were worth following. At last, Blackie gave in. Shi Feng was the boss. They would start the workshop together. Relief instantly loosened Shi Feng's expression. He clapped Blackie on the shoulders and welcomed back the brother he remembered. His future organization now had its first partner, even if it still possessed nothing else. Blackie's agreement did not solve the first physical problem. Where were the gaming helmets? Without them, the workshop could not even enter God's domain. Shi Feng's tightened brow relaxed. He remembered a resource available precisely because they were still students, a university trial program that Blackie had overlooked. Every university had a distribution point for God's domain's student trial. By showing their student identification, Shi Feng and Blackie could each obtain a gaming helmet free for 10 days. The workshop did not need 16,000 credits today. It needed to turn 10 borrowed days into enough money to survive afterward. Blackie's face went ashen. What happened after 10 days? By then they would have missed other workshops' recruitment, yet the helmets would still cost money they did not possess. 10 days in God's domain sounded like nothing. Following Shi Feng might be the right choice, but as they turned toward the distribution point, Blackie could not yet see how. 16,000 credits in 10 days was beyond even a professional gamer with a team. Blackie knew it. Shi Feng only smiled, clapped his new partner on the shoulder, and told him, "Leave the money problem to me." They collected the trial helmets. Then Shi Feng spent every credit he had left on 2 large boxes of instant noodles and stored them beneath his desk. It was food for more than 10 days, and proof that he intended to waste none of them. Shi Feng briefed Blackie on what he could safely explain, then waited. At 9 in the evening on April 25th, glimmers stirred in the dark room. Lying on his bed, he pressed the helmet start button. God's domain, here I come. System was built for a sleepless race. God's domain could run while its players slept, and every real hour became 2 inside. An in-game day lasted 48 hours, 30 of daylight and 18 of night, with real-world night aligned to virtual day. A multicolored tunnel carried Shi Feng into a solemn golden temple. A female angel no larger than his palm flew toward him on 4 pairs of wings. She introduced herself as Gabriel, the navigation angel, and began presenting God's domain's categories and jobs. Shi Feng's course resolved into the swordsman path, and a map of Star Moon Kingdom unfolded before him. God's domain launched worldwide for hundreds of millions, across lands 2 or 3 times Earth size. Yet residents still restricted each player to cities in their own country. Shi Feng did not browse. He chose White River City, the place he knew best. It ranked 5th in Star Moon Kingdom and anchored the north. Smaller workshops favored it because they could grow without immediately colliding with the largest guilds. His selection was already strategy. Temple vanished. Shi Feng materialized before a church in Red Leaf Town, where disorderly medieval buildings framed streets alive with NPCs. He now looked like a penniless novice swordsman, gray leather armor on his body, a novice sword hanging at his waist. All around him, new players chased NPCs for the first hint of a quest or sprinted toward the wilderness to fight. Shi Feng merely smiled at the familiar town. Everyone else feared losing the opening seconds. He knew exactly which advantages were worth taking first. Every level granted 4 free attribute points, and their use shaped a player's style. Strength raised physical power and attack weight. Agility improved attack and movement speed. Endurance expanded health and stamina. Intelligence increased magical power and mana. Vitality accelerated health and mana recovery. Swordsman dealt physical damage, so nearly everyone prioritized strength. Shi Feng had done the same before, 2 points to strength, 1 to endurance, 1 to agility at every level. It was safe, balanced, and painfully ordinary. This time, he refused to repeat it. Without hesitation, Shi Feng pressed agility's plus sign 4 times. Every free point went into it. Agility rose to 7, attack speed and movement speed both became 4. Even assassins rarely opened this way because more strength promised easier damage and faster leveling. Shi Feng knew what the launch crowd did not. For melee jobs, agility was the strongest early choice. The secret would take weeks to spread, leaving countless players regretting their first levels. He would not wait for the world to learn what his previous life had already taught him. With all 4 attribute points committed to agility, Shi Feng looked across Red Leaf Town's central plaza. Another wave of players had already arrived. Green player markers packed the air so densely that the yellow symbols identifying NPCs nearly vanished behind them. His voice communicator chimed. The caller name read Black Cloud, but the voice belonged to Blackie. Bursting with launch day excitement, Blackie announced that he had chosen Cursimancer and been sent to Falling Moon Town, then eagerly asked where Shi Feng was. Shi Feng told him to come to Red Leaf Town and promised to help him level. Blackie recoiled. The map showed a 7-hour journey. With 16,000 credits due in 10 days, wasting the opening hours sounded insane. Leveling separately until level 10 seemed far safer. Shi Feng only told him not to worry. The lost time would be recovered quickly. That confidence changed Blackie's anger into excitement. He guessed that Brother Feng possessed beta tester information. Shi Feng did not expose the true source of his certainty, but Blackie trusted the advantage and set out. Shi Feng's own search led away from the players fighting over visible NPCs and into the company of Red Leaf Town's beggars. To an ordinary newcomer, feeding them might look like the beginning of a secret reward. Shi Feng remembered exactly why that hope was dangerous. In his previous life, one player had kept granting their wishes. Food led to items, then to increasingly expensive items until more than 10 requests had been fulfilled. The beggars gave nothing back. Shi Feng refused to reenact that joke. He drew his novice sword and barked, "Get lost." A middle-aged vagrant lay in the newly exposed corner. At first glance, he looked no different from the others. The distinction was in his bearing, an unyielding integrity. He alone had not begged. Shi Feng sheathed his threat, approached, and formally asked whether the man needed help. Vagrant said he had not eaten for 5 days and asked for food. Shi Feng smiled faintly, then answered with perfect seriousness. Unfortunately, he could not grant that wish. The response should have provoked outrage. Instead, the man merely sighed and fell silent. And Shi Feng offered a different arrangement. If the man paid an appropriate price, he would provide the food. The vagrant admitted he had no money, but anticipation returned to his eyes. Help him with one task, he promised, and Shi Feng would receive sufficient compensation. The answer was breathtakingly direct. Kill Cross, the mayor of Red Leaf Town. Cross was not a novice target. He was a level 15 elite, and level 25 guards stood beside him. For a newly arrived swordsman, the request sounded less like work than a sentence of death. Shi Feng accepted the hidden opportunity and obtained Sherlock's unique quest. Barely more than 10 minutes had passed since God's domain opened, and Red Leaf Town still had no player who had received a normal quest. Shi Feng had already secured something incomparably rarer and far more dangerous. The quest was damnably difficult, but its reward was rich enough to make top-tier players drool even after a month of progress. That was the scale of Shi Feng's reincarnated advantage. While everyone else searched blindly, he could reach tomorrow's treasures during the game's opening minutes. Shi Feng had once led thousands in Shadow Workshop and helped build 10 city-states. He remembered the leveling routes and money-making methods that let great workshops grow. This time, he would compound that knowledge into his own foundation, not waste hours fighting for normal quests or monsters already outnumbered by players. Shi Feng had chosen Sherlock's absurd unique quest precisely because every ordinary opportunity was buried beneath crowds. His memories supplied the method, but not the materials. To put that method into motion, the penniless novice first needed more copper. God's domain gave each beginner only 10 copper coins. That could buy HP or MP refreshments, but not a weapon or useful equipment. At launch, every coin mattered, which meant information worth a faster start could be sold for a fortune. At the 2-storied town hall, hundreds of players had formed a long line. Everyone assumed the mayor must offer valuable quests, and this queue was orderly enough to move. Even so, anyone joining the back could lose a precious hour of the game's opening. Simple, honest-looking warrior raised a hand and told the newcomer to queue before he caused an uproar. Shi Feng answered that he was not there for a quest. The warrior's guarded stare made his disbelief plain. To him, Shi Feng looked exactly like a shameless line cutter. Shi Feng repeated that he wanted no quest, then advised the warrior to leave. Waiting here would be pointless. That claim finally caught the man's interest. If he could spend the next hour grinding without competition, the experience alone could beat a meager quest reward. Shi Feng leaned closer and priced the secret at 20 copper. The spot offered more than experience. After a day, its materials could bring over 40 copper, and one lucky equipment drop could be worth far more. To a launch day warrior, that was the promise of a commanding lead. Only Snow asked the obvious question, was this a trick? Shi Feng did not demand blind trust. Pay 10 copper now, test the location, and send the other 10 only if it proved real. Then, as if the sale meant nothing to him, Shi Feng turned and walked away. Shi Feng had gone only a few steps when the warrior stopped him. Calling him an expert, Lonely Snow committed to the gamble and transferred 10 copper. Shi Feng accepted the deposit and rewarded that trust with a genuinely useful location, even if reaching it required extra travel. Before leaving, the warrior introduced himself as Lonely Snow and sent a friend request. Shi Feng accepted. Lonely Snow promised to mail the remaining 10 copper as soon as he earned it, then abandoned the queue and dashed happily toward his new grinding route. With enough money at last, Shi Feng went straight to the fruit stall beside Town Hall and lifted a ripe red tomato. Fruits and vegetables could restore HP and MP, and even tasted good, but their recovery was so poor that cash-starved beginners considered buying them wasteful. The price was 2 copper each. Shi Feng immediately ordered 10 and paid all 20 copper. To everyone else, he had converted a beginner's entire fortune into weak recovery food. To Shi Feng, the 10 ripe tomatoes were exactly the preparation his impossible quest required. Shi Feng carried the 10 tomatoes into Town Hall without joining the line. The waiting players erupted. They shouted for the newcomer to queue and demanded to know why he thought he could walk past everyone. Their orderly patience turned instantly into collective fury. Furious players might have attacked him if violence inside town did not risk jail. That rule held them back while Shi Feng continued straight toward the town mayor. He had spent every available copper on 10 tomatoes, and now the baffling strategy behind that purchase was about to begin. Inside Town Hall, Shi Feng answered the furious queue with an easy smile. He was not there to receive a quest, he said. He was only taking a look. Then he turned away from the players and fixed his attention on the fat mayor, Cross. Cross's status explained why the crowd expected disaster. He was a friendly level 15 elite with 2400 HP and 1500 MP. At this stage of God's domain, not one player could beat him. Even an entire team would have no chance. Instead of drawing his sword, Shi Feng produced a ripe red tomato and took a bite. The players stared. Each tomato cost 2 coppers, a luxury this early in the game. Had he marched into Town Hall merely to flaunt how rich he was? Halfway through the tomato, Shi Feng suddenly threw it. The fruit struck Cross squarely in the face and burst into bright red pulp. A system notice appeared. Cross's favorability toward Shi Feng had fallen by 100 points. The ridiculous snack had become a weapon. Shi Feng was not finished. Another tomato flew, then more, each impact driving Cross's favorability lower. Shi Feng called him a hypocrite, a fatty, and a bloodsucker unfit to be mayor. Soon red juice streamed down Cross's body, sharpening the rage on his face. Sight should have been funny, but nobody laughed. Town Hall went silent. Only 20 minutes after launch, a player was attacking the beginner's area boss and insulting the ruler of Red Leaf Town. The crowd wondered whether Shi Feng had chosen jail, death, and exile all at once. At the final instant, Shi Feng moved. He drew the novice sword and braced it across his body. Cross's fist crashed into the blade and hurled him backward. Shi Feng flipped in the air, landed like a cat, and remained alive, though the blow had stripped away 84 HP. Novice sword had paid a price too. Its durability fell by 1, and 0 would make it useless. Around Shi Feng, players drew a collective breath. The man they had dismissed as a reckless rookie had just reduced a level 15 elite's lethal blow to survivable damage. Cross roared for the insect to die. Then his clothes tore apart. Pitch-black fur spread over his body, sharp fangs emerged, and the mayor became a werewolf before the entire hall. The players' assumptions shattered. Red Leaf Town's friendly authority was an evil creature in disguise. Revelation activated the real trap. Once Cross showed his true form, the 2 guards stopped being obstacles and became Shi Feng's execution force. They intercepted the werewolf and locked him in close combat, while Cross kept fighting past them for another chance to kill Shi Feng. Sherlock's request had only looked impossible. Its true test was to attack Cross and survive his first strike. After the disguise broke, the guards would do the rest. A player had discovered that method in Shi Feng's previous life and proudly revealed it. Now Shi Feng had claimed the solution first. Cross was more than a monster. He was a spy for the forces of evil, proof that even friendly NPCs could lie. One guard struck with Bone Crusher, the other with Thundering Strike, and Cross's movement speed plummeted. He still hunted Shi Feng, but Shi Feng's 5 points of movement speed kept him alive. Guards had already torn through more than 2,000 of Cross's HP. As the black-furred werewolf neared death, the watching players grew restless. They saw level 15 elite and imagined valuable drops. Shi Feng, hidden at a safe distance, knew they were chasing a prize the system would never let them touch. At 100 HP, every hopeful looter rushed Cross at once. Shi Feng dashed too, but unlike them, he could have attacked and chose not to risk it. A guard's blade finished Cross first. In the same instant, Shi Feng seized the quest-authorized mayor's insignia and disappeared into the bodies around him. Rookies exploded in complaints. Why could no one hit the mayor? Why had a level 15 elite dropped nothing? More experienced voices answered harshly. Cross still appeared friendly to them, and city NPCs awarded neither EXP nor loot. Only Shi Feng's active quest had created an exception for the insignia. Cross's death was permanent. Players who already held his quests could finish their objectives and still have nowhere to submit them. Newcomers could no longer receive anything from him. Red Leaf Town had lost its mayor. Shi Feng did not care. His concern was the insignia and the waiting man in the dark alley. Sherlock's gratitude was immediate and deeply personal. Cross's death had finally avenged his friend. He accepted the mayor's insignia, then placed a delicate little box in Shi Feng's hands, saying its contents should help him. With the exchange complete, Sherlock left the dark alley carrying the proof of revenge. System confirmed Sherlock's request complete. 2,000 EXP, 20 free mastery points, and 1 luxurious ornament box. The reward was far beyond an ordinary launch quest. Light surged around Shi Feng as the EXP carried him directly to level 1, leaving him only 1,000 EXP from level 2. Only 30 minutes after God's Domain opened, Shi Feng was Red Leaf Town's highest level player. Normally, level 1 demanded 1,000 EXP. Level 0 monsters gave only 3 each, while travel, recovery, and fierce competition consumed hours. 6 or 7 hours was optimistic. In the launch crush, more than 10 was ordinary. Shi Feng's delight carried a question. Had finishing the quest at level 0 improved it? In his previous life, the known completer received the same EXP, but only 10 mastery points and a delicate ornament box. Shi Feng had received 20 points and the superior luxurious box. His early completion had made remembered history pay twice as well. 20 free mastery points were not minor bookkeeping. In God's Domain, even a quest awarding 3 to 5 was rare. These points would directly shape Shi Feng's weapon growth, and he had received a stockpile before ordinary players had even reached level 1. For now, he left every point unspent and turned to the box. Sight inside let Shi Feng breathe again. It was still the ring of gravity. He lifted it carefully and inspected the result. Level 0. Mysterious Iron Rank. Strength +2, Agility +1, Endurance +1. Its skill, Gravity Liberation, could drastically reduce his gravity for 30 seconds with a 5-minute cooldown. Shi Feng could hardly contain his excitement. Players began with worthless trash gear. Even common equipment was costly, bronze was rare, and mysterious iron normally came from bosses. The ring history remembered was only bronze, with strength +1 and 15 seconds of liberation. His version doubled that duration, improved 3 attributes, and shattered his expectations. The necklace beside Shi Feng's new ring was only gray grade. That did not make it worthless. NPC merchants coveted such items, so he treated the necklace as capital rather than equipment and converted it into 60 coppers. Shi Feng equipped the Ring of Gravity, then committed all 4 ability points from leveling to agility. His panel jumped to 12 agility, 5 attack speed, and 6 movement speed, nearly the mobility of a pure agility assassin at his level. His body already felt livelier. Mayor Cross would no longer reduce him to that earlier sorry scramble. Better still, level 3 would bring agility to 20 and unlock fast and nimble, mobility worthy of the martial experts in old wuxia stories. Next came mastery. Shi Feng placed 15 points into one-handed sword mastery and saved 5. At 20 total, Apprentice became basic swordsman and one-handed damage rose by 10%. Intermediate swordsman still stood 30 mastery points away. Mastery and regular attacks were only a swordsman's foundation. Real flexibility came from skills, and the more useful ones he gathered, the more damage his expertise could produce. With reincarnated knowledge and the Ring of Gravity, rapid leveling now depended on expanding that arsenal. Trade area was already loud with offers for high-ranking equipment, some buyers even promising real-world credits. Workshop and guild logistics staff had planted purchasing stalls along the road. Shi Feng ignored the noise and kept moving toward a guarded 2-story building. Sign read Black Market. High-ranking gnomes guarded the entrance to Red Leaf Town's darker entertainment district. Inside, Shi Feng passed the gnome auction house, then descended to 2 basement fields, the battle arena and the challenge race. Players screamed encouragement at an assassin on the field, their red eyes more gambler than spectator. The trial erased outside advantages. Every attribute became 10, skills shut down, and equipment lost its power. Victory meant crossing 30 yards under gnome musket fire using only blocks and dodges. Gnomes offered copper, silver, and gold challenges. Entry cost 5 of the matching currency, and clearing one imposed a 3-day cooldown. Higher risk meant richer prizes. At the top, even dark gold equipment might appear. 5 coppers could therefore tempt a player into obsession. Stabbing Heart's run ended at 20 yards, only 10 short of the finish. The loss gnawed at him because it had also taught him the gnome's pattern. One more attempt, he believed, would be enough. The problem was painfully small. He lacked another 5 coppers. Stabbing Heart approached Shi Feng for the 5 coppers and leaned on his name. He was the Assassin's Alliance's famous assassin squad leader. Any veteran gamer knew the enormous guild. Usually, players would give him such a trivial sum just to earn an expert's favor. Shi Feng considered him, then named his terms with perfect calm. 5 coppers now, 50 repaid tomorrow. Stabbing Heart froze. He was accustomed to cries of expert and easy favors, not an unknown swordsman turning his reputation into a 10-fold debt. Shi Feng did not soften the offer. Still borrowing? Humiliated, Stabbing Heart weighed the 50 copper debt against the prize he believed he could win. Pride lost to opportunity. He agreed, wanting to weep at being treated like an ordinary customer. Bargain now became real. From the 60 coppers earned by selling the necklace, Shi Feng handed Stabbing Heart 5 and added him as a friend. Then he calmly repeated the painful condition. 50 coppers had to come back tomorrow. Tears ran down Stabbing Heart's face as he promised he would not forget. Shi Feng, unaware of the storm behind that answer, simply turned away. He already had a use for his remaining money. The green-skinned administrator greeted him with a lofty reminder that time was money. Shi Feng requested the copper prize challenge and paid 5 coppers. The gnome flipped the coins, approved them, and opened the wooden door. Gnome loudly welcomed a brave new swordsman. From the resting area, the Assassin's Alliance cleric recognized him as the man who had lent their boss money. Stabbing Heart looked over and laughed at the rookie's ambition. Stabbing Heart warned that the 30-yard course changed after 15. The gnomes fired faster there, and even he struggled beyond that point. His cleric eagerly supplied the verdict. If their boss had only reached 20 yards, this rookie might not survive 5. At the finish line, 3 gnomes raised their muskets and trained them on Shi Feng. The timer descended, 3, 2, 1. Then the field flashed its command, challenge start. Shi Feng flowed through the opening fire with no wasted motion. His speed and accuracy did not resemble a curious beginner. Every step was direct, every evasion efficient. The performance of someone tempered by countless runs, not a player seeing the course for the first time. Stabbing Heart could not deny the technique, yet pride refused the obvious conclusion. Perhaps Shi Feng was an athlete, he argued, or trained in martial arts. An unknown player could not be a greater expert. Besides, the attack beyond 15 yards would expose him. Shi Feng crossed 15 yards. The 3 gnomes erupted in anger and fired with wild abandon. Now 12 bullets spread across a broad area instead of simply targeting his position. The Assassin's Alliance members knew this pattern. Moving left or right was no longer enough. 3 shots became the immediate threat. Shi Feng shifted his head and body through the narrow gaps, but 1 bullet still drove straight for his chest. His novice sword flashed white. Steel met the round at precisely the right point, and a spark burst between them. Gnomes did not relent. Their muskets seemed like machine guns, sending another 5 bullets into a lane already sealed by surrounding fire. Shi Feng twisted through the possible gaps and struck aside the unavoidable rounds. Sparks rang from his sword as bullets split the air beside him. Only 3 seconds had passed since the pattern intensified. Shi Feng crossed the 20-yard mark, the farthest Stabbing Heart had ever reached, and kept moving. 10 yards remained between him and the finish. Male cleric's eyes widened. He demanded to know who this swordsman really was. Seeing trajectories was one thing, striking bullets accurately left a damnable margin for error. One mistake would end the run, yet Shi Feng made the impossible precision look natural. Stabbing Heart had no answer. Deflecting bullets was like walking a wire above an abyss, but Shi Feng seemed to enjoy it. Again and again, the shots appeared to avoid his body. The proud expert watched in silence as Shi Feng drove toward the final 10 yards. Shi Feng was still dancing through the gunfire when he crossed 25 yards. Sparks flashed around his gray armor as his damaged novice sword met shot after shot. The male cleric blurted that the swordsman would surely finish now. Stabbing Heart snapped that he had eyes, yet he could not look away. And a finish line gnome laughed and drew an automatic musket. The final pattern exploded into 24 bullets from only 5 yards away. Stabbing Heart shouted that it was cheating, and the watching players cursed with him. Shi Feng had expected this second change, but even his face turned grave before that wall of lead. He chose the least crowded patch in an instant. Shi Feng bent low and launched headfirst like a leopard, narrowing the target his body presented. His sword became 4 white streaks. 4 shots struck steel in a burst of sparks, and his body tore clean through the storm where no standing player could have survived. Before his body could crash down, Shi Feng planted his free hand, forced himself upright, and accelerated across the line like lightning. The result appeared immediately, 14 seconds. The copper record had been estimated at 18. He had not merely survived the gnome's final trick. He had shattered the benchmark by 4 full seconds. Shi Feng's first response was not celebration. Catching his breath beyond the line, he complained that this body still felt soft and weak. The feat had demanded far more than it would have from the stronger body he remembered. He collected the copper prize and left, already treating the victory as capital for his next move. Male cleric finally asked whether they should chase him and recover the prize. Stabbing Heart stared at him as if he had proposed suicide. An expert who could cross that last volley should be courted, not antagonized. Remembering the name Yi Feng on his friend list, Stabbing Heart hurried to report this unknown swordsman to his guild leader. Yi Feng was already converting victory into speed. At the trade area, he found Potion Master Kevin and paid 120 coppers for 20 exploding berries. The purchase reduced his wealth to just 30 coppers. He accepted the risk without hesitation. Those berries were not an indulgence. They were the engine of his plan to level like a rocket. Left Red Leaf Town and ran west. Around the walls, level 0 players fought over level 0 monsters, while better organized parties carefully handled level 1 baby wolves with a warrior, damage dealer, and healer. Shi Feng passed them all. He crossed the level 1 and level 3 regions and continued toward a place with no competition at all. Red Leaf Forest was a level 5 zone, and at this stage no player dared challenge it. Shi Feng entered anyway, but knowledge did not make his level 1 body invincible. Forest wolves were targets to avoid, not fight. He watched their patrols, stayed behind cover, and accepted long detours rather than expose himself too early. Next danger looked almost harmless. Little bear cubs fumbled and tumbled through the grass with an innocent charm, but they were level 5 monsters with enough health and defense to exhaust a melee fighter. Shi Feng did not let their appearance tempt him. He kept a tree between them and quietly rooted around the clearing. And a wolf howled behind him. Shi Feng stopped beside the tree, and even his practiced calm cracked. A wolf den. The nests were concealed well enough that players could enter their alert range before realizing anything was wrong. In Red Leaf Forest, one hidden mistake could transform careful travel into a party-wipe trap. Shi Feng knew exactly what that meant. Later, parties would enter this forest for skill books, equipment, leatherworking materials, herbs, and ore. They would arrive around level 4 or 5 and still risk losing everyone to hazards like this. He had come alone at level 1. Now the resource-rich forest had sprung one of its deadliest traps behind him. The unseen howl became 7 forest wolves bursting from the concealed den. Shi Feng had drawn almost the largest pack possible. These traps released anywhere from 3 to 8 wolves, enough to erase an unsuspecting party. He was alone, and to the pack, there was hardly enough meat on him to share. Shi Feng ran, but the gap closed. Every available attribute point had gone into agility, giving him 6 movement speed, yet he was still only a level 1 swordsman. Even a pure agility build at that level remained a fraction slower than forest wolves. With the wolves almost on him, Shi Feng stopped conserving his trump card. He activated gravity liberation. The weight pressing on his body vanished. He felt as light as a feather, and his speed leapt so sharply that the charging pack began to fall behind. Forest wolves were still common monsters, bound to a limited pursuit area. Once Shi Feng crossed that invisible boundary, they abandoned the chase. His ring had saved his life, but he did not stop. He kept running deeper into Red Leaf Forest for more than 10 minutes. At last, mountains and rolling hills rose ahead. Several peaks exceeded 100 meters, their summits wrapped in cloud and mist like an immortal realm. Shi Feng studied the towering slopes, found the waterfall he remembered, and exhaled, finally arrived. In Shi Feng's previous life, players had explored this famous region only after most were above level 20. Shadow Workshop sent a small assassin party into the central forest. Their expedition uncovered this treasure mountain and the valuable design hidden along its route. Shi Feng could not leave that advantage to Shadow again. His entire plan to earn 16,000 credits within 10 days depended on securing the design first. The mountain was dangerous, but turning back would surrender both the treasure and the real-world future he meant to change. There was no trail to the summit. Low-level players normally needed 40 agility to awaken the hidden basic ability Flying Steps. Without it, the bare rock could not be climbed. Shi Feng had only 12 agility. What he possessed instead was the Ring of Gravity. Gravity liberation lightened him again, and Shi Feng scaled the rock with ease. Within moments, he was 5 meters above the forest floor. When the skill had only 5 seconds remaining, he pulled onto a small, empty ledge and sat down to wait through the cooldown. Rest lasted only moments. The wall shuddered, stone roared, and a rock giant emerged beside the ledge. Its status was brutal, level 5 common rank, 550 HP. Shi Feng, still level 1 and waiting on his mobility cooldown, merely looked up. That was quick. Shi Feng was ready. He threw one explosive berry at the giant's feet, and sticky orange juice burst across a 3x3-yard patch. For 1 minute, anything caught in it lost 30% movement speed and 70% turn rate. Against this enemy, that control mattered more than damage. Giant's attack, defense, and HP were overwhelming, but its reactions were poor and its body turned even more slowly. An assassin with 20 agility could toy with it untouched. Shi Feng lacked that much agility, yet the berry supplied the missing advantage. He circled beyond its reach and began cutting. Thundering Flash carved 3 sword lights across the rock giant, 4 damage, then 5, then 7. The full hit granted 3 skill proficiency points and left a 15-second damage amplification window. Shi Feng followed with more slashes, each small number adding faster than the giant could answer. God's Domain did not award proficiency merely for repeating a skill. Against an equal-level monster, a use had only a 20% chance to gain 1 point. Each level of danger raised it: 40%, 70%, 100%, then 150%. At 5 levels above the player, the multiplier reached its 200% cap. Rock Giant never landed a hit. For all its HP and attack, the slowed monster was now a practice dummy handing Shi Feng EXP and skill proficiency. Thundering Flash had shortened the fight enough to preserve a second berry. Before 1 full minute passed, the giant crashed down. Fallen Rock Giant finally paid out. Because it stood 4 levels above Shi Feng, the system multiplied his experience by 400% and awarded 120 EXP. His bar surged forward, leaving exactly 880 EXP between him and level 2, 8 more giants at the same reward. Corpse held more than experience. Shi Feng recovered bronze ore, useful for making bronze equipment, and a piece of hard stone. Searching the ledge uncovered something rarer, 100 Souls flower, one of the core ingredients for a basic regeneration potion. Before Shi Feng could reach the flower, another rock giant spawned. He did not hesitate. An exploding berry burst across its path, then thundering flash and chop tore into the slowed target. Soon another giant fell, yielding another 120 EXP, hard stone, and a heavy gain in skill proficiency. Whenever gravity liberation finished cooling down, Shi Feng climbed to the next stretch. Between ascents, he searched for rare herbs and hunted more rock giants. Each dangerous kill advanced both his experience and his skills, turning the hidden mountain into the perfect early-game training ground. The 8th required giant fell, and Shi Feng reached level 2. He committed every new attribute point to agility, raising it to 16, only 4 short of fast and nimble. Chop reached 300 proficiency in level 2, gaining 12 damage and losing 1 second from its cooldown. Ordinary players needed hours merely to reach level 1, then another 7 or 8 hours for level 2. Shi Feng had made that second climb in less than 20 minutes. His leveling speed was absurd, but the next resting place offered something far more dangerous than another common giant. Shi Feng's opening damage barely registered, but it woke shrews from its deep sleep. The named Special Elite rose to its full, enormous height, shaking the cave. Enraged at the interruption, it bellowed that it would flatten the puny human and advanced with giant strides. Shi Feng gave shrews no chance to build momentum. He threw an exploding berry directly into its path. The Special Elite was larger, stronger, and quicker than an ordinary rock giant, but slowing fluid still reduced its weakness to a crawl. 16 agility carried Shi Feng straight around its back. Shi Feng attacked furiously, yet each ordinary cut dealt only 2 damage. Even after Thundering Flash amplified the target, level 2 chop produced just 6. Shrews' defense was frightening. Worse, after 5 seconds it recovered 18 HP, instantly erasing roughly half of Shi Feng's work. Shrews finally turned and raised a mountain-sized foot to crush him. Shi Feng had survived countless battles before reincarnation. Panic never entered his mind. 1 nimble step carried him around the sluggish stomp and back behind the giant, where his relentless cuts resumed. And the entire cave shook. Sharp stalactites broke loose in waves, raining across the chamber. It was a party-wipe skill. In this cramped space, a group would have nowhere to scatter. Shi Feng abandoned Shrews' side and threaded through the barrage, surviving only through his nimble body and the room he could find. When the barrage ended, Shrews looked exhausted. Shi Feng's eyes lit up. The attack had forced the boss into fatigue, a temporary weakness that greatly reduced both attack and defense. What looked like Shrews' deadliest weapon had also created the first real chance to kill it. Shi Feng struck with Thundering Flash and Chop. Damage numbers jumped to 4, 5, 6, and 10. His following cuts dealt 4 apiece under fatigue and damage amplification. Shrews' recovery also fell to 1%. By the time it returned to normal, Shi Feng had carved away 15% of its HP and found his path to victory. With Shrews' fatigue weakness exposed, the duel became a battle of persistence. Shi Feng kept circling in the same gray novice leather armor, cutting often enough to offset the giant's regeneration and unleashing Thundering Flash every 30 seconds. Whenever Shrews prepared its cave-wide attack, Shi Feng treated the nightmare skill as an invitation. He survived the barrage, rushed the weakened giant, and repeated the cycle. By the 5th explosive berry, Shrews had fallen to 32% HP. Shrews unleashed its great attack once more. Shi Feng endured, closed the distance during fatigue, and carved away another 16%. When the giant recovered, only 16% of its HP remained. The familiar plan had brought victory within reach. At 15%, Shrews changed. Its enormous body began shrinking. Attack and defense declined, but its movement speed and attack speed kept climbing. That trade favored the boss. Even through the berry slow, one sudden strike nearly caught Shi Feng. Single hit could still erase Shi Feng's level and much of his skill proficiency. But abandoning a special elite at 15% was unthinkable. He activated gravity liberation, regained room to dodge, and hacked for 3 damage at a time. 14% became 10, then 8, then 5. With 7 seconds of gravity liberation left, Shrews still had 5% HP. Shi Feng's eyes reddened with strain. He drove his sword faster, won the final damage race, and the special elite fell. Among Shrews' rewards was a high-quality bronze shield. Its defense was strong, and its 110 extra HP equaled roughly a third of a level 5 warrior's health. It could support level 5 dungeon dives, and even attempts as high as level 8. Skill book was rarer still. Parry could be learned by any melee job, required a melee weapon, and blocked 1 frontal attack every 30 seconds. Warriors prized it because 1 timely block could keep a tank alive until the healers recovered. Selling parry together with the shield would raise the price, but Shi Feng rejected that short-term gain. Trading away a rare survival tool was like killing the chicken for the egg. He learned the skill immediately, then resumed his climb. The shield was useful, but the secret silver treasure chest remained the real fortune. Shi Feng had only 4 explosive berries left and was not even 1/3 of the way up. Because monsters could appear at the resting points, he chose every path carefully. Half an hour later, careful progress brought Shi Feng to the summit. White clouds and mist swallowed the mountain's upper reaches, reducing sight to 20 yards. The anticipated treasure was no longer a simple destination. The obscured peak opened into the unknown lost lands. Shi Feng remembered 6 assassins above level 20 who had reached this place in his previous life. They told others only about finding a secret silver treasure chest. Later, exceptional members from their workshop rose abruptly in status, including Shi Feng himself in a different era. Was their true discovery a hidden quest? Shi Feng opened the system panel. 1 entry waited there, hidden quest of the lost lands past glory, that was all. No objective, no directions, and no clue about what completion required. And years of experience supplied the answer. Past glory was region activated. Players had to find every clue inside the area themselves. Once completed, it could never be triggered again. Such unique quests were precious, but their unknown regions usually held monsters several levels stronger than the surroundings. 6 level 20 assassins had possessed the strength to search a region tied to level 5 monsters. Shi Feng was only level 2, but there was no normal way out. He chose to explore. At worst, death would send him back to town. Deeper in the lost lands, Shi Feng entered a city abandoned for ages. Ruined houses stretched in every direction, remnants of a metropolis large enough for millions and once grander than White River City. Yet among all that vanished prosperity, not one human shadow moved. He searched tens of streets and hundreds of houses. Hours vanished without a clue. This was the opening of God's domain, the best chance to build an early lead. Other players had already reached level 1, while Shi Feng remained only 34% through level 2. Shi Feng considered the practical escape, kill himself here and revive in town, accepting the loss of levels and skill proficiency. Instead, he imposed a hard limit, 1 more hour. If the city still yielded nothing, he would abandon past glory and return to other quests. Last search carried him to the central tower, once sacred ground where mages learned their craft. Now it was beyond repair, and even the magic crystal at its peak lay shattered. Shi Feng climbed to the observatory and scanned the entire city, still finding nothing unusual. At the instant Shi Feng turned to leave, an elderly NPC addressed the young adventurer. The long search had finally reached past glory's hidden trail. The elder offered him a test. Shi Feng accepted at once, relieved that he would not have to die back to town and lose levels and proficiency. The elder gave him 3 choices. Normal promised a mysterious iron treasure chest. Hard offered a secret silver chest and extra rewards based on completion. Hell raised the prize to a fine gold chest, again with completion-based bonuses. Every step was more dangerous and far more tempting. Shi Feng remembered the 6 assassins above level 20. They had selected hard, revealed the secret silver chest, and hidden their additional reward, proof that the real prize was better still. Trusting his reincarnated experience, he chose hell. The elder laughed with admiration, warned him not to regret it, and vanished. System revealed what hell meant. Face 1,000 monsters at his own level, kill 500 to pass, and finish within 4 hours. Failure would permanently strip 10 points from every attribute. For any job that was crippling, Shi Feng could only call the penalty ruthless. The Spectre warriors were not the over-leveled, high-defense enemies that had blunted Shi Feng's skills before. Against targets at his own level, Thundering Flash finally showed its true AoE strength. Its amplification let him finish the first warrior with only 5 sword strikes. Shi Feng activated Gravity Liberation, raising his attack speed until each amplified warrior took only 3 seconds to kill. The enemies gave no experience, but every death guaranteed 1 skill proficiency point. For a swordsman who feared crowd tactics least, the supposed punishment had become a training ground. The upgraded Thundering Flash accelerated the slaughter again. Soon only a little over 20 Spectre warriors remained, with an hour and a half still on the clock. Shi Feng unleashed the skill once more. The final 20 fell together, completing a trial most players would have failed with perfection. With the final Spectre warriors gone, the Elder reappeared, chuckling at Shi Feng's perfect performance. Past glory was complete. He presented a gold-plated fine gold treasure chest and a pitch-black, job-related magic weapon, rewards worthy of clearing hell difficulty without compromise. System added one more prize, might of 1,000. While equipped, the title raised every ally's attributes by 10% within 30 yards. Shi Feng himself would gain 5 strength and 5 endurance, a personal boost and a powerful advantage for any party he led. The Elder waved him away. Shi Feng's vision blurred and the ruined trial vanished. He opened his eyes in Red Leaf Town's crowded central plaza, just as his communication alert began chiming without pause. Blackie had been trying desperately to reach him. Blackie's relief instantly became panic. 7 hours of travel had finally brought him to Red Leaf Town, but he was still level 0. The streets were already full of level 1 players, and parties demanded level 1 at minimum. To everyone else, he was dead weight. Shi Feng apologized for being unreachable and told Blackie to come to the central plaza. He would take him leveling personally. More than 8 hours into God's domain, professionals were nearing level 2, but with 10 years of future knowledge, Shi Feng knew he could make Blackie catch up quickly. Before meeting Blackie, Shi Feng found a quiet alley and examined the pitch-black longsword. The system asked whether he wished to bind it. The abyssal blade was a magic weapon, unranked, more elusive than legendary equipment, and powerful enough to transform an expert's future. Magic weapons were double-edged. Their backlash had elevated several Star Moon experts, then crippled 2 of their accounts so completely they had to start over. Shi Feng needed 16,000 credits in 10 days. 1 failure would ruin everything. He rejected the binding prompt and stored the blade. Shi Feng brought out the fine gold chest. In 10 years, he had seen fewer than 20. Wars had been fought over each one. Even a lesser secret silver chest could yield valuable recipes and designs. He slowly raised the lid, and golden light flooded the alley. First reward was Sky Armor, level 5 plate with top-tier attributes. Its power weakening effect reduced incoming physical damage by 15%, enough to make physical bosses far easier to tank. Since swordsmen could wear plate, Shi Feng stored it for level 5, delighted by his future defense. 2 ancient books remained, the Book of Forging and Records of Potions. Both were treasures capable of cultivating production masters. Their value was enormous. Even Shadow, after controlling 10 city-states, had possessed only 2 forging masters and 5 potion masters, and treated everyone like royalty. And Shi Feng remembered Hammer Trading's path to becoming a forging master. A hidden quest in Dark Moon Valley taught forging free and granted forging talent. Combined with the Book of Forging, it could quickly make Shi Feng an advanced forging apprentice, able to sell bronze equipment. The problem was preparation. The valley was level 4, and the quest was difficult and time-consuming. Dark Moon Valley demanded real preparation. Shi Feng stored the Book of Forging and Records of Potions, then mailed Blackie, meet him in Red Leaf Town's trade area. With the message sent, he left the alley and headed there himself. The trade area was already crowded. Players exhausted from monster hunting drank and traded stories, while others spread out herbs, ore, and fresh loot. It was part marketplace, part resting ground, and exactly where Shi Feng could turn rare drops into expedition money. Shi Feng claimed an empty spot, spread a white cloth, and arranged his herbs and equipment. The level 4 common cloth armor went up for 1 silver and 20 coppers. The blue, cross-shaped level 5 bronze shield was 21 silvers, a fair price, despite sounding impossible this early. Shi Feng called out rare herbs and high-level equipment. The entire market turned. Nobody else was selling equipment at all, yet here was common gear and even a bronze shield. Players stared, questioned their eyes, and wondered what kind of luck could produce level 5 equipment before 10 hours had passed. Chatter turned to Red Leaf Town's latest scandal. An unknown expert had killed the level 15 elite town mayor. Now new quests from him were gone, and players already holding his quests were furious. Without realizing it, the crowd was discussing the very stall owner standing before them. Flaming Tiger pushed forward, excited by the shield. Shi Feng wore only novice equipment and no guild insignia, and Flaming Tiger lacked observing eyes. He concluded that this was an average player blessed by luck. Then he offered 1 silver, not for the shield, but for everything on the cloth. Shi Feng did not rise to the insult. He simply said his prices were fixed and told Flaming Tiger to stop hindering business by acting like a lord. The dismissal turned Flaming Tiger livid. He invoked Shadow's name and demanded that Shi Feng reconsider before answering again. 5 more Shadow members surrounded the stall. Shi Feng looked around once and called them fools. Red Leaf Town prohibited player violence. Their encirclement had no teeth. Flaming Tiger's eyes reddened with rage, desperate to kill him but unable to act without the town's rules answering first. Laughter cut through the standoff. Stabbing Heart arrived with more than 10 insignia-wearing members of the Assassin's Alliance. He recognized Shi Feng immediately. This was the expert who cleared the bronze prize challenge in 1 try. That recognition shattered Shadow's false appraisal. Once the market business concluded, Shi Feng held 24 silvers. 24 silvers was more than an average guild's total wealth, and Shi Feng spent it like a tycoon with a precise list. First came 20 bottles of black steel beer at 25 coppers each, then 30 smoke bombs at 20 coppers apiece, tools chosen for what lay beyond town. Next, Shi Feng bought 100 apple pies for 5 coppers each. Every pie restored 30 health per second for 10 seconds. He matched them with 100 magic water at the same price, each drink restoring 30 mana per second for 10 seconds. Health and skill use were both covered. Buying spree consumed almost everything. Shi Feng's 24 silvers fell to 3, yet his inventory now held beer, smoke bombs, and 200 recovery consumables. He had not wasted his fortune. He had converted it into the exact margin for a difficult level 4 route. Lackey had been waiting for some time, and his face was dark with resentment. God's domain had been open for more than 9 hours. He was still level 0, and aside from earning the Explorer title, he had gained nothing. Watching Shi Feng finally approach, he demanded to know what came next. Shi Feng answered with a smile. They were going to grind monsters. A party request appeared before Blackie. The frustrated level 0 Cursemancer finally had a route forward, and Shi Feng, carrying only 3 silvers but a carefully built stockpile, was ready to lead him out of town. Already formed, Shi Feng led Blackie out of Red Leaf Town and onto the road toward Dark Moon Valley. Shi Feng moved with the confidence of someone following a tested plan. Blackie, still level 0 after 9 fruitless hours, soon realized exactly where that plan was taking them. Blackie nervously asked for a safer destination. Dark Moon Valley was a level 4 monster area. Players normally fought only 1 level above themselves. Even a 2-level challenge called for 6 people. Yet Shi Feng was level 2, Blackie was level 0, and there were only 2 of them. Shi Feng merely smiled. He pointed to his level 2 status and claimed that a friendly expert beta tester had shared a secret route. Blackie could simply board the leveling rocket. It was the perfect alibi. Every advantage from Shi Feng's second life could now be blamed on one imaginary friend. Blackie's anxiety vanished. Of course, Brother Feng had a hidden expert behind him. No wonder he had refused to earn money through Shadow Workshop. Laughing, Blackie declared that Shi Feng's guidance would decide the happiness of his lower half. Crude as the joke was, his trust had become wholehearted. Passing player drew Shi Feng's attention, Gentle Snow. To the present world, her legend had not yet been written. Shi Feng remembered what came 3 years later. She would become one of the country's 10 greatest berserkers, the battle goddess, and a top-tier expert known far beyond ordinary players. Gentle Snow's fame would reach commercials and a personal fortune above tens of billions of credits. As vice-guild leader of Ouroboros, one command from her could move millions of players. Shi Feng had once been too minor even to approach her shadow. Then, without explanation, she vanished from God's domain. Blackie suddenly pointed into the golden paddy fields. A snow-white fox stood in the distance with a little rabbit in its mouth. Its interface confirmed an extraordinary find. Cunning Snow Fox, level 2, rare elite, 450 HP. Blackie's sharp eyes and sheer luck had found them a fortune. Rare elites fought like ordinary elites, but dropped far better rewards and took a long time to respawn. Encounters depended on luck. Shi Feng refused to waste this one. He told Blackie to attack from range, then slipped toward the fox while Blackie warned that fighting it without a full party or healer meant death. Blackie's warning came too late. Shi Feng circled behind the snow fox and opened with chop. The elite answered with frightening speed. Shi Feng caught its attack on his novice sword, but even the block stripped away nearly 50 HP. A clean bite could have dealt more than 100. Sweat broke across Blackie's forehead. If Shi Feng died, he would fall back to level 1 and lose his hard-won lead. Shi Feng shouted for Blackie to move. Convinced they were both doomed, Blackie clenched his teeth. He was still level 0 anyway. At worst, he would die once beside his friend. Dark Arrow struck the Snow Fox for only 5 damage. Blackie had invested everything in intelligence, yet the elite's defense reduced his best effort to a scratch. Shi Feng carried the real burden. The fox's agility let it evade chop, forcing him to rely on ordinary slashes worth only 18 damage apiece. 10 seconds of attrition settled the matter. Shi Feng had only 31 HP left. The cunning Snow Fox still had 244. Every successful bite threatened more than 100 damage. With too few skills to duel an agility-type elite directly, Shi Feng reached one cold conclusion. If he dragged this out, he died. He needed a burst. At 31 HP against the Snow Fox's 244, Shi Feng began the burst he had calculated. He pulled out a bottle of black steel beer and took 2 mouthfuls. Alcohol blurred his vision almost immediately. Then he activated gravity liberation, and his speed leaped. Through the haze, the level 2 Snow Fox now displayed as level 0. The level difference suppression vanished, freeing Shi Feng's damage. The advantage had a price. His own body felt difficult to control. Only his years of battle experience made the gamble usable. Die! Shi Feng tightened his grip and unleashed Thundering Flash. 3 lightning-fast cuts tore across the fox's waist for 30, 36, and 42 damage. A following chop landed for another 43. The monster that had dominated him was suddenly trapped beneath relentless speed. Blackie's eyes nearly popped out. Moments ago, the rare elite had been mauling them. Now it looked like Shi Feng's plaything. He demanded to know what Brother Feng had drunk. By the time the snow fox fell to 42 HP, Shi Feng was ready to finish it. A murderous chill ran down Shi Feng's neck like a dagger already touching it. Instinct overruled the finishing blow. He sprang forward, and a bright snowy blade cut through the exact space he had occupied. Behind him, the hidden attacker emerged with an astonished expression, Quiet Wolf. The interruption gave the snow fox its final chance. It bellowed, its snow-white skin blazing red as its body swelled and its HP rose by 20%. Then it activated Tearing Bite, 50% greater damage, followed by 30 bleeding damage for 5 seconds. Quiet Wolf charged, promising Shi Feng regret while claiming he would take care of the fox in his place. The system marked him Yellow Name for 1 hour. Anyone could now attack him without penalty. At only 31 HP, Shi Feng faced the empowered fox and a player assassin together. Despicable, Blackie shouted from the distance, but anger could not close the gap. Dark Arrow revealed a prediction line the moment it launched, making a moving expert easy to miss. Unable to reliably strike Quiet Wolf, Blackie aimed at the fox and tried to deny him the prize. The corner of Shi Feng's mouth lifted. He had spent years around Quiet Wolf in shadow and knew both his strengths and his habits. Shi Feng stepped backward twice, placing himself, the fox, and the charging assassin into a perfect triangle. Then he waited for both attackers to commit. At the last possible instant, Shi Feng slipped out of the convergence. Quiet Wolf had rushed too far to reconsider, and the snow fox's lethal final attack became Shi Feng's counterweapon. The assassin stared at Shi Feng's mocking smile in disbelief. He had never imagined a player could exploit a monster this way. Quiet Wolf's HP reached 0. Still glaring with unwillingness, he fell and dissolved into starlight, leaving one piece of equipment behind. Blackie was so dumbfounded that he stopped attacking. Shi Feng immediately shouted him awake and rushed the wounded snow fox again. Blackie recovered, chanted furiously, and poured dark arrows into the target while Shi Feng attacked from close range. Without Quiet Wolf's interference, the near-death fox lasted less than 10 seconds. It released one final wail and fell. The system awarded 130 EXP for killing the cunning snow fox. Level 2 Shi Feng, 130 EXP was minor. The loot was the real reward. Rare elites were coveted for their exceptional drop rates, and this was the snow fox's first kill. His expectation paid off. Among the drops were an arm guard and, astonishingly, a weapon. Weapon was the level 1 bronze Blackwood staff. It required 5 strength and granted 8 attack power, 3 intelligence, 1 vitality, 30 mana, and full 20-point durability. For a mage, those bonuses could raise damage by roughly 2 levels. This was no ordinary early-game drop. Snow Fox's unidentified arm guard proved to be fox skin gloves, level 1 common leather armor requiring 3 strength. They granted 4 defense and had full 20-point durability. It was not another spectacular bronze drop, but at this stage, even common equipment was valuable protection. Quiet Wolf's loss was useful too. The equipment he dropped was a pair of level 0 common leathered shoes worth another 3 defense. Obtaining common gear this early required real luck. Ironically, that luck now benefited Shi Feng, and the 2 new pieces raised his defense by a substantial amount. Shi Feng held out the Blackwood staff. Blackie hesitated. Shi Feng had carried the Snow Fox battle, yet Blackie was being offered the most valuable reward, a bronze weapon few players could hope to own. Shi Feng cut through the guilt. They were brothers, and once Blackie reached level 1, the staff would help them both level faster. Back in Red Leaf Town, Flaming Tiger berated Quiet Wolf for dying and dropping expensive equipment. Quiet Wolf's report changed the mood with 2 words, Rare Elite. Flaming Tiger's fury sharpened into greed. If Shi Feng had taken such a monster's first kill, then recovering 1 lost item was no longer the only prize at stake. Flaming Tiger gathered every Shadow Workshop member available in Red Leaf Town. With 11 members behind him, he rushed toward Dark Moon Valley, promising to make Shi Feng regret playing God's domain. His objective was simple, kill Shi Feng and take his equipment. By then, however, Shi Feng and Blackie had already reached the valley. Beside a flowing creek stood a secluded smithy. A bare-chested, middle-aged blacksmith worked crimson-red ore with a steel hammer, answering neither visitor. Ding, dang, Shi Feng and Blackie simply stood and watched. Half an hour passed before Blackie finally asked whether they truly had to keep waiting. Shi Feng's answer was firm. Without patience, the blacksmith would never offer the quest. In his previous life, a player named Hammer Trading had found this smithy by accident. Repeated attempts to speak were ignored, so he stubbornly remained and glared, until the blacksmith finally addressed him and revealed a hidden quest. A chance had turned Hammer Trading into the era's forging master by granting him forging talent. Shi Feng wanted the same foundation. Combined with his book of forging, the talent could make advancement to advanced forging apprentice easy. Then crafting would stop being preparation and become income, enough that, in Shi Feng's imagination, gold coins practically rained into his pockets. Waiting finally paid off. Jack's hidden quest set a concrete test: collect 100 pieces of meteorite ore that ore lay beyond the valley's cobalt-held mine. With the forging route now active rather than merely remembered, Shi Feng led Blackie away from the quiet smithy and toward the dangerous entrance. More than 10 level 4 kobolds guarded the entrance. Shi Feng did not charge them. First, he had Blackie eat an apple pie. 10 seconds later, every one of Blackie's attributes rose by 1 for 30 minutes. Then came Black Steel Beer. Blackie's vision blurred, and the level 4 enemies appeared to drop 2 levels. Drunken effect lasted only 30 minutes, so Shi Feng moved immediately. He approached the mine and threw a smoke bomb into the kobold group. The cloud would last an hour and reduce their sight by 10 yards, leaving a 25-yard vision range. Blackie, attacking from 30 yards, should remain completely unseen. Shi Feng pointed into the smoke. "Attack!" Blackie still doubted the plan, but he trusted Shi Feng. He chanted his curse and a dark arrow streaked into the cloud. It struck the foremost kobold. 21 damage rose above the monster's head, and now they would learn whether the blinded pack could find its attacker. Wounded kobold erupted in fury. Its blood-red eyes swept the smoke like searchlights, and the rest of the pack snapped to attention. Hidden in the forest 30 yards away, Blackie could hear his own heartbeat racing. If the monsters found them, their true level 4 attributes would crush both players. Black Steel Beer only made enemies appear 2 levels weaker. It did nothing to their actual attributes. Yet the furious kobold found no target. It whined, settled down, and the others lost interest. Shi Feng clapped Blackie's shoulder. "Relax, stay 30 yards away and they won't attack." Shi Feng had bought every item for this exact geometry. Reassured, Blackie resumed chanting. Dark arrow after dark arrow crossed the gap until, after more than 20 hits, the 420 HP kobold finally collapsed. None of its companions reacted. Then Blackie's experience jumped 5% from a single shared kill. Shi Feng collected the drops and went back for more, but this time he wanted a crowd. With 16 agility, he was faster than the kobolds. He gathered over 30, holding them at 20 to 25 yards as the entire pack thundered after him toward the smoke. Once every kobold entered the cloud, Shi Feng suddenly accelerated beyond 25 yards. Their target vanished. The whole mob stopped in a daze. Blackie, still more than 30 yards away, seized the opening and poured dark arrows into the motionless group. In under 10 minutes, more than 30 kobolds were gone. The wave left 21 coppers and 6 pieces of meteorite ore, while both players' experience climbed sharply. Shi Feng's method was no longer an experiment. It was a production line for levels, money, and the ore demanded by Jack's hidden quest. Cycle repeated, Shi Feng lured, Blackie fired, and the loot steadily accumulated. What should have felt mechanical only made Blackie more vigorous. After 1 hour, he reached level 2. Dark Arrow rose to level 3, and its damage leaped from over 40 to over 60. Stronger Dark Arrow consumed more MP, but Shi Feng had planned for that too. Magic Water restored Blackie completely before each fresh group arrived. While Blackie handled the damage, Shi Feng watched his condition, adjusted every lure, and gathered the growing piles of copper coins and meteorite ore. Call broke the rhythm. The caller was Lonely Snow, the warrior who had once bought Shi Feng's leveling information. Shi Feng had nearly forgotten the deal. At the time, he had needed money quickly and offered a few casual pointers. Lonely Snow's remaining 10 coppers had now arrived. Payment was only an introduction. Deathly Forest, Red Leaf Town's first level 2 dungeon, had opened, and Lonely Snow wanted Shi Feng to join his run. He stressed that every friend in the party was a level 2 veteran. To sweeten the offer, every piece of swordsman equipment would belong to Shi Feng. Only Snow sounded nervous despite the generous offer. Experts often refused to carry strangers, especially people they considered rookies. That was why he kept emphasizing the party's level 2 veterans. Shi Feng's silence left him waiting, while Shi Feng searched 10 years of memory for what Deathly Forest truly represented. Deathly Forest opened once enough players in Red Leaf Town reached level 2. Its label was deceptive. In Shi Feng's previous life, this first dungeon introduced everyone to God's domain's real difficulty. It was not conquered until many players had already reached level 4 or even level 5. Danger came with rare opportunity. Deathly Forest monsters mainly dropped basic skill books for every job, expanding what players could do. But Shi Feng remembered the real prize, a forging design with an extremely low drop rate, obtainable only from the final boss, Werewolf Felot. Deathly Forest was far deadlier than its level 2 label suggested, but Shi Feng had already found the reason to risk it. Werewolf Felot's rare forging design could push his larger plans forward. With Lonely Snow still waiting on the call, Shi Feng gave him an answer, but not a cheap one. Shi Feng would bring Blackie, but every Cursomancer and Swordsman item would belong to them. He also claimed all materials and design papers dropped by the boss. It was most of the valuable loot, and he asked for it as casually as though the division were obvious. Only Snow reluctantly accepted. Believing he had secured a genuine beta tester, he asked when Shi Feng could come. Shi Feng estimated Blackie's killing speed and set the meeting at Deathly Forest's entrance in about 2 hours, enough time to finish collecting all 100 meteorite ores. 3 Level 2 companions stood beside Lonely Snow. The handsome ranger asked for the answer. Once Lonely Snow repeated every term, the shield warrior exploded, calling the so-called expert a profiteer. The male cleric was equally sour. Shi Feng's friend would take every mage class drop. Lonely Snow nevertheless stood by the agreement. Back at the mine, Shi Feng reached level 3. Strength surged through him. His body felt dramatically lighter and more agile, and all 5 senses sharpened at once. For the first time, his game body could express more of the veteran control his mind already possessed. Last kobold Blackie killed had dropped something even more shocking: level 1 bronze warboots. Common monsters from levels 1 through 3 did not drop bronze equipment at all, and a level 4 wild monster's chance was only 1 in 10,000. Blackie's luck had broken the odds again. Recruits' warboots required 6 strength. They granted 8 defense, 1 strength, 1 endurance, 1 movement speed, and 20 durability. Blackie immediately celebrated the extra speed. More importantly, he looked relieved. Until now, he alone had received bronze equipment. Seeing Shi Feng gain some too eased the imbalance between them. Blackie asked how much meteorite ore remained. Shi Feng checked his bag, 96 pieces. Only 4 more were needed, so 1 additional kobold wave should finish the job. Another player might have spent 5 or 6 hours reaching that total. With Blackie's damage, they had done it after only a few hundred kills. Before Shi Feng could lure another wave, his newly sharpened senses caught 3 blurred figures closing behind Blackie. He shouted for Blackie to dodge and tore out his novice sword. The attackers were Quiet Wolf and 2 assassins, already converging from the blind side as Shi Feng rushed to intercept them. The ambush wounded Blackie, but he answered with Dark Arrow. Its impact nearly erased Quiet Wolf in a single hit. Quiet Wolf froze, eyes almost bulging from their sockets, and his accomplices shared the shock. Even Blackie stared at the result. A cursomancer was not supposed to hit like a cannon. Level 3 Dark Arrow was only one part of it. The Blackwood Staff's high damage, Shi Feng's might of 1,000 aura, and level suppression had stacked together. Quiet Wolf reached the wrong conclusion. Blackie's staff had to be Mysterious Iron. Greed replaced shock, and he ordered both assassins to take it. 3 assassins struck again. Blackie's health collapsed to just 6 HP. To men who did not even own common weapons, the supposed Mysterious Iron staff looked one blow away from becoming theirs. Blackie stood at the edge of death as Shi Feng closed the final distance, sword already in motion. 3 assassins lunged for Blackie's final 6 HP, and Shi Feng appeared between them. His novice sword moved 3 times in one breath. Steel met every incoming blade, 3 sparks burst across the darkness, and all 3 attackers were knocked backward. They never touched the ground. 3 streaks of thunder caught them in midair for 32, 41, and 50 damage. Low assassin defense and level suppression made the level 2 thundering flash merciless. All 3 HP bars emptied, and their bodies dissolved into starlight. Blackie could only stare at Shi Feng's back. The rescue had been one impossible instant. 3 attacks blocked, then 3 enemies erased before they could react. He knew this man, yet the speed looked inhuman. Dumbfounded, he asked, "Are you really Brother Feng?" Shi Feng did not share Blackie's daze. One sweep of the area revealed 8 more players closing around them with Flaming Tiger at the front. The rescue had spent enough of his advantage. He cut through Blackie's shock with one urgent order: move. Fast and nimble let Shi Feng's body answer his thoughts with frightening freedom, but it was not limitless. His low attributes made every explosive maneuver difficult to control and mentally exhausting. 2 or 3 bursts were manageable. A prolonged fight against 8 players was not. He chose escape. Flaming Tiger, this was more than a stolen hunting spot. God's domain had drawn billions of players, shuttered rival game companies, and attracted enterprises and financial groups hungry for profit. A foothold here could become real wealth, and Flaming Tiger imagined that future belonged to him. He pictured himself dominating Red Leaf Town, forcing the great guilds to acknowledge him and becoming Shadow's captain. Cars, mansions, and beautiful women followed in the fantasy. Shi Feng had handed him the opportunity, but gratitude would not stop him from coveting both men's bronze equipment. Subordinate raised the cost of the failed ambush. Quiet Wolf and the other 2 assassins had fallen all the way to level 0 and lost substantial skill proficiency. Flaming Tiger barely cared. The captured mine, he believed, could repair those losses quickly. Shadow had watched the trick work, attacked the level 4 kobolds from range while smoke blinded them and the monsters would not retaliate. Flaming Tiger ordered the 3 assassins back at once. When a subordinate praised him as Shadow's future number 1, he scoffed. He wanted all of God's domain. From nearby, Blackie watched Shadow profit from information Shi Feng had obtained through a beta tester. The theft made him furious. He called them shameless and admitted one consolation: he was glad he had never joined Shadow. But Shi Feng was not watching the mine with regret. Shi Feng glanced at the system panel's clock and smiled. Shadow had stolen his ground, but only temporarily. He told Blackie to let them enjoy it. In a little while, they would learn what came after happiness. His confidence did not come from bravado, it came from timing. Waiting did not mean idleness. In an undeveloped stretch of Dark Moon Valley near the mine, monsters were plentiful and no other players competed for them. Their new target was the roaming gnome, a level 4 common monster with 400 HP, exceptional agility, and relatively weak attack and defense. The agile gnomes dodged well, but their daggers could not touch level 3 Shi Feng once he activated fast and nimble. He tied them down from the front while level 2 Blackie attacked from behind, his damage sharpened by Black Steel Beer. Together, they killed faster than they had against the kobolds. While Shi Feng and Blackie hunted roaming gnomes nearby, Shadow reveled in its stolen ground. Fallen kobolds lay before the Crimson Star mine, surrounded by copper coins and scattered ore. In barely half an hour, the entire farming group had already reached level 2. Level 2 mages were killing much faster now, and even groups of 30 kobolds no longer satisfied Flaming Tiger. He ordered the 3 recently arrived assassins to lure more. At this pace, he boasted, everyone would reach level 3 in another 3 or 4 hours. And a berserker called out over a new drop, a book. Flaming Tiger snatched it up, licked his dry lips, and burst into laughter. It contained a rare swordsman's skill. Stealing Shi Feng's hard-won farming spot was satisfying. Using its best prize to mock him would be even better. White Wolf had seen Shi Feng and Blackie nearby, still killing roaming gnomes. After dying to Shi Feng twice, he wanted revenge now and urged Flaming Tiger to remove them. Flaming Tiger refused. Let them watch, he said, while Shadow gained levels, money, and dominion over Red Leaf Town. Nearby, Shi Feng pointed toward the smoke covering the mine entrance. Shadow had copied the result without understanding the tool. The smoke bomb lasted only 1 hour and just 2 minutes remained. They thought they could enjoy his domain after stealing it. Shi Feng smiled. It was time to teach them otherwise. Blackie finally understood. Their ability to attack higher-level kobolds without taking damage had never belonged to the terrain. It depended entirely on the smoke bomb. Without it, the consequences would be horrifying. His admiration surged, and he grinned that Shadow's brats were finished. 2 minutes later, the smoke began to disperse. An elementalist noticed first and called to Flaming Tiger. Jolted awake, Flaming Tiger stared at the vanishing cloud, then decided it must be periodic. He ordered everyone to ignore it and keep grinding. Kobolds that had seemed too stupid to retaliate all turned toward Shadow at once. More than 40 pairs of eyes burned blood red. At last, they could see the players who had been attacking them. Angry growls rolled across the minefront, and the entire pack charged. Shadow had no time to form a defense. The kobolds surrounded them in an instant and began beating them down. A level 2 player could barely survive 3 hits from one kobold. Against an entire mob, their borrowed advantage collapsed almost immediately. Flaming Tiger was more capable than the rest of Shadow, and he still believed he could kill Shi Feng himself. He raised his shield to block Shi Feng's vision, then drove his short sword toward a vital point from the blind side. The attack was simple, sinister, and difficult to stop. Flaming Tiger's confident thrust struck nothing. Shi Feng had vanished from directly ahead. As Flaming Tiger searched the empty space, a voice answered from behind him. Over here! Shi Feng's sword chopped down for 36 damage, dropping Flaming Tiger from 220 HP to 184. Flaming Tiger spun and fired off Shield Bash, but Shi Feng had already read the movement. He stepped back, turned around the shield itself, and arrived at Flaming Tiger's back again. Without using another skill, his next slash dealt only 23 damage against the shield warrior's heavy defense, but Flaming Tiger still could not touch him. Pattern continued until Flaming Tiger had only 83 HP left. Unable to land a single hit on the more agile Shi Feng, he abandoned technique for provocation. He called Shi Feng a coward for attacking from behind and boasted that he could kill him anytime, hoping anger would finally create an opening. With only 83 HP left, Flaming Tiger tried one last provocation. Shi Feng accepted without hesitation. He would stand there and not dodge. Flaming Tiger silently celebrated. Certain the supposed fool had taken the bait, he raised his shield and launched charge, trusting his strength to win the direct collision. Shi Feng waited until the charging shield warrior was only 2 yards away. Then, without dodging, he used Thundering Flash. 3 streaks of lightning swept past the shield and struck Flaming Tiger directly. The damage numbers rose in sequence, 28, 35, 41, and his remaining HP vanished. Flaming Tiger could only choke out one accusation, despicable. Shi Feng spread his arms as if the outcome were an innocent misunderstanding. He had promised not to dodge. He had never promised not to move his hands. Flaming Tiger had gullibly rushed over and delivered himself into every strike. Shi Feng added one final thank you. Brother Tycoon had gathered all that ore and saved him considerable time. Flaming Tiger pointed, desperate to answer, but his body had already become starlight. He disappeared without another word, leaving the ore and one precious unidentified skill book on the ground. In Red Leaf Town's noisy plaza, white revival flashes appeared one after another. Shadows defeated players materialized from them with downcast, deeply depressed expressions. Their failed occupation of the mine had ended in a collective setback, while everything they had gathered remained behind for Shi Feng. When Flaming Tiger checked his bag, the loss struck harder than death. The rare swordsman's skill book, the most valuable item Shadow had obtained from grinding kobolds, was gone. Realizing it had fallen into Shi Feng's hands, he tasted blood, spat it out, and furiously ordered everyone back to Dark Moon Valley. The other Shadow members did not share his certainty. Returning immediately would be futile. No sensible opponent would wait at the scene for revenge to arrive. Shi Feng would already be slipping away and laughing at them from somewhere else. Flaming Tiger's rage had produced an order with no workable target. Flaming Tiger answered the incoming system communication with another threat, demanding to know who dared disturb him. The reply was ice cold. His temper had certainly grown. Recognition erased his bluster. He hurriedly called the speaker Brother Zhang, claimed he had only been disciplining subordinates, and begged him not to take offense. Brother Zhang cut through the excuses. He already knew about the disaster and coldly confronted Flaming Tiger with the damage he had caused to Shadow's development in Red Leaf Town. The man who had just screamed at everyone around him could offer only anxious deference under his superior's fury. At the mine, Blackie laughed while gathering Shadow's abandoned ore. The meteorite ore they needed was all there, along with plenty of bronze ore. Then he noticed one dark green piece and asked what a star crystal was. Shi Feng abandoned the nearby ore and rushed straight to him. Shi Feng examined the dark green ore carefully and confirmed it was real. Any monster could drop a star crystal, but the chance was only 1 in a million. Other players might dismiss it as trash. To him, it was priceless and exactly what he needed most. Blackie's luck had produced an extraordinary treasure. When Blackie asked what could possibly eat a rock, Shi Feng answered only that it was for eating, not by players, and stored it away. Blackie trusted his reasons and stopped asking. Once every drop was collected, the tally stood at 14 meteorite ore and 32 bronze ore. The quest was complete with leftovers. From Crimson Star Mine, Shi Feng and Blackie went straight to the smithy. Shi Feng placed every piece of meteorite ore before Master Jack, keeping none. There was no reason to hold back. These were quest items, and even an entire stack would fetch only 1 copper from an NPC. Master Jack called the work satisfactory, but not sufficient. A truly outstanding forger, he explained, needed the strength to seize precious ore personally. To prove that strength, Shi Feng would have to kill the powerful kobold chieftain. System made the trap precise. Road of forging was not finished. Shi Feng had 1 hour to return to Crimson Star Mine and kill its kobold chieftain. Shi Feng wanted to curse hammer trading. In his previous life, the man had never mentioned a second stage, and he had accepted it at level 16. At level 3, Shi Feng now faced something stronger than a special elite, a chieftain equivalent to a dungeon boss. Being deceived changed nothing. Forging talent was too useful to surrender, so Shi Feng decided to inspect the situation first. He and Blackie fought their way deeper into Crimson Star Mine, where the ordinary kobolds had risen from level 4 to level 5. Shi Feng tested his safest idea first, and the numbers killed it. The chieftain could see across 55 yards. A smoke bomb removed only 10, leaving 45. Even a ranger's maximum 40-yard attack range would still fall 5 yards short. Blackie stared at the chieftain's enormous HP and the giant axe on its back. One hit looked capable of turning him into paste. When he asked whether they could truly win, Shi Feng gave the answer Blackie least expected. He did not know. There was no terrain to exploit. Victory meant fighting head-on. At level 5 in full bronze equipment, Shi Feng estimated an 80% chance. But only 20 minutes remained. That timetable called for a small party of level 5 elites, not 2 poorly equipped players. Failure carried its own disaster. Road of Forging offered only 1 chance. Losing now meant losing forging talent for good. Looking from the chieftain to his inventory, Shi Feng reluctantly faced the option he had avoided, the Abyssal Blade. Magic weapons demanded a backlash, but their successful wielders became famous top-tier experts. Shi Feng remembered the madman, Windchaser, whose magic weapon was Evil Spirit's Roar. With 1 bow, Windchaser had held an entire city against thousands of players. Windchaser had done more than hold the line. From beyond 100 yards, a single arrow had killed outstandingly extraordinary, guild leader of imposing expert. If Windchaser could control that power, Shi Feng refused to believe that a reincarnated veteran should lose to experts who had not even matured yet. System asked whether he wished to bind the Abyssal Blade. Shi Feng drew 1 deep breath. The quest, the chieftain, and the backlash all narrowed into 1 choice. He accepted. Price struck instantly. Strength poured out of Shi Feng as his levels fell one after another, level 3, level 2, level 1, until he reached level 0. Then the flow reversed. Power surged back through him, leaving his body stronger than it had been at level 3. Shi Feng opened the Abyssal Blade's attributes and froze. The one-handed magic weapon carried 24 attack power, raised every attribute by 10, increased attack speed by 3, and ignored 5 levels of a monster's level advantage. Rest was just as shocking. Every attack had a 15% chance to deal double damage, plus a 10% chance to inflict Doom Curse and cut every enemy stat by 30% for 20 seconds. For a swordsman, all skill levels rose by 2, and every future level would grant 2 extra free ability points. The Abyssal Blade's window kept unfolding. It was only level 0, but it could grow by devouring 10 pieces of level 5 bronze equipment and 1 level 5 mysterious iron piece. Beyond that waited an evolution route whose method was simply marked unknown. Additional skill 1 was Phantom Kill. For 30 seconds, Shi Feng could command a doppelganger carrying every one of his skills and half his attributes. Better still, original and duplicate could exchange positions. The price was a 5-minute cooldown. Additional skill 2 was Abyssal Bind. It could freeze an enemy in place and strip away 100% of its defense for 3 seconds. 3 seconds sounded brief, until the 1-minute cooldown showed how valuable that opening truly was. Then came 9 Dragon Slash, 9 phantom abyssal blades under the wielder's control. Each could deal up to 30% damage, and the formation would persist for 20 seconds before entering its own 5-minute cooldown. Its history was even heavier. Master Smith Ollis's had forged the blade from the Black Dragon King's fangs. It ranked only 31st among 36 famed swords, yet carried a dragon's curse, failed to suppress its eventual backlash, and every attribute would be permanently halved. The abyssal blade could neither be dropped nor traded. Shi Feng was bound to both its godlike strength and its future reckoning. And if the 31st famed sword was already this monstrous, imagining the weapon ranked first was almost absurd. Lackey glanced sideways and finally saw the number beside Shi Feng's name, level 0. His face tightened in shock. The chieftain had already seemed impossible before the binding. Now he could not understand how they were supposed to fight it at all. Shi Feng answered Blackie's fear with a plan. He would pull aggro first. Only then was Blackie to attack madly from range. With the fragile Cursomancer held back, Shi Feng took 1 step forward and charged the kobold chieftain alone. Wind Blade erased the distance in a blink. Before the chieftain could react, 2 black sword streaks crossed its neck. Blood burst free, and damage numbers of 63 and 128 rose together. The second strike doubled by the Abyssal Blade. As the giant axe came up, Shi Feng drove level 4 chop through an exposed gap for another 105 damage. The axe smashed a crater into empty ground. Already outside its path, Shi Feng answered with 3 violent lines of thundering flash. One exchange had erased more than 600 HP. Even Shi Feng was startled by the famed sword's might. From a safer distance, Blackie simply stared. The level 0 swordsman he had feared for was striking harder than either of them had imagined possible. Chieftain's own blood became a stimulant. Roaring, it ripped the giant axe back into motion and bombarded Shi Feng without pause. The barrage was so violent that a level 5 shield warrior or guardian knight would have been killed instantly. Yet binding the blade had raised more than Shi Feng's damage. Its attributes activated 3 hidden basic skills vital to melee combat. They let him sustain extraordinary dodges and counter movements inside the barrage. Without the abyssal blade, he would already have died. Lackey realized he had been staring and hurried to help. He waved his staff, finished the curse, and sent a dark arrow into the chieftain. The result was only 17 damage. Against a normal level 5 monster, the same attack could exceed 50. Lackey could hardly reconcile the numbers. His spell had fallen to 1/3 of its normal damage, while Shi Feng repeatedly broke 100 with a sword. Whatever level 0 meant on the interface, the man fighting in front of him possessed monstrous attack power. Shi Feng suddenly drove chop through that gap. Black steel met the descending axe with a violent crash. The force cost Shi Feng more than 30 HP and knocked him back 3 steps, but the giant axe recoiled and paused in midair. His strength was barely enough. The interruption had worked. The recoiling axe was more than a lucky block. Shi Feng had interrupted the chieftain's attack, briefly ending its offensive. Half a year later, every serious main tank would need this high-level technique to survive a boss's continuous assault. Right now, almost no player even knew it existed. Shi Feng lunged before that pause could vanish. Gripping the abyssal blade with all his strength, he carved 4 streaks across the chieftain's unarmored flesh. The amplified counter stripped away 300 HP. With Blackie's continued support, the boss had only a little over 900 remaining. Chieftain roared and hurled its giant axe aside. 2 machetes flashed from its waist. With the axe, it had fought like a berserker, crushing through raw violence. Now it moved like a dual-wielding swordsman, blending that strength with enough agility to change the battle's entire rhythm. One machete forced Shi Feng to dodge. The other was already chasing him. He caught it on the abyssal blade, showering the mine with sparks. Against that relentless alternating rhythm, the 9 phantom blades of 9 dragon slash kept circling and cutting, preventing the chieftain from controlling the exchange. Shi Feng refused to give it room for a counterattack. Pitch-black chains erupted from the abyssal blade, Abyssal Bind. For 3 seconds, the chieftain could not move, and its defense fell by 100%. In a battle where a blink could kill, that was an eternity. Every phantom blade struck, dragging the boss toward 200 HP. 3 seconds expired. With a howl, the chieftain swelled to twice its former size and became completely berserk, gaining at least 30% more strength. Shi Feng's attacks and life-saving skills were all cooling down. The monster seemed to understand his predicament. A mocking look crossed its face as both machetes rose. At the moment of death, Shi Feng caught movement in the corner of his eye. An ordinary kobold miner was respawning. That tiny change in the battlefield was enough. He triggered gravity liberation, followed it with wind blade, slipped past the descending machetes, and shot toward the miner. Chieftain stamped hard enough to launch itself after him. Blackie felt a chill crawl down his back, yet his chanting never stopped. Dark arrow after dark arrow chased the boss through the mine. While Shi Feng used the miner's position to escape the killing line, Blackie kept the last 200 HP under constant pressure. Relentless damage finally exhausted the chieftain's remaining life. The giant boss fell, and experience surged into Shi Feng, carrying him straight to 76% of level 1. After paying 3 whole levels to bind the abyssal blade, he had already begun the climb back. And the system made the victory historic. Shi Feng was the first player in God's domain to kill a chieftain monster. The achievement increased the chieftain's item drops by 200% and awarded him 10 points of reputation in Starmoon Kingdom. The defeated chieftain's body suddenly began to swell. It expanded farther and farther, then burst with a thunderous boom. The promised bonus became physical all at once. Equipment and other drops scattered across the mine floor in every direction. Copper coins paved the ground, their warm glow shining through the mine as if it were celebrating for them. Blackie could not celebrate yet. He dropped to the floor drenched in cold sweat, all strength gone, and ignored the treasure around him. Every second of that battle had toyed with his heart. Copper still glowed across the mine floor, but Blackie's attention had shifted from the treasure to Shi Feng. The terror of the chieftain fight was barely behind them, and Shi Feng was already standing there as calmly as ever. Blackie burst out that they had won and loudly declared Brother Feng his idol. Blackie had known a very different Shi Feng, skilled but impatient enough to fight endlessly over ordinary equipment. The man before him acted without hesitation and never lost his serenity. Most of the time that strength remained hidden. When it finally moved, Blackie thought, it was like a dormant dragon waking and shocking the world. Shi Feng answered the outburst with a slight smile. Wasn't Gentle Snow supposed to be Blackie's idol? Blackie refused to choose. Gentle Snow still qualified, but Brother Feng had just killed a monster that even true professional gamers would struggle against. To Blackie, staying near an expert like this was shelter beneath a great tree. Blackie made the request that mattered. Teach him how to play a cursomancer well enough to become a professional gamer. Following Shi Feng instead of entering Shadow had already spared him life as an anonymous gold farmer. Shi Feng knew the loyalty beneath Blackie's blunt manner. This time, he would not let that loyalty go unrewarded. He simply agreed. Shi Feng's first question was how Blackie had assigned his points. Blackie had placed everything into intelligence, the obvious choice for magical damage. Shi Feng did not tell him to abandon it yet. He set a threshold instead, reached 20 intelligence, then put every later point into agility. The unconventional order startled Blackie, but he listened. Shi Feng's confidence came from a cursomancer he remembered from his previous life. That player had broken with tradition by investing heavily in agility. His spells came quickly and fiercely, and in player combat he destroyed assassins, the class meant to punish mages at close range, without allowing them to land even one hit. The build eventually changed the entire profession's habits. Blackie's training settled, they finally gathered the chieftain's drops. The first kill had been extraordinarily generous. 8 bronze items, 1 gray giant axe, 2 plate pieces, 2 leather pieces, and 3 cloth pieces, plus 273 coppers. 3 skill books completed the haul, Mock for shield warriors, Silent Steps for assassins, and Evil Whip for cursomancers. Evil Whip was exceptionally rare and supplied both control and damage. Its 3-second cast formed 5 thorns that bound a target inside a fixed area. Forcing an escape broke the thorns for repeated damage, with 20 base damage from each, and the skill cooled down in 20 seconds. Shi Feng handed it to Blackie without hesitation, then added 2 pieces of level 2 cloth armor. Gray Giant Axe offered a different kind of opportunity. Its requirements included 15 strength, and it carried 21 attack power, strength plus 5, endurance plus 2, and full durability at 30. In a berserker's hands, it promised terrifying violence. Shi Feng smiled as the commercial angle became obvious. Create enough hype around this weapon, and it would sell for a great deal of money. Once the loot was collected, Shi Feng and Blackie left the mine and returned to Master Jack's smithy. Jack was still hammering steel when Shi Feng approached him respectfully. The chieftain had not merely been a source of treasure, its death was the final proof the hidden quest demanded. Shi Feng produced the kobold chieftain's skull and reported the kill. Master Jack glanced over the skull and confirmed that Shi Feng had truly completed the task. Satisfaction replaced his working focus. The young swordsman had proved that his earlier confidence was not empty. Jack declared that Shi Feng now possessed the right to inherit his forging skills. System answered at once. Hidden quest, Road of Forging, completed. Shi Feng learned forging and became a basic forging apprentice. He also obtained the talent Forging Genius and received 10 pieces of 100 refinement steel. The chieftain kill had now paid him 3 times over in combat rewards, saleable equipment, and a permanent production path. Forging Genius was far more valuable than its short description suggested. After any successful forging, it gave a fixed chance to add 2 proficiency points. Normally, a basic forging apprentice succeeded at common equipment only 20% of the time, and even a success had just a 40% chance to grant 1 point. Doubling that possible gain could accelerate Shi Feng's promotion by several times. Still inside Master Jack's smithy, Shi Feng measured the profession he had just earned against its real cost. Intermediate forging apprentice demanded 1,000 proficiency points. An average player needed more than 10 days, and only if a continuous stream of materials survived the profession's brutal failure rate. Shi Feng was not an average apprentice. Forging talent would spare part of that waste, while each piece of 100 refinement steel could raise a bronze equipment attempt success rate by 10%. Combined with the Book of Forging, the advantages made him want to begin immediately. And the economics stopped him. Gathering materials himself would consume too much time, buying them in bulk demanded money. Worse, common equipment would lose money even when successfully made. Only bronze equipment promised a good price, and Shi Feng possessed no forging design for it. One answer existed, Deathly Forest. Its bronze equipment forging design produced gear that was cheap to make and carried excellent attributes. Shi Feng remembered forgers becoming rich from that recipe in his previous life. The conclusion was immediate. Deathly Forest was a must-go. Master Jack called after him. In all his years of forging, he had never seen a magic weapon. His eyes had fixed on the rusty, pitch-black sword at Shi Feng's waist. It looked like a fire poker, but that disguise could not fool a master forger. Shi Feng let him examine it. NPCs could not steal player items, so the bound sword was safe. He could indulge Jack's curiosity, then ask for a secret silver one-handed sword, a weapon capable of displaying a swordsman's real strength. For more than 10 minutes, Jack praised the blade's delicate construction and marveled at its strength. He returned it reluctantly, then turned grave. The sword was magnificent, but its curse grew stronger whenever its power was unleashed. Eventually, it could devour its wielder into the endless abyss. Shi Feng already knew the danger. It was why he had hesitated before binding the blade. What he lacked was the present strength to apply any remedy. Jack explained why. Ollises had forged this unique weapon, one of 36 famed swords empowered by terrifying existences sealed inside after death. Jack smiled. The curse could be weakened. His method required a lucky stone, the rare resource Shi Feng knew as the Star Crystal. That revelation stunned Shi Feng in turn. Across Star Moon Kingdom, the master forgers capable of using one against a magic weapon's curse could be counted on a single hand. Shi Feng asked whether Jack could do it now. Jack needed several moments to recover from seeing that the young swordsman actually possessed the resource. Then he forced himself back into an indifferent pose and promised half an hour. Blackie clutched his stomach, fled toward the forest, and burst out laughing. Half an hour later, Shi Feng received the abyssal blade and read its changed description. Ollises had forged the 31st famed sword from the Black Dragon King's fangs. Jack's Star Crystal remodeling had greatly reduced its backlash, but failure would still invoke the dragon's curse and permanently cut every attribute by 50%. Remodeled description finally let Shi Feng breathe easier. The abyssal blade's curse was still dangerous, but its backlash would not become overwhelming in the short term. Satisfied that the immediate crisis was contained, he stored the black weapon away. Only then did Shi Feng notice Lonely Snow's stack of messages. Everyone asked where he was and how much longer he needed. The weapon problem had made him forget their appointment completely. Lonely Snow had already waited more than half an hour. Shi Feng replied that he was coming immediately. He could not undo the delay, but he intended to compensate Lonely Snow inside Deathly Forest. When he called Blackie to the dungeon, the cursomancer brightened. His new spells finally had somewhere worth testing. At Deathly Forest, level 2 players seemed to be everywhere. Recruiters shouted for violent damage dealers and powerful healers, some even guaranteeing a clear. Shi Feng moved through the noise with Blackie, unimpressed by all that early confidence. The advertisements did not fool him. In Shi Feng's previous life, Deathly Forest had stopped player after player for a long time. It was not cleared until most challengers were level 5. These level 2 parties had no idea what they were walking into. Only Snow spotted them and waved urgently. The moment Shi Feng reached him, the warrior blurted that his friends were already losing patience and hurried both newcomers toward the gathering point. Shi Feng's leisurely arrival only made Lonely Snow look more anxious. Only Snow's friends looked Shi Feng over and laughed. This was the great expert who had kept them waiting. They had imagined someone extraordinary, not an ordinary-looking player in equipment they considered trash. Blackie's presence did nothing to soften their first judgment. Waving slowly but surely, the handsome ranger leading the group cut in. Other parties had already entered, and any more delay could cost them the first kill. Blackie tried to argue with the mockers, but Shi Feng stopped him. They had caused the long wait. He could tolerate a few insults. The instant they partied up, Shi Feng's status became visible. Level 1. The group's hostility flared. A member accused him of entering a level 2 dungeon only to swindle equipment, and wordless Summer Knight demanded to know why they should accept someone who would get them wiped. Even Lonely Snow was stunned. A beta tester should have reached level 2 by now. Waving slowly asked whether Shi Feng had died and lost progress. Shi Feng answered honestly, no. He simply declared that level 1 was enough for Deathly Forest. Waving slowly told Shi Feng to leave. Lonely Snow protested that there had to be a misunderstanding and asked them to try once. Wordless Summer Knight refused. A dungeon death still meant losing 10% experience, and he demanded to know whether this supposed noob could repay everyone. Shi Feng left to form a party of his own with Blackie beside him. Wordless Summer Knight warned Lonely Snow that he would regret choosing Shi Feng for 10 years, 20. Lonely Snow did not argue. He lowered his head, walked away from his old group, and hurried after Shi Feng. Waving slowly watched Lonely Snow leave and narrowed his eyes. What could an underequipped level 1 player have done to earn that kind of loyalty? Battle to the end dismissed the mystery. Losing Lonely Snow meant nothing. With so many level 2 players nearby, they could simply recruit another. Back at the entrance, Shi Feng and Blackie began again from nothing. Shi Feng called for 4 more people but set no rigid level or equipment requirement. A veteran gamer was enough. Lonely Snow stood nearby after choosing them, while the new party listing still read, 2 waiting for 4. Shi Feng's low requirements worked at first. Level 2 players crowded around him, eager to escape the usual demand for several pieces of common equipment, an expensive standard so early in the game. A cleric called out his level. A shield warrior proudly displayed a common plate arm guard. Within moments, Shi Feng invited 4 people. Their pride lasted only until they inspected the leader. He was level 1. One after another, all 4 quit in outrage, shouting that they would not carry a noob into the Deathly Forest or hand him free experience and equipment. The entrance erupted in laughter. Players called Shi Feng a freeloader who had overestimated himself. Blackie finally snapped. They could leave if they wanted. Nobody was begging them. He alone knew how absurd their judgment was. This so-called noob had killed a rare elite and at level 0 a level 5 chieftain. Lonely Snow made his choice official and joined them. The spectators stared. Someone with brand new plate armor and boots, equipment that looked common rather than trash, had willingly placed his trust in a level 1 leader. Shi Feng's active party finally rose from 2 members to 3. Only Snow's commitment did not solve everything. More than 10 minutes passed without another recruit. 3 people could not enter and clear the dungeon alone. The crowd's suspicion had hardened around Shi Feng's level, leaving his party stranded at the entrance despite its 2 loyal members. Waving slowly returned at the head of a full-looking group. Endless Summer Knight, his cleric, greeted Shi Feng with a mocking, "Brother expert." Their side had already recruited 3 strong members, he boasted, and every newcomer wore at least 2 or 3 pieces of level 1 common equipment. Waving slowly first addressed Lonely Snow. Following Shi Feng offered no future, he warned. There was still time to reconsider before the dungeon opened to them. He even guaranteed Lonely Snow would not suffer a loss. Lonely Snow did not move. His position beside Shi Feng was answer enough. Only then did Waving slowly inspect Blackie properly. The clothing looked new. The staff in his hand was clearly valuable, and Blackie was level 2. Waving slowly changed tactics at once, smiling as he invited Blackie into his elite party, where leveling, grinding, and dungeon diving would supposedly become easy. Blackie's answer was immediate: get lost. He leveled the Blackwood staff at Waving slowly and switched on the equipment halos he had kept hidden. Bronze light flared from 3 separate items. Against that display, the rival's proud collection of level 1 common equipment suddenly looked painfully ordinary. Blackie chuckled and accepted one part of their argument. Joining noobs really would burden him. Then he made the target unmistakable. He meant Waving slowly's group. The insult landed harder than the equipment reveal. The self-proclaimed elites had tried to recruit an expert who considered them beneath him. Waving slowly's face turned beet red. Unable to win the exchange, he issued a challenge instead. Let the Deathly Forest decide which party was superior. They would see who cleared it first. Then he spun around and marched away, still convinced that any group led by a level 1 noob had no chance. As they left, Wordless Summer muttered that Blackie was only one powerful damage dealer. A shield warrior agreed. Their party consisted of veteran gamers, and dungeon experience mattered more than a single expert's gear. It was less an analysis than a reassurance after the 3 bronze halos had shaken them. Moment Waving slowly's party left, Shi Feng's recruitment problem vanished. Applications poured in. At this stage of the game, 3 bronze items were undeniable proof of an expert, and the crowd judged Blackie strong enough to compensate for a level 1 leader. Now Shi Feng could afford standards. He screened applicants instead of inviting blindly while the 4 deserters watched in bitter regret. Their places were gone. Shi Feng would not offer them twice. Shi Feng had finally gained the luxury of screening applicants for his last 3 party slots. Then a disturbance erupted across the southwest side of the Deathly Forest entrance. Players ran toward it in waves, and the lively space around Shi Feng emptied almost at once. Blackie stared as if he no longer trusted his own eyes. Shi Feng was startled, too. In a minor place like Red Leaf Town, they had somehow encountered Blackie's idol and one of God's domain's most important rising figures, Goddess Gentle Snow. Gentle Snow wore gorgeous silver plate armor, its hard lines framing an angelic beauty and commanding figure. Her temperament was colder than the metal. Shi Feng had known famous women in his previous life, yet even he had never seen anyone who matched her complete presence. Women beside Gentle Snow were famous experts as well. Zhao Yueru possessed a devilishly enticing beauty and an easy confidence. Zhao Yuer was far more timid. Together, the 3 formed a spectacle bright enough to make almost every other party at the entrance irrelevant. Hundreds surrounded the 3 women, each hoping to be noticed, and none succeeded. Zhao Yuer whispered that the crowd was frightening and suggested leaving. Zhao Yueru laughed away her fear. With Gentle Snow present, she said, not one of those men would dare cross the final distance. Gentle Snow had not come for attention. Elite monsters provided decent loot, but Deathly Forest offered a better chance at skill books. Her party had learned fewer than 3 skills apiece, limiting how much strength they could use and threatening to slow every level that followed. Shi Feng appreciated the view, but he was no inexperienced boy. Years as Shadow's captain had cured him of losing his head around beautiful women. He turned back to his real problem and called again. An efficient Deathly Forest party, 3 waiting for 3, seeking a healer and main tank. No answer came. Not one player even glanced toward him. Every eye remained fixed on Gentle Snow, Zhao Yueru, and Zhao Yuer. Minutes earlier, Blackie's bronze equipment had made Shi Feng's group desirable. Now even that proof of expertise was invisible beneath the newcomer's fame. One dismissive sentence from Zhao Yueru finished what the spectacle had begun. The crowd stopped treating Shi Feng's group as a serious alternative, despite the expert standing beside him. Yet Gentle Snow did not immediately turn away. Her gaze settled on the supposedly ordinary level 1 swordsman. Most eyes, Shi Feng was painfully ordinary. Gentle Snow sensed something else, the contained spirit of a hidden sword. Her attention dropped to the weapon at his waist, a pitch-black, rusty blade crude enough to resemble a fire poker. That unimpressive object concerned her most of all. Zhao Yueru noticed the prolonged stare and asked what was wrong. Gentle Snow offered no theory she could not prove. Perhaps it was only her imagination, she said. She turned away from Shi Feng and urged the others to finish recruiting so they could enter the dungeon. Damage was complete. Hundreds queued before Zhao Yueru while Shi Feng's side remained deserted. He could only resent the timing. Blackie, staring at the fortunate applicants with naked envy, proposed the obvious solution. Why not abandon their own recruitment and go over there too? Shi Feng told Blackie to scram. His friend had forgotten loyalty the instant an idol appeared. Lonely Snow, at least, had admired the women briefly, offered a few honest praises, and then returned to helping recruit. With no new members and the rival queue still packed, Shi Feng's search continued. After Shi Feng's rebuke, Blackie finally kept quiet. He could only stare enviously at the applicants crowding around Gentle Snow, while Lonely Snow remained beside their painfully empty recruiting spot. More than 10 minutes passed with no recruit on either side, yet the equality was cruelly deceptive. Nobody wanted Shi Feng's party. Gentle Snow had a stream of candidates, but none could satisfy her standards. One party stood in heaven, the other on earth. Shi Feng's time was too valuable to waste, so he made an exception and raised his voice over the crowd. An efficient Deathly Forest party, an expert leading, a clear in one attempt, no level restriction. They needed 3 healers or damage dealers. Claim drew contempt instead of admiration. Tens of level 2 players had already died inside and returned, calling Deathly Forest impossible. If this level 1 leader accepted anyone, was he implying he could clear it almost alone? To the spectators, it was shameless bait. Ridiculous or not, the offer mattered to players nobody else would take. Within moments, dozens of level 1 applicants rushed over, transforming Shi Feng's deserted patch into a lively crowd. The onlookers only laughed harder. Surely he was desperate enough to recruit noobs. Gentle Snow noticed the commotion and briefly reconsidered Shi Feng's strange behavior. Then she smoothed her elegant hair and dismissed the thought. However unusual he seemed, he was still only level 1. How could he possibly conquer Deathly Forest? Her standard remained mercilessly concrete. Level 2 Summoner, Magic Attack 28, 150 HP, 8 Defense, Movement Speed 4. Fail. Next. The rejected applicant withdrew, and a tense Cursomancer immediately stepped forward to submit his own attributes. Across the way, Shi Feng examined far weaker data. Low levels and poor equipment did not bother him. These were still real players, and with 6 members they had a strong chance of clearing. as long as the newcomers had not already squandered their 8 free attribute points. His relaxed invitation was not an absence of standards. Shield warriors and guardian knights who had poured everything into strength were rejected. So were weapon-class players who had ignored agility. Shi Feng needed builds he could shape, not mistakes the dungeon would punish. And a tall, muscular youth named Kola stepped forward with hope in his eyes. He was only a level 1 guardian knight and owned just one piece of level 0 common equipment. But all 8 attribute points remained untouched. He would assign them however Shi Feng required. Shi Feng was genuinely surprised. Guardian Knights attacked so poorly that most needed teammates just to level. Even then, they usually spent strength to speed up the grind. Kola had somehow reached level 1 while preserving every point. That alone marked him as unusual. Kola, Shi Feng repeated the name while studying the youth's face and powerful frame. Both felt strangely familiar. The impression tugged at memories from the future, confirming that this was not merely another low-level player hoping to be carried. Shi Feng also understood the crowd around Kola. These level 1 players expected no miracle. They wanted one lucky dungeon run, perhaps 1 or 2 pieces of equipment, and then a better chance of entering a large guild. His party was meant to be a stepping stone. Shi Feng told Kola he could join, but his grave tone stopped any celebration. Carrying a level 1 novice through Deathly Forest would not be easy. If Kola took the equipment he earned there and immediately joined another elite party, Shi Feng's effort would buy him nothing. What Shi Feng wanted was a stable party. Future vacancies would be filled for reliability first. Anyone entering Deathly Forest with him had to commit for the long term and answer whenever he called for a dungeon run, no refusing because something else came up. Then he asked Kola, what would he choose? Shi Feng's question silenced the applicants. Joining him meant more than one dungeon run. They could not take his help, grow stronger, and then leave for another party or a guild. Since guild membership was the usual shortcut to power, these underqualified players were being asked to gamble their future on an inconspicuous level 1 swordsman. Kola had not expected such a condition, yet he could not call it unfair. A person could not reasonably demand to be trained and equipped, then disappear the moment a stronger organization offered better benefits. The real problem was persuasion. Kola could accept the principle, but Shi Feng still looked too ordinary to inspire the others' trust. Lackey supplied the missing authority. He furiously asked whether novices unwanted by dungeon parties truly imagined themselves future experts, or whether they took Shi Feng's team for fools. Kola looked at Blackie's level 2 status and 3 bronze items, decided the expert was right, and respectfully promised that his little brother would fulfill his assigned role. Praise made Blackie uncomfortable. He knew he was only impersonating the expert Kola believed him to be. Yet that belief also struck deeper than the joke. Blackie now wanted to become worthy of the title. Shi Feng quietly gave him a thumbs up. The deadlock was over, and the committed recruits completed his 6-person party. Zhao Yuuru called Shi Feng's behavior mere grandstanding, but her discomfort had a simpler source. She was accustomed to becoming the center of attention wherever she went. Today, even mockery revolved around this inconspicuous novice instead. The crowd's jeers did not soothe her pride. They only confirmed that Shi Feng had stolen the stage. Until Snow told Yuru to stop wasting time before the frontline players pulled farther ahead. Shi Feng might possess something unusual, but his level and recruiting methods fell short of her definition of an expert. Ouroboros accepted only experts, so she discarded the thought of inviting him. Still irritated, Yuuru rejected a qualified swordsman who glared at the oblivious Shi Feng as though the insult were his fault. Aware of the judgment behind him, Shi Feng activated Deathly Forest. The system offered 3 difficulties: normal, hard, and hell. He selected hell without a moment's hesitation. The transfer passage changed from silvery gray to pitch black, and within that darkness appeared the flickering shape of a skull, its mouth stretched open. Every party member received the same warning. Hell mode increased the death penalty by 100%. Their faces went white. This was not a theatrical choice made for the crowd. Failure would punish them twice as severely. Blackie needed to know that Shi Feng had not gambled blindly. Shi Feng answered with a confident smile. If he were not certain, he would never have chosen it. Shi Feng ended the debate with action. He told them to go, then crossed the pitch-black threshold first. Blackie followed him. Lonely Snow entered next with his head still dazed by the risk, but his loyalty was settled. Whatever path Shi Feng had chosen, he was prepared to follow it to the end. Remaining 3 lingered outside. Kola broke their hesitation. The expert had already gone in, he argued, so what right did 3 level 1 novices have to hold back? Besides, merely being able to say they had entered hell mode would be a kind of glory. The other 2 accepted his logic, and all 3 followed the party inside. Island seized Gentle Snow's recruitment area. These level 2 players knew an elite party had failed even normal mode, yet Shi Feng had taken a team made mostly of level 1 novices into hell. Zhao Yuru made Gentle Snow confirm what they had seen, then laughed that despair must have driven him to suicide. Gentle Snow did not laugh. She stared seriously at the flickering skull before leading her completed party away. Gentle Snow left the crowded entrance with her completed party and chose normal mode. If that run went smoothly, they would challenge hard mode next. It was a measured plan, the exact opposite of the gamble already unfolding beyond the Black Skull. Inside hell mode, the deathly forest was dark, gloomy, and cut by sudden cold winds. Shi Feng stood calmly ahead. Behind him, all 5 companions packed themselves against the entrance, too frightened to move and risk drawing something out of the trees. Blackie anxiously asked why a cold wind kept brushing his back. Shi Feng told him to show an expert's temperament. Hell mode was nothing special. Its monsters were merely smarter, more tactical, stronger in every statistic, and more numerous. That was all. Their looks said that smarter monsters alone could double a fight's difficulty. Shi Feng stopped joking. He would explain the strategy once and they had better listen. If anyone failed to follow it, their life was forfeit. The ridicule vanished. Nobody wanted to be expelled or die here. Shi Feng built the formation around survival. He and Kola would lead. Lonely Snow would guard Drowsy Sloth in the center. Blackie and the Summoner would cover the rear. No matter what moved around them, nobody could break formation or attack before Shi Feng gave the order. Kola had earned that frontline position by following Shi Feng's build exactly. Every free ability point had gone into endurance, bringing him to 310 HP. He could not replace Shi Feng as the team's shield, but he could survive long enough to share the pressure. God's domain did not funnel parties down convenient corridors. Its dungeons were vast, open spaces where players could wander for hours without seeing a boss. Deathly Forest was smaller than some, but its darkness could still separate a careless member from the formation and swallow the root behind them. Shi Feng knew what happened to players who became lost. In his previous life, they had died here repeatedly, often without glimpsing a monster. Those fortunate enough to find one were wiped anyway. Only after countless expert attempts did players accept the verdict. Deathly Forest was impossible below level 5. Their first test was a level 2 elite Night Rabbit. In ordinary circumstances, its rank might have sounded manageable. Here, in hell mode, nobody treated it lightly. Kola swallowed his fear, tightened his grip on the shield, and carefully stepped into the creature's attack range. Night Rabbit reacted instantly. The person-height beast burst straight at Kola. He did not panic. He turned and retreated toward the formation, catching each claw strike on his shield exactly as instructed. The lure worked, but every impact drove him backward with terrifying force. Single blocked hit dealt 42 damage. Then another followed. By the time Kola reached the front of the formation, 1/3 of his 310 HP was already gone. Shi Feng still gave no attack order, so every weapon behind Kola remained motionless. Drowsy Sloth reacted the moment Kola entered his casting range and sent healing into him. His awareness was good, the arithmetic was not. Each heal restored only 24 HP, while the Night Rabbit's blocked strikes dealt 42. Even perfect timing could not stop Kola's health from falling. Kola fell below 1/3 HP. Blackie could endure the order no longer and asked, "Brother Feng, are we still not attacking?" To him, the choice of an oracle now looked disastrous. The weakest healer class was losing a race against every claw, yet Shi Feng still held the party back. "Hold on," Shi Feng said. Time dragged while Kola kept his shield between himself and the Night Rabbit. Every claw drove his health lower. At only 20% HP, he was still taking blows, and Shi Feng still refused to release the party. An arrow tore out of the trees. Lonely Snow could not turn in time. It struck Drowsy Sloth squarely in the chest, and a red damage number, 123, flared above the oracle. The rabbit had never been the only enemy. Shi Feng moved the instant the trap sprang. Sloth was to use life payment, converting the damage he had suffered into healing for Kola. Blackie would restrain the rabbit while Kola recovered. Everyone else would attack it. Lonely Snow alone was ordered to follow Shi Feng. An oracle healed less than a priest, but its higher HP made it difficult to kill in one shot. Life payment was exactly why Shi Feng had chosen one for Deathly Forest. Now that the hidden hand had exposed itself, he used Wind Blade and became a phantom at its heels. Fleeing Attacker was a level 2 special elite Night Ranger with 1,500 HP. Shi Feng locked it down with 9 chains, then drove Chop and Thundering Flash into the opening. 4 damage numbers, 81, 98, 119, and 124, stripped away roughly a quarter of its health. Shi Feng wasted none of those 3 seconds. Slash after slash struck the Night Ranger's chest at its vital point. By the time the chains released it, no more than 700 HP remained. Enraged, the Ranger swept both blades around him like a gale. Only Snow arrived at the decisive instant. His charge stunned the Night Ranger and shattered the momentum of its gale. Shi Feng cut for the neck while Lonely Snow brought his large axe down beside him. When the Ranger recovered, only a remnant of health remained. Night Ranger woke swinging. It hacked Lonely Snow backward for 64 damage, then whipped both blades toward Shi Feng's neck. Steel rang. Shi Feng had parried the strike. He lifted the Ranger, threw it back, finished it with several cuts, pocketed the 2 drops, and ran for Kola. Only Snow stayed where he had fallen, staring after Shi Feng. The speed, the parry, even the throw were unlike any monster fight he understood. For one stunned moment, he forgot that the party still needed help. There was such a way to kill monsters. Back at the rabbit, Shi Feng turned rescue into instruction. Kola could not keep planting his feet and trading health for every claw. He needed to read the attack, retreat at the right instant, and reserve his shield for the blows he could not avoid. That difference meant survival in God's domain. Healing usually could not keep pace with incoming damage. Adding a second healer only weakened the party's offense and still invited a wipe. Most players would need months to abandon traditional game habits. Shi Feng intended to shorten that education to one dungeon. Shi Feng was not teaching them merely to clear one pull. He wanted these players as the foundation of his future workshop. The level 1 recruits still wondered why an apparent noob was commanding an expert, and some resentment lingered. But his advice made sense, so they followed it. Kola changed first. When the night rabbit lunged, he stepped back and let the claws miss, blocking only when he had to. The healer's burden dropped, and killing the elite became easier. Around him, the skeptical recruits began to reconsider Shi Feng. Perhaps this supposed noob was not unbearable after all. Shi Feng only smiled at the recruits' changing attitude. Kola's adjustment was promising, but the future first-rate tank was still a beginner. A true expert would dodge without giving ground, keeping the monster fixed so ranged attackers never lost damage. Kola needed experience, reactions, and much more training. Elite fell moments later. Alongside 3 coppers lay Whirlwind Slash, a berserker skill book. The recruits stared. Common skills could sell for 1 silver, so 1 book from the first elite made Hell mode seem impossibly generous. Shi Feng knew better. Its rate was only 3 or 4 times hard modes. He handed the book to a stupefied Lonely Snow. Shi Feng next gave Kola the level 1 bronze defensive plate armor dropped by the Night Ranger. Kola could barely close his mouth as he thanked him. The armor added 14 defense and lifted his maximum HP to 350. Everyone but Shi Feng and Blackie looked on with envy. Outside a dungeon, bronze gear was the mark of an expert. With Kola better protected, the party supported him and quickly finished the other Night Rabbit. A second skill book appeared, Restore, meant for healers. This reward mattered even more to their survival than its market price. Restore took 2 seconds to cast and healed an oracle for 37 HP. Better still, it did not share Life Prayer's cooldown, so Drowsy Sloth could alternate the 2 and erase the elite's damage. A book like this could sell for 2 or 3 silvers. Drowsy Sloth thanked everyone repeatedly, but Shi Feng only smiled. Skill books were meant to be used. Healing books were rare almost everywhere else, but Deathly Forest existed to build a player's foundation. In Hell mode, basic healing skills dropped often enough that Shi Feng had once found 4 in a single run. He valued the stronger party more than this 1 book's resale price and led them onward. More than an hour of successful pulls followed. By the time the trees opened, every recruit carried 1 or 2 bronze pieces and Blackie had 5. Their strength now surpassed ordinary elite parties. More importantly, every gain had come through Shi Feng's commands. When he gave an order, no one questioned it anymore. Flat Grassland held Deathly Forest's first boss. Willie was a level 3 chieftain with 6,000 HP, a ferocious night rabbit as tall as 2 people, its paws armed with steel claws that had shredded countless players. 7 elite night rabbits guarded it at close range, packed tightly enough that attacking one threatened to bring them all. Shi Feng positioned the others near the large rock, then slipped into bushes 40 yards from the 7 guards. Everyone understood that he meant to lure one away. They also knew a swordsman had no ranged attack. Time dragged on as he watched without moving. One mistake would send 7 elites and a boss into them, a certain party wipe. And a cool breeze shook a dead leaf loose. Shi Feng tracked it drifting toward the guard nearest Willie, picked up a small stone and tossed it gently. To everyone watching, the stone was headed straight for the rabbit. Their minds leapt to the same conclusion. They were finished. At the final instant, the dead leaf crossed between stone and rabbit. The stone struck the leaf and drove it into the guard. The night rabbit spun around but found only a leaf, no attacker to lock onto. Confused by the painful, impossible impact, it began searching blindly while its companions remained unaware. Shi Feng's impossible lure had begun. Only Snow finally found his voice. That shot had been too godly. Everyone else could only nod, eyes wide. Shi Feng had struck a drifting leaf at exactly the right instant, confused an elite's hatred, and left it searching for an attacker it could not identify. No ordinary novice could judge distance and timing like that. Shi Feng walked to the rock, smiled, and rested a hand on gluttonous Mouse's shoulder. The rest was up to the summoner. Mouse immediately panicked. Good parties were scarce, and one led by an expert was nearly impossible to enter. If he failed now and got expelled, he would regret it for a very long time. Shi Feng immediately eased his fear. Mouse would not enter danger. He only had to summon a flame sprite and follow instructions. Early summoners were weak because their creatures lacked power and Magic Bullet dealt little damage. Yet the right elemental summon could eventually turn one summoner into an army. Here, even simple speed was enough. Watching all this, Lonely Snow silently congratulated himself for following Shi Feng. Precision like that could not come without vast practice. The only explanation he could imagine was that Shi Feng had tested the game before release. In Lonely Snow's mind, the supposed novice was now unquestionably a beta tester expert. Blackie saw an opportunity. Cola was already almost certain to join their future workshop, but Lonely Snow had never chosen a direction, so Blackie casually asked what he planned to do. The question caught Lonely Snow off guard. He admitted that he had no grand ambition, he only hoped to earn some money by playing games. Blackie told him that his technique was decent and invited him to stay with them. Lonely Snow brightened at once. Traveling with an expert was more than he had hoped for. Blackie still kept up the act, warning that they did not accept just anyone and would judge his future performance. Lonely Snow happily thanked Brother Black. Only Blackie knew how bold that performance had been. He was borrowing Shi Feng's authority like a fox wearing a tiger's skin. Their workshop did not even exist yet. Its entire membership was Shi Feng and himself, and a debt of 16,000 credits hung over them. If Lonely Snow knew the truth, Blackie's impressive recruitment might collapse instantly. Gluttonous Mouse put Shi Feng's instructions into motion. The flame sprite ran beneath the large rock and 6 night rabbits charged after it. They could not match its speed. The summon kept circling the rock, holding all 6 in a mindless pursuit loop. Meanwhile, Cola took control of the lone guard already separated from the formation. Cola alternated shield blocks with his new Divine Strike. His 2 bronze pieces made the difference. Divine Strike dealt 26 damage, more than twice the 11 or 12 from a normal blow, and its added hatred kept the rabbit fixed on him. The party cut the isolated guard down quickly. 5 coppers dropped onto the grass. Now only the 6 circling guards remained. Shi Feng picked up another small stone and struck the rabbit running at the rear. It stopped, rubbed its head, and found him. Enraged, it bounded toward Shi Feng on powerful legs. The other 5 never looked back. They remained completely absorbed in chasing the flame sprite around the rock. Shi Feng measured the closing distance. At 20 yards, he gave the order, receive it. Cola rushed forward and drove Divine Strike into the rabbit's head. Its claws swept toward him, but Cola slipped sideways instead of taking the blow. He answered immediately with punishment, securing the handoff while the other 5 guards continued their useless chase. Everyone focus fire? The party collapsed on the night rabbit Cola had just received. It fell within 20 seconds. Watching Cola adjust to its attacks, Shi Feng silently applauded. After barely more than 10 battles, this novice was already reading the creature's patterns. Kill produced something far better than loose coins. A swordsman's skill book, Double Chop. It was an action-type technique requiring a sword already usable at level 1, though its proficiency began at 0 out of 300. Double Chop delivered 2 rapid slashes, each worth 120% damage plus 15. It increased bleeding by 20% for 10 seconds, could stack 5 times, and cooled down in 8 seconds. Against a boss with a deep health pool, that was real explosive power. Shi Feng learned it without hesitation. A normal player would need time to make a new action skill feel natural. He did not. 10 years of swordsman combat were ingrained in his body, and once he possessed a familiar job skill, he could draw out its full potential. Shi Feng resumed the same disciplined method. He peeled the remaining 5 night rabbits away one after another, and the party killed them individually. When the last guard fell, golden light rose around Shi Feng. He had reached level 2, with Willie still waiting untouched beyond them. 5 guards also yielded bronze plate armor for a guardian knight. Equipped on Cola, it raised him to 390 HP and 56 defense. Shi Feng's own attributes now stood at Strength 32, Agility 30, Endurance 24, Intelligence 13, and Vitality 13. Their odds had improved. Once everyone had recovered, Shi Feng explained the danger. Willie possessed 2 skills. Killing Feast ignored hatred and attacked whichever nearby player it chose, so Blackie and Lonely Snow had to watch their positioning. Death Claws demanded a different answer. Cola must create distance, and Lonely Snow must interrupt on command. There was one more rule. Willie was intelligent, so they could not repeat the same attack pattern. Then Shi Feng ended the explanation. Blackie quietly asked if that was truly everything. The others shared his fear. They were level 1 novices entering hell mode, and the expert's plan sounded impossibly simple. Shi Feng told them to relax. He would give the necessary orders when each danger arrived. Burying novices beneath every possible detail would not help them react. Trusting his command, Cola advanced with his shield ready. Willie answered with terrifying speed, exploding across the grassland before the tank could establish a rhythm. Steel claws crashed into Cola's shield. 3 brilliant lines of sparks burst outward, and 3 gouges remained in the metal. Even through the block, the rushing force drove Cola backward 5 or 6 steps. When he finally steadied himself, 103 damage had already vanished from his health. Cola never found time to answer. Willie struck again and hurled him away with his shield, dealing another 105 damage. Only then did Drowsy Sloth's heal arrive, restoring 43 HP, almost nothing beside the punishment. Without both bronze pieces and a successful block, those 2 claws would have killed him. Shi Feng had expected the crisis. Lonely Snow, charge, Blackie evil whip. Lonely Snow reacted first, slamming into Willie and intercepting the next attack before it could finish Cola. Yet his own blow dealt only 11 damage. He stared at the number in disbelief. Willie had 6,000 HP. Like he finished the spell Shi Feng had ordered. 5 pitch-black thorns erupted around Willie and locked its legs in place. Shi Feng was already moving. He circled behind the towering night rabbit and drove the abyssal blade across its neck with double chop. Damage pulled Willie's hatred straight onto Shi Feng. He slipped 5 yards away, then retreated in measured steps while its steel claws passed close enough to toss his hair. He ordered the ranged players to fire and told Cola to reclaim the boss once fully healed. The others attacked without hesitation. Spells struck one after another, and lonely snow carved at Willie's rear with whirlwind slash, yet none of their hits broke 20 damage. Shi Feng's occasional counters did far more. Under that uneven pressure, Willie finally fell to 90% HP. Willie answered with death claws, whipping both arms into a faster, frenzied rhythm. Shi Feng caught one near hit on the abyssal blade and still lost 130 HP. Then the fully recovered Cola charged back in, chaining Divine Strike into punishment until Willie's hatred finally shifted. Later, Killing Feast ignored the safety of that formation. Willie vanished, appeared at Shi Feng's back, struck, and disappeared again. In only 2 seconds, it attacked 7 times. Even with 30 agility, Shi Feng could barely turn the abyssal blade quickly enough to meet every descending claw. Blocking did not make those blows harmless. 96, 97. Drowsy Sloth's heals answered with 46, 48, then 32, never quite replacing what Willie removed. Shi Feng's 520 HP kept the exchange survivable, but when Killing Feast ended, he had fewer than 100 left. "Get rid of it," Shi Feng shouted. Killing Feast had left Willie weakened, and this was the opening he had endured 7 claws to create. The entire party attacked. Together, they stripped away the remaining 30% of Willie's HP. The huge night rabbit collapsed and dropped 4 items. Shi Feng did not reach for the drops. He checked everyone instead. Drowsy Sloth had less than 20% MP, and the other mages had less than 10. "Everyone, sit down and recover immediately." Though confused by the urgency, the party obeyed and brought out food and drinks. He had not recovered for even 5 seconds when a roar shook the entire deathly forest. Every head snapped toward the trees. A black shadow launched from the forest and landed on the grassland beside Willie's body. It rose into the unmistakable shape of a gigantic werewolf. Outside that same dungeon, more than 10 hours had passed since God's domain opened. The players gathered there were now level 2, and business flourished around their unused loot. Vendors called out level 0 common equipment and small HP potions capable of restoring 90 HP instantly. Yet as the crowd grew, the number of parties entering kept shrinking. Those who went in unprepared returned through death with their confidence corrected. They stayed outside, compared reports with experienced parties, and refined possible strategies, sometimes smiling as another unaware group marched through the gate. Still, parties entered in wave after wave, and wave after wave died inside. Every failure added another witness, another report, and another reason to hesitate. Before long, Deathly Forest had become the sore point of every player in Red Leaf Town, while Shi Feng's depleted party stood deeper within, facing its second boss. Deathly Forest had given nearly every player the same impression. It was horrifying. At its crowded resurrection graveyard, 6 streaks of white light appeared together. Gentle Snow's entire party had returned the quickest way possible, through death. Zhao Yuuru stamped her foot and declared the dungeon impossible. They would be better off grinding monsters or doing quests. Her delicate, furious display drew plenty of attention from the crowd, but Gentle Snow merely shook her head. Gentle Snow refused to discard their gains. The forest was enormous and split into countless paths, but she suspected only a few actually reached the boss. The rest were traps, steering parties into repeated night rabbit ambushes. What they needed was information and a map. The evidence supported her. Hidden arrows had repeatedly singled out their cleric Zio Yuer, and only her sharp dodging delayed disaster. Deeper in, every fight seemed to draw more night rabbits until the party could no longer bear the numbers. A correct route might have changed everything. Deeper inside, Shi Feng was already fighting the nightmare those failed parties could not reach. Hell Mode Werewolf felt possessed 3 absolute skills. The first was Death Stare, a gaze that crushed attack and movement speed and could freeze anyone whose will was too weak. Only Shi Feng had 30 agility. Combined with 3 activated hidden basic skills, it gave him enough resistance to keep moving. So he held Felt alone while Drowsy Sloth healed through casting speed cut in half. The other melee fighters could not even react safely enough to help. That left the ranged players to chip away from safety, and their damage was miserable. Even Blackie's dark arrow produced only 24 damage, then Felt drew a sudden breath. Shi Feng recognized the roar before it began and shouted one command: "Lonely, interrupt it." Only Snow had been waiting for exactly that tell. His charge stunned Felt for 1 second, and he withdrew before the boss recovered. Shi Feng consumed the opening with Thundering Flash, Double Chop, and Chop. Blood left Felt's mouth as 500 damage tore its HP down to 78%. Felt answered with a sky of claw after images. Yet Shi Feng moved through them as though dancing, using the abyssal blade only against strikes he could not evade. His senses sharpened, his thoughts narrowed to perfect focus. Every fragment of his body's potential entered the exchange. That state was not free. It exhausted mind and body, and an average player could not have maintained it at all. Shi Feng's past experience let him endure as claws and swords scattered dazzling sparks, but both combatants kept losing HP. Only Drowsy Sloth's timely heals kept him standing. Under Shi Feng's command, the fight became a cycle. Lonely snow interrupted each vulnerable roar. Cola stepped in whenever Shi Feng neared danger. Blackie's evil whip restrained Felt long enough to reset the rhythm. With Drowsy Sloth healing throughout, Felt's HP fell through 70%, 60%, and toward 30%. The instant Felt neared 30%, Shi Feng changed the plan. Straight line facing the boss quickly. At this threshold, Hell's roar could no longer be interrupted. They would have to endure it head-on. No one hesitated. The party aligned behind Shi Feng and held exactly 30 yards from Felt. Werewolf Felt's HP crossed 30% and the warning became real. Its fur drained to snow white. Blood streamed from both eyes while its chest swelled like a grotesque bellows. The uninterruptible Hell's roar was coming. Shi Feng triggered gravity liberation and surged ahead of everyone. Cola, use protection blessing on me? He did not scatter the party or gamble on separate defenses. He placed his own body at the head of the line. Protection blessing would have Shi Feng's incoming damage for 6 seconds, but its 5-minute cooldown made this the only window. Shi Feng had even cleared unnecessary night rabbits because Hell mode commonly dropped it. That earlier delay had been preparation, not waste. At the rear, Drowsy Sloth chained Recover and Life Prayer until Shi Feng returned to full HP. Shi Feng raised the abyssal blade across his chest. Prepare for a battering attack. Do not leave my back. Nobody moved, though cold sweat covered them. Hell's roar erupted as wave after wave of dark gray force. Shi Feng's doppelganger stood in the path first. One passage tore 300 HP from the copy, while only 30 damage reached Shi Feng and 20 reached each ally behind him. Third wave erased the doppelganger. Now Shi Feng took 100 damage at a time. The numbers kept appearing, 100, 100, 100, until his HP collapsed to just 90. Yet he still held his ground between Felt and everyone else. The last wave would have killed him. Shi Feng activated parry at the final instant. The impact drove him one heavy step backward but dealt no damage. Because he stopped it at the front, the allies behind him were untouched by that final blow. Party had survived, but no one's HP exceeded half. Drowsy Sloth's Recover reached Shi Feng first, raising him from 90 to 140. Life Payment followed for another 130 HP. In moments, the one person capable of holding Felt was safely above half again. Blackie wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He had truly thought they were finished. If Shi Feng died, no one else could hold Felt for long. The others understood the same thing and stared at Shi Feng like the real monster on this battlefield. Shi Feng never stopped watching Felt's HP. At 10%, the third major move arrived, Death Berserk. Its attack speed and attack power doubled, its movement speed rose by 40%, and every bonus would remain until the boss died. Felt's snow-white fur flooded blood red. With crimson eyes and exposed fangs, it looked like a blood fiend. The danger was so palpable that every party member recoiled one step. Surviving the roar had not made the fight safe. It had only opened the final phase. Shi Feng struck with another double chop and pushed bleeding to 5 layers. Then he turned and ran. Below level 5, no one could block this version of Felt, not even Shi Feng with a magic weapon. The only answer was to kite it while the bleeding and ranged attacks ground it down. When Shi Feng crossed 10 yards, Felt's thick thighs doubled in size. One stomp launched it after him like an arrow. The large rock was close, but Felt was faster. Shi Feng knew he would not reach it in time, so at the final moment he cut 90 degrees sideways. Shi Feng's last-second turn worked. Felt never corrected its course. The blood-red werewolf slammed straight into the large rock and pulverized it, hurling head-sized fragments more than 10 yards. Even Cola trembled. One direct swipe from those claws would reduce him to paste. Shi Feng widened the gap beyond 20 yards while the ranged attacks kept shaving away Felt's HP. Whenever the boss nearly caught him, Lonely Snow charged in and followed with Bone Crusher. During that cooldown, Blackie's evil whip took over, with Shi Feng's abyssal bind completing the cycle. 7% became 6, then 5, then 3. At 1%, Shi Feng stopped running and turned on Felt. Wind Blade accelerated him into range. Thundering Flash, Chop, and Double Chop tore across the werewolf's chest, and his final sword stroke emptied its last sliver of HP. System confirmed what they had achieved. This was the first clear of a Hell mode dungeon. Both rewards and loot increased by 100%. Then came the Deathly Forest clear reward, 8,000 EXP for every party member, enough to carry the exhausted group into level 2. Felt exploded into more than 10 drops. One item seized Shi Feng's attention immediately, the Crimson Blade. The sword was the color of fresh blood, glowing a muted red. Faint red liquid slipped from its edges, and the entire weapon radiated a dense killing aura. Shi Feng knew just how miserable the Crimson Blade's drop rate was, which made this first clear appearance extraordinary. At level 5, he could wield the Abyssal Blade in his main hand and the Crimson Blade in his offhand. Among players of that level, his attack power would be unmatched. Blackie finally burst out, urging Brother Feng to pick everything up before he died of anxiety. The others demanded at least a look. The shining pile had almost made them forget their joy at reaching level 2, but for all their impatience, not one person stepped forward to snatch anything. A restraint mattered more than they knew. In Shi Feng's previous life, temporary teammates had rushed a fallen boss, stolen everything they could, and vanished. This time, he had deliberately left pickup unrestricted as a test. The party understood that Shi Feng, not any single drop, was the real treasure. They passed. Once the collection was complete, Shi Feng displayed the equipment attributes for everyone. There were 15 pieces in all. The Crimson Blade as the sole secret silver item, 5 pieces of mysterious iron equipment, and 9 pieces of top-quality bronze equipment, far superior to ordinary elite drops. Mode alone could drop mysterious iron equipment, and Blackie's luck had delivered twice. 2 of the 5 pieces were parts of the Dark Color set, the premier cursomancer set below level 5. It required head, chest, legs, shoes, and arm guards. This haul contained the chest and shoes, and Blackie could not stop smiling. The moment distribution resumed, Blackie equipped his 2 Dark Color pieces. Ash-gray fur robes settled over him, matched by glistening pitch-black boots. He proudly begged Shi Feng to return to Hell Mode every day until he could complete the entire set. The improvement justified every boast. Blackie's magic attack rose to 66. His level 3 Dark Arrow could already erase more than half a level 1 Shield Warrior's health. With all 5 set pieces, he expected 1 arrow to finish the same target. Black luster drew openly envious stares. After the terror of Hell Mode, its rewards now seemed irresistible. Instead of dreading another descent, the entire party found themselves hoping Shi Feng would bring them back for more. 3 mysterious iron set pieces remained, 1 each for Guardian Knight, Shield Warrior, and Elementalist. Kola was the only compatible member, so Shi Feng handed him the Guardian Knight piece and stored the other 2 rather than misassigning them. Bronze rewards spread through the party. Kola gained an exceptional level 2 shield, and Lonely Snow a greatsword of the same quality. Drowsy Sloth and Gluttonous Mouse each received 1 piece. Shi Feng replaced several of his own items with 3 swordsman pieces and stored the leftovers. 1 reward resisted Shi Feng's experience, the notebook. He had cleared Hell Mode dozens of times in his previous life and had never seen it, nor heard of another guild obtaining one. That made a first kill restriction likely, and its unreadable contents important. Guesswork could not reveal what the notebook contained. Shi Feng would need the library to translate it. He stored that investigation for later, just as Blackie, eager to try his new skill, asked what they would do next. Shi Feng chose Dark Moon Valley. Its quests and monsters offered plenty of ore, exactly what his forging design now demanded in bulk. Better still, Blackie's Hellflame could tear through kobolds and gnomes at several grinding locations Shi Feng already knew. Shi Feng did not assume the others would come. He offered them the choice to follow or pursue quests alone. Kola hugged his new shield and declared that he intended to follow Big Brother Feng from now on. His foolishly happy smile made the answer unmistakable. Drowsy Sloth and Gluttonous Mouse wanted the same chance, but embarrassment kept their heads lowered. Both were still high schoolers, facing an expert they hoped to learn from. They finally asked together. Shi Feng smiled, welcomed them, and watched their clenched hands rise in excitement. No one objected. Shi Feng confirmed that the 6 of them would grind in Dark Moon Valley, then opened the system panel to leave the completed dungeon. Behind them lay the first Hell Mode clear. Ahead waited an entrance crowded with people who knew nothing of it. Outside, players expected the gathered guilds to conquer Deathly Forest. More than 10 guilds were present. Assassin's Alliance was the best known, followed by Heaven's Crown, and even the obscure groups had workshops that hired experts ordinary players could not match. Every guild wanted its name established in Red Leaf Town, and conquering the first dungeon was the perfect advertisement. They had spent heavily on better equipment, medicine, and purchased intelligence about Deathly Forest. With that preparation, confidence came easily. Wordless Summer Knight admired the guild team's gorgeous equipment with a pained expression. Waving slowly but surely could only agree. Their own party had wiped before even seeing a boss. In practice, defeated independents like them had merely become scouts who supplied the guilds with hard-earned information. Battle to the End refused to accept that the guild experts were better players. The dungeon was simply too horrifying, he insisted, and its equipment requirement too high. Deep down, he was certain superior gear, not superior skill, was the only reason those experts might succeed where his party failed. With the better-equipped guild teams preparing to move, Wordless Summer Knight insisted waving slowly's party could have cleared the Deathly Forest with comparable gear. Their own prizes sounded impressive only in his telling. 2 night rabbits killed, plus 1 berserker skill book. Wordless laughed that Shi Feng's so-called noob party had probably fled in shame. Lonely Snow was the real pity, he said. Had Lonely remained obedient to waving slowly, this skill book would have been his. Battle to the end eagerly agreed that regret was inevitable. Waving slowly grudgingly admitted that Blackie was an expert and that Lonely Snow had decent skill. Yet pride supplied an easy answer. However capable Blackie might be, Shi Feng and the other dead weight would drag him into a party wipe. Waving was quietly delighted by that imagined ending. And just as the guilds moved toward the deathly forest, the teleportation gate changed. Its silvery gray surface plunged into pitch-black darkness, and an indistinct skull appeared within it, roaring. The front ranks recoiled several steps, every prepared advance forgot. The answer stepped out of the darkness. 6 figures materialized before the entrance, every one of them dressed in glorious equipment. Shi Feng led Blackie, Cola, Lonely Snow, Drowsy Sloth, and Gluttonous Mouse safely back into the waiting daylight. Return should have ended every argument. Instead, Waving Slowly's party searched for a safer explanation. Shi Feng's group was alive, but in their minds that could not mean victory. Even the glorious equipment before them failed to break Waving's certainty that this supposed noob had failed. Waving knew the deathly forest's horror firsthand. Once a party entered the forest, he believed there were only 2 outcomes, clear it or wipe. Since Shi Feng had returned alive and a clear was unthinkable, Waving selected the only answer his pride allowed. They had never gone inside. Round Shi Feng, players began laughing so violently that some doubled over. His party was already infamous throughout the deathly forest. A leader surrounded by level 1 beginners had marched straight into hell mode. To the onlookers, no choice could have been more foolish. The crowd decided Shi Feng had entered hell mode only long enough to hide near the threshold. He must have waited for a quiet moment to slip away, they reasoned, only for the gathered guilds to witness his exit. One player called him a coward, another laughed until his stomach hurt. Blackie stared at players nearly rolling on the ground and scratched his head. After everything the party had survived and won, the reaction made no sense to him. He turned to Shi Feng and simply asked what was wrong with these people. A new presence cut through the laughter. Zio Yuer, the cleric from Gentle Snow's party, approached Shi Feng as an intermediary. The crowd first registered a pure maiden speaking to the supposed noob. Then they understood whose request she carried. The impossible part was not that Zio Yuer had approached a noob. She was only the messenger. The invitation came personally from Gentle Snow, the snow goddess herself. In one instant, the laughter around Shi Feng collapsed into stunned silence. Gentle Snow was not merely famous. She was the publicly acknowledged snow goddess of virtual gaming, pursued by countless supposedly perfect men. One wealthy heir had offered 10 million credits for a single meal. He did not receive a meeting, a reply, or even one word. Rejected heir tried to retaliate and possess her. Days later, his self-made father's properties changed hands overnight, leaving the family ruined. Once the cause was discovered, the father nearly beat his son to death. From then on, Gentle Snow seemed not merely admired, but divine and inviolable. That untouchable goddess had actively requested Shi Feng. The laughter died completely. Players who had called him a coward now stared with envy and displeasure, unable to understand what virtue or ability this supposed noob possessed. Shi Feng's public humiliation had reversed into public fascination. Envy rushed in to replace the crowd's laughter. Some players cursed Shi Feng's impossible luck. One self-proclaimed expert, Jade Wintry, even wondered whether Gentle Snow ignored him because he was too handsome. Soon, the crowd found a safer explanation. The goddess merely wanted information about hell mode. Any noob could have received that benefit. Wordless Summer Night pinched his thick cheeks and asked Boss Waving Slowly whether he had heard correctly. Waving Slowly insisted the invitation proved nothing. Shi Feng had simply been lucky enough to give Gentle Snow something to ask about. Battle to the end nodded along. Admitting anything more would mean admitting their supposed noob belonged in a world they could only admire. Everyone expected Shi Feng to agree with a smug smile. Instead, he answered Zio Yuer without hesitation. He was not interested, and he was in a hurry. Then he turned and walked away. Gentle Snow's fame meant nothing beside the work waiting for him, leaving her messenger and the entire entrance frozen behind him. Shi Feng already possessed the forging design. Ore was the missing piece. If he could produce garrison armor before competitors and higher-level equipment eroded its advantage, the profits would be far greater. Every delay cost him value. To him, that shrinking market window mattered more than a conversation with a famous goddess. Gentle Snow did not let the matter end there. She approached with Zhao Yuuru beside her, her silvery white plate armor drawing every eye in the deathly forest. The crowd had not imagined she would come in person. Their envy toward Shi Feng sharpened into outright hatred as the untouchable goddess placed herself directly in his path. Gentle Snow assured him that the conversation would be brief. To compensate him, she offered a piece of bronze equipment. At this stage of God's domain, that was no token gesture. The offer told everyone that she valued a few minutes of this supposed noob's time more highly than equipment most players could only dream of owning. While the crowd saw an ordinary face, gentle Snow looked more carefully. Shi Feng's entire bearing was calm and steady. Beneath it lingered a faint murderous aura, not the bluster of a novice, but something honed through countless life-or-death battles. That quiet contradiction confirmed her suspicion. Whatever his visible level suggested, this man was no ordinary player. Zhao Yuru could not believe gentle Snow would spend bronze equipment on him. She declared that Shi Feng was worth gray equipment at best. They had already honored him by requesting a conversation, yet he had walked away instead of rushing over to flatter them. To Zhao Yuru, such indifference could only be an unattractive man's scheme. Shi Feng waved the offer away. He already owned bronze equipment. He did not need charity. He had never intended to flatter Zhao Yuru, and her contempt gave him even less reason to begin. His answer was quiet, but it struck directly at her assumption that a low-level player must be desperate for anything gentle Snow offered. Bronze item was not spare equipment. Gentle Snow's group had earned it only after a difficult fight against a rare elite. To Zhao Yuru, letting that hard-won reward benefit Shi Feng was an absolute waste. But once gentle Snow treated it as payment, Shi Feng would not accept its value while leaving the exchange one-sided. Shi Feng's brows drew together. Even an ordinary man would resent that much ridicule, let alone someone carrying a second lifetime of experience. He addressed gentle Snow properly. Since she had given him bronze equipment, he would reciprocate with a gift of his own. Gentle Snow's eyes flashed. His manners were exact, his pride controlled, and he was more interesting than she had expected. Zhao Yuru turned aside with a seductive, contemptuous smile. What could Shi Feng possibly own that gentle Snow had not already seen? Even luxury cars worth more than 10 million credits failed to impress her. Shi Feng answered without argument. He reached into his bag, withdrew a paper drawing dropped by the dungeon boss, and nonchalantly passed it to gentle Snow. Zhao Yuru stared at the paper in gentle Snow's hand and accused Shi Feng of making fools of them. Snow had given him bronze equipment. He had answered with apparent scrap. Shi Feng's grave reply was simply, no. That calm denial only made Zhao Yuru angrier. Behind him, Blackie and the others broke into a cold sweat. If the goddess took offense, her admirers could kill them without her lifting a hand. Blackie was ready to offer his own bronze staff. Then gentle Snow gladly accepted the paper. Every mouth fell open. Gentle Snow thanked Shi Feng and asked for somewhere quieter to talk. Her faint smile was dazzling enough to linger in memory, and Shi Feng returned it before leading the way. Zhao Yuru protested, bewildered, but Snow only repeated that she truly liked the gift. Scrap was the basic strength potion recipe. For a current level 2 player, its extra 6 strength meant 12 more attack power, a major dungeon advantage. A guild could brew it repeatedly, and demand would never keep pace with supply. Its value surpassed tens of bronze items. Zhao Yuru rejected the comforting thought that Shi Feng might not know its worth. His confidence had made that impossible. Color rose into her cheeks. She had called a rare recipe scrap, and his smile now felt like mockery. Gentle Snow merely teased, "Now you finally know. I told you he wasn't simple." Back at the entrance, players were still stunned that the goddess had taken a supposed noob aside. Wordless Summer Knight admitted her courtesy proved Shi Feng was not simple. Waving slowly refused to reconsider. Snow only wanted hell mode intelligence, he insisted, and Shi Feng had merely been lucky. Gentle Snow swept her gaze across Shi Feng's party. Their equipment had come from hell mode, yet the group included 3 temporary level 1 noobs and only 1 or 2 technically sound players. Such a team could not have entered, survived, and emerged richly equipped without detailed information. And Gentle Snow supplied the missing explanation herself. Shi Feng was not merely a beta tester, but one who had researched the Deathly Forest in detail. The recipe proved he had cleared it. She promised to keep his secret. Shi Feng shrugged and agreed, privately relieved that she had filled every questionable gap for him. Heard she had him understood, Gentle Snow smiled and told him to name his price. Shi Feng was already laughing inwardly. If money was needed, it should come from someone wealthy and first-rate. Ouroboros, an organization that had conquered more than 10 virtual reality games, was exactly the customer he wanted. Gentle Snow waited for his price, but Shi Feng was weighing far more than her present wealth. In the future, Ouroboros would command the 1,000-plus experts of the god-slaying army, unite over 80 million player cities, and grow powerful enough to rival the entire Starmoon Kingdom. That power was precisely why he could not trust her blindly. Gentle Snow could reach information that ordinary players never could. Shi Feng had leaked hints, and especially the potion recipe, to test her. If she turned dangerous, he could deny everything. Instead, her discreet reaction was exactly what he had hoped for. Shi Feng calmly named his price, 20 silver coins. For a small guild, that was an entire fortune. Even a 100-person farming group would need 2 or 3 days to earn it. Zhao Yuru sucked in a breath and nearly sprang from where she stood. Gentle Snow accepted the 20 silvers, but Ouroboros's power was centered in the capital, Starmoon City, not around White River City. She needed 1 day to gather the money. For now, she offered 7 silvers as a deposit and 15 more tomorrow, adding interest for making him wait. Shi Feng knew she was telling the truth and accepted. He immediately mailed her the Deathly Forest map, along with the boss precautions she had purchased. With Gentle Snow's ability, that information should make normal mode easy. The transaction was no promise now, the strategy was in her hands. One glance shook Gentle Snow. The forest held 36 possible paths, and 33 were dead ends. A night ranger roamed for opportunities. The guide even recorded the boss's skills and their timing, exploring all that through deaths and trial runs would cost Ouroboros far more than 20 silvers. Gentle Snow's view of Shi Feng changed again. Someone who could provide this much detail was not simple. Rather than end their business with the guide, she offered him a place in a future 20-man team dungeon, a chance to turn one profitable exchange into an ongoing connection. Zhao Yuuru saw no reason to waste a slot. Shi Feng's beta experience might explain the Deathly Forest, but the 20-man dungeon had opened only after release. It had never existed in the test. To her, he had no hidden knowledge there, and no proven strength worth inviting. Shi Feng ignored the insult and considered the opportunity. Dark Moon Graveyard could drop excellent swordsman equipment, with attributes better than gear from wild bosses. He could not currently assemble 20 players himself. Joining Gentle Snow for one run would cost him little, and open a loot pool he could not otherwise reach. Nodded, but his agreement came with conditions. Gentle Snow had to reserve several places for his companions. Every piece of swordsman equipment and every forging design had to belong to him. He did not soften the demand, even while negotiating with one of the game's most formidable future powers. Zhao Yuuru pouted and demanded to know whether he could be even a little humble. Anyone else would have accepted without asking for equipment at all. Shi Feng had requested priority instead. Yet Gentle Snow found that bluntness interesting. Unlike everyone trying to impress her, he simply said what he wanted. Gentle Snow inspected the party behind Shi Feng. They were novices, but their equipment was consistently good, barely enough to manage the 20-man dungeon. She accepted his terms. They would add each other as friends and stay in contact. Shi Feng left the negotiation with money, a buyer's respect, and a future raid secured. Shi Feng had barely led his party onward through the Deathly Forest entrance when Stabbing Heart hurried over. The Assassin's Alliance officer joked that he had almost failed to recognize Brother Yi Feng. Knowing a great figure like the Snow Goddess was not something Shi Feng could hide anymore. Shi Feng smiled and dismissed it as a chance meeting. Stabbing Heart mistook that understatement for an expert's humility. In his eyes, Shi Feng's strength made him fully worthy of Gentle Snow's friendship. That calm manner only made the assassin more determined to cultivate their own connection. Stabbing Heart invited him to enter the dungeon with the Assassin's Alliance and sweetened the offer. Shi Feng could choose any equipment he wanted. Shi Feng thanked him but declined. He still had business elsewhere. Perhaps another time. Even exceptional loot priority was not enough to divert him from his plan. Stabbing Heart had spoken loudly enough for the whole entrance to hear. First, the Snow Goddess had summoned the supposed novice. Now a famous Assassin's Alliance officer offered him free choice of loot, and Shi Feng turned him down. The crowd's verdict reversed at once. Nobody could honestly call him a noob now. That reversal brought Waving slowly and his companions hurrying back. Gone was their former arrogance. Smiling broadly, Waving slowly apologized for their ignorance and offered 1 silver coin as proof of sincerity. Wordless Summer, Night, and Battle to the end joined in repeatedly. What they really wanted was simple, an expert to carry them. Shi Feng did not care enough about their old behavior to hold a grudge, but carrying them was another matter. He told them to leave if they had nothing else to say. He had business to handle and no time to waste. Then he turned away without taking the silver. Lonely Snow only shook his head. Watching Lonely Snow leave beside Shi Feng, Wordless Summer Night's apology curdled into a sour boast. He would become an expert too someday, yet Waving slowly understood what the others did not. Their earlier choice had already divided their paths. Lonely Snow was moving into a world they could no longer reach. Shi Feng's party did not pause after leaving the Deathly Forest. They rushed straight for Dark Moon Valley. Most players had only reached level 2 and still hunted safer prey or raided the dungeon behind them. Dark Moon Valley was a level 4 region. At this stage, only a handful of experts willingly leveled there. Level 4 kobolds were scattered across the valley. The party members seeing the place for the first time grew tense, their breathing quickening. Blackie did not flinch. He had already killed hundreds of these creatures beside Shi Feng. Calmly following his friend deeper, he looked less like a novice and more like the group's veteran. The elite parties near the outskirts stared as the newcomers kept going. Deeper in, kobolds no longer appeared in manageable pairs. 4 or 5 could attack at once, and groups of 10 were possible toward the center. To the observers, entering that density for ordinary grinding was not courage. It was an unnecessary death. But the observers had underestimated Shi Feng's ambition. He was not merely entering the deeper valley. He was heading for its core. He knew a grinding location there where monsters were plentiful and respawned quickly. Better still, the ore drop rate was high. What looked like madness was a carefully chosen engine for levels and resources. Deeper Shi Feng led the party, the less reckless his route became. In Dark Moon Valley, he knew where every monster gathered, how many would appear, and when they would return. He had spent countless hours mastering those details in his previous life, when every improvement was meant to raise his position inside Shadow. Life had turned that sacrifice around. Knowledge once gathered for Shadow now belonged entirely to Shi Feng. It would level his own companions faster and secure a steady supply of ore for his plans. The years he had spent serving someone else's future had become capital for the future he intended to build himself. Groups of 4 or 5 level 4 kobolds kept appearing along the Broken Rock path. Earlier, that density had looked suicidal to the watching elite parties. Here, it barely slowed Shi Feng's team. Kola planted his shield and held 4 enemies at once while the others settled naturally into formation. Drowsy Sloth kept Kola above 80% health with little effort. If one kobold slipped around the shield, Lonely Snow drove it straight back. Shi Feng's ordinary sword strikes dealt more than 100 damage, and Blackie's dark arrows hit for 88. Moments later, all 5 kobolds were down. Shi Feng collected the dropped ore and stone without ceremony, then kept moving. More than an hour later, the path opened before a mountain hundreds of meters high. Kobolds had vanished from its base. In their place, wandering gnomes chipped at the rock with small shovels, crowding the site Shi Feng had come to exploit. Fighting that population one enemy at a time would waste the site. Shi Feng chose a different answer. If they could not overpower the whole crowd, he would outrun it. His agility had reached 30, and his bronze shoes pushed his movement speed at least 4 points beyond the wandering gnomes. That advantage made Blackie's Hell Flame several times more efficient than individual kills. Shi Feng explained the sequence carefully. He would gather and compress the horde. Blackie had to release the area spell at the best possible moment. Kola, Lonely Snow, Drowsy Sloth, and the remaining member would finish whatever survived with low health. Once everyone was positioned, Shi Feng grabbed a handful of stones and rushed a nearby gnome overseer. At 20 yards, the creature began yelling. Its alarm drew the wandering gnomes around it. Shi Feng waited inside the danger zone, slipped past the overseer's whip, and let the crowd grow to roughly 30. With 30 monsters committed, Shi Feng turned and struck another overseer with a thrown stone. Its bellow pulled more than 20 additional gnomes into pursuit. The separate packs fused behind him until more than 60 monsters thundered over the mountain ground. Even then, Shi Feng was not satisfied. He circled the mountain for 5 full minutes, triggering group after group. Soon, hundreds of wandering gnomes and more than 10 overseers chased him with everything they had. Shi Feng remained 30% faster. With veteran technique and precise control of his body, he bent the enormous horde into the path he wanted. At last, Shi Feng drove the packed pursuit toward the chosen ground. Blackie watched the distance collapse, staff ready but spell withheld. One early cast would waste the pull. One late cast would bury Shi Feng beneath it. Shi Feng held the line for one more heartbeat, then called, "Blackie, get ready to cast." Blackie's hell flame erupted across the concentrated mob. The strategy's strength was not merely the spell, but the hundreds of targets Shi Feng had forced into its reach. As the area attack tore through the formation, the rest of the party moved exactly as briefed, eliminating the weakened survivors instead of letting the horde scatter. Cleared field looked like the end of an impossible battle. Shi Feng only laughed. This is only the beginning. They will still respawn in a moment. The victory was not a one-time trick. The mountain could become a repeating engine for experience and ore. Before the monsters returned, he ordered everyone to gather the drops. Even with 6 people working, the loot from hundreds of gnomes took time to collect. They were still bent over the harvest when heavy machinery entered the field. A crimson-faced gnome sat inside a gigantic robot, glaring at the party responsible for the slaughter. Then the machine charged with unparalleled rage. Shi Feng recognized it at once. Not good, it's the hazard gnome, everyone spread out. No one questioned him. The sight of the giant robot was warning enough. All 6 abandoned the loot and ran for the forest without hesitation. Shi Feng fled with them. This was not an enemy he intended to meet while the party stood clustered. Danger justified every step of that retreat. The hazard gnome was a level 5 special elite with 1600 HP, and at its first appearance it was stronger than even the berserk chieftain the party had survived. Its chance of spawning after a gnome clear was tiny, yet when it did appear, a player's nightmare had begun. Hazard gnome's small stature meant nothing. God's domain even had a warning about it. Never look down on a gnome, because an enraged one could extinguish your life in an instant. Shi Feng knew that warning was no exaggeration. In his previous life, Shi Feng had seen one appear after an elite ore-grinding party killed a group of gnomes. All 20 players rushed the unexpected special elite, excited by the rare encounter. Their confidence lasted only until the fight began. The entire party was destroyed. Numbers were grotesque for this stage of the game. The hazard gnome had 1600 HP and defense that erased 80% of incoming damage. Even a level 4 berserker's axe had dealt only 2 points. Its bullets, meanwhile, could send an entire party back to the city. The present hazard gnome had no intention of letting them go. Rockets ignited across the machine's back, and the steel giant, more than 3 meters tall, surged after them. What had looked like a lumbering suit of armor became a high-speed hunting machine. Lackey twisted around mid-stride and landed a dark arrow. It dealt only 4 damage. He stared at the number in disgust and complained that without the robot's protection, he could kill the gnome in one shot. Shi Feng noticed something more useful. Lackey could now hit a moving target while running. Shi Feng told him not to chase damage yet. Run, watch the bullets, and reach 1,200 yards from the mountain. Beyond that boundary, the hazard gnome would return. Fighting it head-on during the chase was foolish. First, they needed distance, cover, and control. Yet Shi Feng was not satisfied with merely surviving. In the future, he remembered, no player had ever killed a hazard gnome. If his party could become the first, the drop might be extraordinary. The retreat had bought them a chance to stop reacting and attack on his terms. Before the gnome could reach Blackie, Lonely Snow struck first. Charge forced a momentary fainted state, and Whirlwind Slash scraped away 3 HP. Cola used that instant perfectly. Divine Strike, then Punishment. The blows dealt only 3 and 2 damage, but their added hatred locked the gnome onto him. Machine extended an electric saw from its right arm and brought it down. Cola caught the first strike on his shield, yet the impact hurled him back 3 steps and tore away 147 HP. When the saw came again, he abandoned the block, rolled sideways, and avoided it completely. Drowsy Sloth cast twice in rapid succession and restored nearly 100 HP. Lonely Snow, realizing one direct saw strike could kill him, retreated beyond 10 yards. Cola kept giving ground under the machine's furious attacks, but his health continued falling. Even Drowsy Sloth could not heal fast enough forever. Shi Feng slipped behind the machine and chained Thundering Flash, Double Chop, and Chop. His occasional critical hit dealt 16 damage, tiny against 1,600 HP, yet enormous beside everyone else's numbers. The hazard gnome merely looked at him with contempt and kept sawing at Cola. When the gunfire turned on Shi Feng, his doppelganger appeared directly in its path. The duplicate's blade knocked aside bullet after bullet. That sacrifice bought the real Shi Feng just enough time to trigger gravity liberation and leap into a treetop. The doppelganger was shredded, but Shi Feng escaped the killing zone. Gnome emptied its cartridge, changed magazines, and rushed after Shi Feng again. Gravity liberation made him difficult to track, and every tree became cover from the next volley. While he barely dodged the bullets, the others attacked without pause. Blackie cast Evil Whip every time it was ready. Health bar fell, 64%, 50, 30, 20, then 10. Victory seemed inevitable. Instead, the hazard gnome suddenly jumped out of its metallic machine. Rocket boots were already fitted to its feet, and the tiny pilot sprinted away at astonishing speed. Blackie could only stare. Monsters could actually run away. The others were just as shocked. This gnome understood that it could not win and acted like an intelligent opponent. Cola's shock became anger. After everything that Saw had done to him, he shouted that they could not let it escape and charged after it. Cola was already chasing the wounded hazard gnome when Shi Feng surged past with Wind Blade. He shouted that escape was impossible. The gnome merely gave him a mocking look, pressed a button at its waist, and sent 2 streams of crimson fire roaring from the rocket boots. Party saw the trap at once. Their mages were more than 40 yards away. Lonely Snow was over 30 yards out, and Charge could not stun a target floating in midair. Shi Feng was closest at 15 yards, but he had no ranged attack. By the time he arrived, the gnome would be 20 yards overhead. Shi Feng refused to let such an intelligent enemy leave. He raised the abyssal blade and invoked 9 Dragon Slash. Black mist swallowed the sword. Then 9 streaks tore upward, taking phantom form around the ascending gnome and giving Shi Feng one last chance to finish the 10% HP monster. Arcus answered with explosives. A chain of blasts scattered the abyssal blade's phantoms before they could renew their attack. In that opening, the rocket boots carried him more than 30 yards away. The phantoms reached the edge of their permitted range and stopped. Shi Feng could do nothing but watch. Blackie cursed the monster's escapability as if it were a game-breaking bug. Cola ground his teeth and hammered a nearby tree with his fists. Everyone had fought for the reward of an elite kill, only to see their prize grow wings. Blackie still saw hope. The boots looked slow, and their fuel had to run out eventually. Shi Feng told them to forget it and return to grinding gnomes. He knew those rocket boots as one of God's domain's godly escape tools. Their present pace was only the startup phase. In another moment, the speed would surge beyond pursuit. Right on cue, the crimson flames intensified, and Arcus vanished from sight. Blackie warned the empty sky that Arcus would not escape a second time. Beside him, Shi Feng's regret condensed into killing intent. Years in God's domain had honed that pressure. A future veteran like Tyrant Bear Cola might have dismissed it, but the present party could barely endure it. Blackie carefully asked if Brother Feng was all right. Shi Feng finally remembered the gnome's name, Arcus Maddox. In the future, Arcus would become a famous Grandmaster engineer and shock the nation by creating the Sky Fortress Twin Snake Ring. 3 years later, he would establish the Gnome Empire, and the vast update known as Emergence of the New World would begin. Twin Snake Ring would later draw expeditions from countless super guilds. Every one of them would be annihilated, with Arcus responsible for the disaster. Yet Shi Feng had stood beside that future calamity without recognizing him. He had possessed a chance to kill a history-changing figure, and he had just watched that chance fly away. Shi Feng forced the killing intent back down and reassured Blackie with a smile. Then the previously quiet, gluttonous mouse called from the grass. He had found a small metallic box beneath Arcus's escape path. Shi Feng accepted it, recognized Arcus Maddox's carved inscription, and opened it. His anger vanished into sudden laughter. Their fight had produced a reward after all. Shi Feng's laughter told the party everything. Whatever lay inside Arcus Maddox's box was far beyond common loot. Yet not one companion reached for it or wondered how to divide it. They had made Shi Feng their idol. Helping him claim such a prize was reward enough. Shi Feng put the box away and made a swift decision. The others would remain in Dark Moon Valley and grind until every member reached level 4. Then they were to contact him. They disliked being left behind, but the promise of another plan waiting at level 4 turned reluctance into anticipation. Division of labor was efficient. Blackie's area attack could erase 7 or 8 gnomes at once, letting the party level 2 or 3 times faster than ordinary groups. While they built strength in the valley, Shi Feng carried the box away to advance the first step of his larger plan in God's domain. Once clear of Dark Moon Valley, Shi Feng activated gravity liberation and tore towards Scarlet Lake like a gale. Players along the road saw only a blur. They assumed an assassin had passed them, until one spotted the sword at his waist. A swordsman moving at that speed left the entire roadside staring. From high ground, Shi Feng surveyed Scarlet Lake. Level 10 little fishmen patrolled the shores in thickening groups with their nest concentrated near the center. Water elementals filled the lake itself. The closer one moved toward the water, the denser the defenses became. This was not a normal leveling ground. Fishmen were dangerous for more than their numbers. Their curse stole a player's attributes and added that strength to their own. Every extra moment of battle made them harder to kill. Combined with the dense monsters, hostile water, and complete lack of quests, the mechanic kept ordinary players far away. Reason for accepting that danger lay inside Arcus Maddox's metallic box. It contained a treasure map, and the marked destination was Scarlet Lake. If Arcus knew what he had dropped, Shi Feng imagined the gnome would rage. The map recorded the hiding place of the Philosopher's Stone. Shi Feng's 10 years in God's domain had taught him the history behind that name. 900 years earlier, alchemy master Molotov had poured everything into creating the stone. Nations went to war for it. More than 10 heroic figures fought over it. Then the artifact vanished, leaving one of the world's great mysteries unsolved. This was no collector's relic. The Philosopher's Stone was a sacred item of alchemy. Arcus's map had placed a treasure capable of shaking God's domain within Shi Feng's reach. That discovery turned the lethal lake from an obstacle to avoid into the first decisive step of his own plan. Shi Feng did not move immediately. He watched for half an hour, tracking every patrol cycle. At last, a pattern emerged. The little fishmen did not remain active forever. They periodically withdrew to rest. More importantly, their patrols clung to the shores and almost never entered the water. Water was their weakness. Once a little fishman entered it, its movement speed fell by 60%. If Shi Feng crossed the exposed shore during their brief rest and reached the lake first, the patrols could not maintain a pursuit. The impossible wall of monsters now had a narrow seam. Reaching the water would only clear the first defense. Water elementals guarded the route below. Shi Feng planned to send Phantom Kill's doppelganger away from his true path and draw them after it. While the elementals chased the decoy, he would swim beneath the fishman's nest and enter the cavern hidden below. There was no room for sloppy execution. One mistake meant death. Shi Feng could recover lost experience faster than anyone because of his reincarnated knowledge, so experience itself was not the worst cost. Death would return him to town. Traveling all the way back to Scarlet Lake would waste time he could not spare. 10 seconds remained. Shi Feng followed the patrol with his eyes and counted each one down. The fishmen checked the shore, found nothing unusual, and finally turned toward a small wooden hut. One after another, they disappeared inside to rest. The ground beside Scarlet Lake was empty. Shi Feng's opening had arrived. Shore was empty, and Shi Feng exploded from cover with everything he had. The opening lasted only seconds. 30 yards from Scarlet Lake, another fishman patrol spotted him and raised the alarm. 4 level 10 little fishmen charged with short swords, closing far faster than he could run. Shi Feng could not beat 4 level 10 monsters, and he could not outrun them. He turned at the last instant. Abyssal Bind locked one fishman in place. Parry caught another blade. Instead of resisting the impact, Shi Feng rode its force and flew more than 3 yards toward the lake. Shi Feng activated gravity liberation and landed on the lake instead of sinking. Walking on water normally demanded 80 agility. He had only a little over 30, but the ring of gravity made his body nearly weightless. That combination was enough. He raced across the surface at full speed while all 4 fishmen splashed into the water behind him. Near the fishman nest, Shi Feng dove into Scarlet Lake and found the cavern below. A dense ring of water elementals circled its entrance. He released his Phantom Kill doppelganger and sent the copy away as bait. The guardians surged after it, opening a path, and Shi Feng immediately swam for the cavern. Diversion became a disaster. Racing water elementals threw up waves as tall as a person, smashing through the fishermen's wooden huts. Hundreds of armed little fishmen poured from the damaged nest and dove toward the cavern. Shi Feng looked back in shock. The treasure did not have one defensive layer. It had two, and both were now chasing him. The cavern offered one thread of hope, but Shi Feng was painfully slow underwater. A transformed druid would gain 50% movement speed here. His own speed was reduced by 50%. 50 yards remained. Then 42, 28, 20, 10. The water elementals moved as if they were flying, devouring the distance behind him. At 5 yards, a gigantic icy fist swung for Shi Feng's head. One hit would inflict freezing, slow him further, and let the swarm cling to him until death. He spun underwater and raised his weapon into parry. The blow drove him backward with tremendous force, and that was exactly the direction he needed to go. Shi Feng made it inside, but safety was an illusion. Within the immense cavern stood Floyd, the ghost of a brave one. In God's domain, brave ones ranked beneath only heroes in strength. Their standing exceeded a marquis and yielded only to a duke. Death had not made Floyd harmless. It had made him a great lord. Even 100 elite players would not be enough to approach this fight casually. Shi Feng guessed that Floyd was the site's true guardian. The little fishmen and water elementals were only guard dogs by comparison. With both swarms still behind him, Shi Feng did not linger. He searched the cavern for the route deeper inside. The cavern was enormous, and a flight of stairs descended straight into its depths. That route ought to lead to the Philosopher's Stone. Shi Feng ran for it. Before he reached the first step, a sea of water elementals and little fishmen burst into the cavern behind him, driven by an undying grudge. Floyd's gaze erupted with rage, not at Shi Feng, but at the invading lower lifeforms. He condemned them for sullying the divine place and promised divine punishment. Then the great lord reached over his back and drew a dark golden greatsword. Evil pressure rolled from the blade, so dominant that the weapon seemed to claim mastery over the world. Floyd raised the dark golden greatsword, and the air itself grew heavy. With a thunderous bellow, the ghostly brave one swung. A violent wind and a single sword flash tore through the cavern entrance. Every water elemental and little fishman turned to ash. The same blow crushed the cavern entrance into a mountain of rubble. The creatures that had nearly overwhelmed Shi Feng had not even qualified to serve as Floyd's guard dogs. Cold sweat gathered on Shi Feng's forehead. He had badly underestimated a brave one. That single attack could erase 100 level 30 elite players, and even 300 might only have a fighting chance. Fortunately, Floyd had spared the human in front of him. There was no retreat. Not even an earthworm could squeeze through that rubble. Shi Feng steadied himself and chose the only path left, downward into the unknown stairwell beneath Floyd's vicious domain. Stairs spiraled deeper through rocky walls enchanted with light magic. The whole passage glowed, yet seemed to have no end. No enemies appeared. After half an hour of uninterrupted descent, Shi Feng finally reached a vast open hall. The chamber was as large as a football field. Gold and jade covered the shrine, while illustrations and ancient text crowded both walls. At its deepest point stood an altar, a pure gold treasure chest, and 2 silent statues guarding either side. The chest held the prize Shi Feng had risked everything to obtain, the Philosopher's Stone. Its description named it a sacred item of alchemy, an artifact once capable of turning stone into gold, reviving the dead, and performing still more unfathomable feats. But this was only a damaged fragment. The sword Emperor Knight had broken the stone into 5 pieces, leaving this one with less than a tenth of its full strength. For now, it offered only 2 functions: alchemy conversion and elemental refinement. Shi Feng was more than satisfied. The chest held 2 more prizes, an instantaneous movement scroll and a level 10 fine gold golden greatsword. Apart from magic weapons, that sword was the best a level 10 player could wield, enough to dominate anyone at the same level. And both statues shook. Red light ignited in their eyes, and their attention locked onto Shi Feng. The guardians moved to strike. He did not waste a heartbeat deciding whether any treasure was worth dying for. Golden magical seals wrapped around Shi Feng, but the scroll required 3 full seconds to cast. It was one of only a few such scrolls in all of God's domain. Still, losing it was cheaper than dying here. A guardian's blade descended, and Shi Feng vanished just before it struck. Shi Feng escaped, but his success did not remain quiet. A system announcement spread through Red Leaf Town and the settlements around Scarlet River. An unknown player had activated a storyline quest. Every player immediately wondered what kind of reward could justify such a rare announcement. Some players immediately imagined killing the achiever and stealing the reward, but the announcement had hidden Shi Feng's name. The large guilds saw a different prize. Guild reputation could advance a guild to level 2 and unlock benefits before its rivals. Same calculation spread through every surrounding town. Large guilds began planning crusades against the little fishmen, each desperate to claim the reputation advantage first. Without revealing himself, Shi Feng had redirected the ambitions of an entire region. Meanwhile, the cause of the uproar sat quietly inside Red Leaf Town's auction house. Its market reached hundreds of towns and small cities under White River City, though every sale lost 5% to handling fees. For Shi Feng, that reach and the anonymity it offered made it the perfect next move. Safe inside Red Leaf Town's auction house, Shi Feng considered his next risk. A public stall would expose both his wealth and his identity, perhaps even drawing Flaming Tiger back onto him. Here, he could sell anonymously and make wealthy buyers from hundreds of towns compete. He began with equipment the market could actually absorb, one mysterious iron plate armor at a base price of 25 silvers. Then came 5 bronze pieces, the plate armor starting at 3 silvers and each remaining item at 2. Level 10 fine gold golden greatsword was different. It was worth at least 2 gold, 200 silvers. At a time when even 1 silver felt precious, listing it would not create a bidding war. It would only expose a treasure nobody could afford. His next problem was capacity. The default bag held 100 slots, but a player could equip 7 bags in all. Shi Feng bought 6 of the largest available, 25 slots each, 40 coppers apiece. The full expansion cost him 240 coppers. Outside, Shi Feng opened a stall, but not to sell equipment. His real target was raw material. Garrison armor consumed magic essence, copper ore, and bronze ore. The ores were scarce, and the large guilds were already buying every supply they could find. Before acquiring the Philosopher's Stone, Shi Feng would have mined the ore himself. Now, elemental refinement could extract metal from cheap stone, with even rare ore possible. Instead of grinding, he could buy what everyone else discarded. Tens of thousands of players had become his unwitting laborers. Response was immediate. Players crowded around him, afraid his new bags would fill first. One offered 6 stacks of magic essence, another held out 3 stacks of stone. Shi Feng gave them the answer they wanted. He would take everything, just trade it over. Stacks poured into his inventory, 3 here, 5 there, until Shi Feng held 60 stacks of magic essence and 85 stacks of stone. The investment consumed almost everything he had. His expanded bags were full, and fewer than 10 coppers remained in his pocket. More sellers were still waiting, but Shi Feng could buy no further. He apologized, announced that he was full, and packed away the stall. With his capital transformed into materials, he left the disappointed crowd and headed for the Forging Association to test the plan. Inside the locked room, Shi Feng emptied 1 stack of stone onto the round table. A single stack meant 100 pieces. They buried the tabletop and spilled across the floor, turning 1 inventory slot into a very physical mountain of chances. Shi Feng picked up 1 piece and smiled. Time to discover what his prize could really do. Only then did he produce the Crimson Philosopher's Stone. If anyone saw such an artifact, the consequences would be immense, which was precisely why he had rented a room no one could enter uninvited. System asked whether he wished to use elemental refinement. Shi Feng chose yes without hesitation. A faint red glow spread from the Philosopher's Stone, and mysterious power flowed into the ordinary rock. His entire investment now waited on what emerged next. The Philosopher's Stone finished channeling its power with a blunt pop. Shi Feng's fist-sized test stone did not reveal precious metal. It collapsed into yellow sand and scattered across the table. The first use of elemental refinement was a failure. Shi Feng calmly selected another stone. The failure did not disprove the artifact. Elemental refinement could only extract metal element that was already present. A stone containing none would naturally become sand. The question was not whether failures occurred, but whether the successes paid for them. The economics justified his patience. 100 ordinary stones sold for only 10 copper coins. 100 pieces of copper ore could fetch 200, and guilds would still fight to buy them. Even a modest yield could multiply the value of Shi Feng's cheap stockpile. Then came failure after failure. 10 stones burst into sand without leaving a trace of ore. Shi Feng's calm finally bent into depression. He wondered whether the entire batch had been gathered from a desert. He inhaled slowly. There were still many stones left. Next stone popped and collapsed like the others. But this time, something remained. Amid the yellow grains lay a piece of metal with a purplish-red luster. Copper ore. Shi Feng lifted it, released the breath he had been holding, and immediately began working faster. Pop after pop, the stones on the table became sand. When the batch was finished, Shi Feng counted 23 copper ore and 2 bronze ore. The bronze was rarer still, worth 3 times copper ore to NPCs. The low success rate no longer looked discouraging, it looked profitable. The moment Shi Feng stepped out of the forging room, an auction house notification appeared. His violent bear armor, the mysterious iron plate armor intended for shield warriors, had sold. After fees, 31 silvers and 53 coppers dropped into his bag from that single listing. Second notice reported the dark star boots sold for another 3 silvers and 21 coppers after fees. More successful listings followed. Shi Feng smiled at the cascade. Competition across White River City sphere had pushed the prices higher than even he expected. Shi Feng now carried more than 50 silver coins while ordinary players celebrated possessing a few dozen coppers. He could have sold his newly refined ore and rushed toward a gold coin. He refused. Copper and bronze were not quick cash. They were the foundation of a much larger forging business. With fresh capital, Shi Feng rented the secure room for another hour and returned to elemental refinement. He processed 45 stacks of stone. His luck improved. The enormous batch produced 10 stacks of copper ore and 2 full stacks of bronze. Added to his earlier results, Shi Feng now owned 17 stacks of copper ore and 3 stacks of bronze ore, enough to keep him forging for a long time. Materials were no longer the immediate bottleneck. The next advantage he needed was a better place to use them. Most adventurers begrudged even the price of a basic forging room. The manager therefore recognized an unusual customer the moment Shi Feng approached, with real spending power. The administrator's service became markedly warmer as Shi Feng requested an intermediate forging room. It was already morning in the real world. Shi Feng still used a virtual gaming helmet, not equipment that could sustain him indefinitely, so he could not remain in God's domain much longer. After weighing the time, he chose 2 hours, enough for a serious forging session before rest. Manager smiled, handed over the key, and named the total, 2 silver coins. Shi Feng placed both shining coins on the table without hesitation. Around him, players who had been complaining about basic room prices fell silent. Those were unmistakably silver coins, not ordinary coppers. An envious elementalist blurted, "A tycoon!" A pretty, flirtatious player winked at Shi Feng and offered to warm Brother Tycoon's bed. The shameless pitch only sharpened the crowd's attention, turning a simple room rental into a public announcement of just how rich Shi Feng had become. Priest sourly called it dirty money and claimed he would become an intermediate forging apprentice first, though even he knew that was impossible. The premium room itself added 3% forging success. With its superior facilities, the real advantage reached at least 5%. To a serious forger, that difference was enormous. A forger, 5% separated heaven from earth. Shi Feng left the envious crowd and its shameless flirtation behind, gripped the intermediate room key, and climbed to the Forging Association's 2nd floor without sparing the young woman another glance. The contrast was immediate. 50 basic rooms crowded the 1st floor, but only 20 intermediate rooms lined the 2nd. NPCs walked the corridor, players did not. Shi Feng had entered a part of the association that ordinary apprentices could not yet afford to use. Inside, the rental finally justified its price. The room was broader and more refined than a basic workshop, with superior facilities arranged around a stone worktable. 2 features seized Shi Feng's attention at once, its hammer and its unnatural forge flame. Shi Feng lifted the silvery white hammer from its iron-woven rest. The interface named it the Bronze Rank 100 Refinement Hammer, Strength 4 required, and a direct 3% increase to forging success. For a production player, that single number was already precious. And PC shops sold only common hammers, which offered no success bonus at all. Stealing this one was equally impossible. Every item belonging to the room was locked inside it. Shi Feng had not bought the tool. He had bought 2 hours of access to an advantage others could not carry away. Forge fire was more extraordinary still. Instead of an ordinary scarlet-yellow blaze, it burned scarlet and green. Its display identified the Tier 1 Scarlet Devil Flame, a mysterious flame of extreme temperature that raised smelted purity and improved the success of forging and potion refinement. Shi Feng remembered the game's 2nd month. In that future, the 3rd-rate Guild Glorious Light discovered the Tier 2 Ice Blue Devil Flame in 100 Ghosts Forest. One production treasure drew lifestyle players to them in waves and abruptly made the guild the tyrant of a small city. Other guilds secretly hunted for mysterious flames, including Shi Feng's former organization, Shadow. Shadow eventually bought the location and acquisition method from Glorious Light's inner circle. It changed nothing. Such flames appeared only once. After the Ice Blue Devil Flame was taken, every latecomer's preparation became wasted effort. This time, Shi Feng knew enough to move first. Securing the Ice Blue Devil Flame would strengthen the guild he intended to build and help push him from apprentice toward a true forger. Yet a unique prize punished haste as readily as delay. He would prepare everything and design a proper plan before acting. Shi Feng took out the garrison armor forging design and selected Learn without hesitation. The system confirmed the result. He now knew how to forge garrison armor. Future treasure could wait. His immediate route to proficiency and profit had just become executable. For an ordinary basic forging apprentice, progress was punishing. Even level 0 common equipment offered no more than a 20% success rate. Worse, a successful item carried only a 40% chance of awarding 1 proficiency point. Failures consumed resources. Successes did not always advance the crafter. Shi Feng did not face an ordinary apprentice's scarcity. The Philosopher's Stone gave him a renewable resource route, and each armor needed only 5 bottles of magic essence, 5 bronze ore, and 20 copper ore total cost. 80 coppers, at least 20 less than comparable bronze equipment. The economics were better than cost alone. Garrison armor possessed strong attributes and was widely welcomed, so Shi Feng would not need to hunt for buyers. Cheap inputs, abundant resources, and ready demand meant every successful piece could advance his proficiency and return a profit. Decisive advantage was the Book of Forging. It added 70% for common equipment and 50% for bronze. The bonuses then stepped down by rank: 30 for mysterious iron, 20 for secret silver, 10 for fine gold, 5 for dark gold, and even 1% for epic equipment. Its power was clearest at the lowest rank. Shi Feng's 20% common equipment baseline became 90 with the book alone. Add the intermediate room and eliminate careless mistakes, and the practical success rate reached 99% or more. Common production had become nearly impossible for him to fail. Garrison armor began at a miserable 5%. The book added 50, the room supplied 3, and the Scarlet Devil Flame pushed the combined chance to 60%. Other forgers would have gone mad for 60% on common equipment. Shi Feng had achieved it on valuable bronze gear. Decision was made. Shi Feng arranged magic essence, bronze ore, and copper ore across the stone table, then placed the immensely precious Book of Forging within reach. He took up the 100 refinement hammer and faced the heated ore. Every advantage was ready. Now he had to execute. 100 refinement hammer came down. Sparks burst across the wide chamber, and every ringing blow landed exactly where Shi Feng intended. He had never trained as a forger in his previous life, but long conversations with a master forger had taught him enough to avoid a novice's cheapest mistakes. More than 100 blows later, sweat ran across his forehead. Shi Feng studied the crimson ore and decided it had reached the right point. One more strike would risk ruining the work. He steadied his breathing, opened its interface, and pressed complete. Red-hot mass changed shape before him. 5 long seconds later, silvery gray armor rested on the table. Its surface looked flawless, but appearances meant nothing. A bad forging could demote bronze equipment to common rank or leave its attributes below standard. Shi Feng could endure a failure, but he had no desire to burn money for nothing. A trace of nerves remained as he checked the item. Then the uncertainty broke. His first garrison armor was a success. He lifted it, tested the silvery gray metal beneath his fingers, and admired its eye-catching design. Satisfaction quickly became arithmetic. Common gear still dominated God's domain. Even elite parties considered 1 or 2 bronze pieces a blessing. Both shield warriors and guardian knights could wear this armor, and a better-equipped main tank meant easier dungeon clears. 4 silver would not frighten serious buyers. Armor carrying defensive power would be even more valuable to an MT. Shi Feng set a hard floor in his mind, no less than 5 silver coins. With the first success behind him, he did not merely repeat the recipe. He reached for 100 refinement steel and turned the next attempt into an experiment. 10 minutes later, the second armor took shape and immediately broke the pattern. The first had been silvery gray. This one was pitch black. Shi Feng held still while identification counted down for 3 seconds, waiting to learn exactly what the 100 refinement steel had changed. System named it Garrison Heavy Armor, level 3 bronze plate requiring 14 strength. It carried 25 defense, 2 strength, 4 endurance, 150 HP, and 40 durability. Then came the premium line, an additional ability called defensive power. The steel had produced something far beyond an ordinary result. Shi Feng kept forging. The successful run rewarded more than his inventory. He rose to level 3, close behind the leading experts, while his forging proficiency reached 44 points. That growth was 4 to 5 times faster than the forgers supported by major guilds. Shi Feng left the rented room and went straight to the auction house. He listed 11 garrison armors without defensive power at a base price of 4 silver each. The enhanced armors and the heavy armor stayed with him. First, guilds and elite parties would taste the product. Then scarcity could raise the premium price. Sale was only half the cycle. Shi Feng opened a stall in the trade area and called for more materials. Players crowded in with stones and magic essences. For the next half hour, he bought the raw resources that would feed refinement and another round of garrison armor production. Night was approaching in God's domain when monsters grew stronger and leveling became needlessly difficult. Shi Feng needed rest as well. He still used a gaming helmet, not a pod capable of supplying nutrients and stimulating idle muscles. He opened the system interface, selected Log Off, and let the virtual marketplace dissolve. Virtual marketplace vanished. Shi Feng opened his eyes in his cramped rented apartment, where sunlight already filled the room and the air was growing warm. He removed the gaming helmet, sat up, and stretched. After more than 10 hours motionless on the bed, his entire body felt numb. He refused to remain still. Shi Feng dropped into push-ups, followed them with sit-ups, and worked through other basic movements until sensation returned. The routine was simple, yet his present body made its weakness impossible to ignore. In this era, exercise was not a hobby. Decades of research had strengthened the human body, prolonged youth, and pushed average life expectancy to 100 years. The same scientists warned that those gains demanded physical training. Society listened. Sports tournaments and fighting competitions commanded public attention. University martial arts societies flourished, while distinguished athletes drew admiration everywhere they went. In a culture like this, anyone without physical ability was dismissed. Strength had become status. Shi Feng had learned that lesson too late before. He neglected his body until it was nearly ruined, then discovered that training after his youth could recover only so much. This second life offered an earlier start. He would not waste it again. Zhao Ruoxi called and asked him to come to school. The summons struck a buried memory. She had called on this same day in his previous life, and he had dismissed the classroom matter as too small to interrupt God's domain. Back then, Shi Feng and Blackie had struggled to enter Shadow Workshop. Advancement demanded results, so Shi Feng stayed in God's domain instead of answering Zhao Ruoxi's summons. Why sacrifice precious game time for a small classroom affair? That choice erased his university recommendation. The credential could have opened better jobs and higher positions in a punishing labor market. His parents understood that. They hid their fear about the lost recommendation and the household debt, encouraging Shi Feng instead. The strain exhausted them. 1 year later, both fell gravely ill. The Shi Feng of this life, the recommendation itself was nearly useless. Preventing the same family disaster was not. His grades were average but sufficient. There was no ordinary reason to exclude him. If the answer lay in today's incident, he would be there to see it. At the university, the first warning was the crowd. Far more students filled the grounds than on an ordinary day, when most would be studying in the library or gathering elsewhere. Shi Feng moved through them toward his classroom, watching for the event his former self had missed. Shi Feng's appearance surprised the class. He almost never attended gatherings like this. After acknowledging Zhao Ruoxi, he looked for somewhere to wait. The other male students' expressions made conversation pointless, so he quietly chose a seat in the corner. Shi Feng answered the cold reception with a bitter smile. In his former life, he had failed badly at ordinary human connection. Yet poverty shaped that failure. Saving money meant skipping every gathering and class event until he became almost invisible to his peers. To them, he was simply reclusive. Whispers began around him. Why was he here? Had the class monitor actually invited him? Some called him inferior, mocked his eyes, and treated even his attention as disgusting. Weak, poor, and often bullied by other classes, Shi Feng was not a peer to them. He was an embarrassment. Contempt continued in carefully lowered voices. Shi Feng heard every word, just as his classmates intended. Their whispers preserved the appearance of discretion while making certain the poor, isolated student by the wall understood exactly where they believed he belonged. Their judgment reflected the age itself. Academic learning mattered, but a powerful body mattered more. Body training shaped status and opportunity, and Shi Feng's visibly weak condition violated that ideal. In this classroom, physical frailty alone was enough to make him an outcast. Shi Feng only laughed it off. With 10 years of hard experience behind his young face, he had no reason to rage at childish bait. He had come for one purpose: learn what had happened to the university recommendation stolen from him in the former timeline. The answer began to take shape when a robust young man entered. Ling Feilong stood an imposing 1.9 meters tall, perfectly suited to an age that worshipped trained bodies. Attention swung toward him at once, identifying the newcomer as the gathering's true center. Shi Feng remembered Ling as a man with tricks behind every smile. After graduation, he courted a large corporation's princess and became its CEO within 3 years. As virtual worlds reshaped business, he then sought out his old classmate and proposed a partnership inside God's domain. Back then, Shi Feng led Shadow, a second-rate guild that still controlled a city of 500,000. He accepted because they had been classmates. The venture enriched them both, but Ling gained more, cultivated powerful subordinates, secured a first-rate guild's favor, and abandoned Shadow. Present classroom erupted in congratulations. Ling had performed well enough in the school's fighting competition to enter the city competition, and his classmates treated that qualification like the beginning of a glorious career. Some of the young women were especially eager to win his notice. The excitement was not baseless. A city fighting slot could go to only 3 or 4 people in 10,000. A strong showing might bring a corporate spokesperson contract, advertisements, wealth, and a seemingly limitless future. In his former life, Shi Feng might have envied Ling. But Shi Feng knew where public obsession was heading. God's domain let people experience battles and wars personally without real physical danger. As its popularity rose, virtual combat would eclipse ordinary fighting spectacles, and the game's greatest experts would become the idols everyone followed. Mid the congratulations, Ling's gaze crossed the room and stopped on Shi Feng. Everyone else affirmed his status. The outcast in the corner did not. A trace of dissatisfaction entered Ling's eyes, small enough for the class to miss, but clear to the man who knew his future. Gathering's real business emerged. A recommendation holder was expected to surrender that valuable credential for Ling. Yet the students who would actually lose something did not volunteer. The loudest enthusiasm came from classmates with no recommendation rights of their own, and therefore no personal cost. Nobody offered themselves. Ling's expression darkened for an instant. Then the smile returned. Since everyone was so eager, he suggested that he should not choose the victim himself. They would raise their hands and vote. The instigators immediately praised the idea as fairness. The eager spectators stood with delight at another person's misfortune. Watching them, Shi Feng finally understood. This was it. These were the people who had stolen his recommendation, and Ling had hidden the choice inside a class vote. The mystery that brought Shi Feng here was solved. Wrath ignited beneath Shi Feng's calm exterior. In the former timeline, he had been foolish enough to work with Ling even after this. Not again. If Ling chose to make trouble for him in this life, Shi Feng would answer in kind. The unchanged vote placed him on the sacrificial throne. The class piled congratulations onto Shi Feng with smiling cruelty. Apparently, losing his recommendation was wonderful luck. With Brother Long protecting him afterward, they said, Shi Feng ought to feel grateful. Ling Feilong thanked Shi Feng with a polished smile and no gratitude behind it. Then, before Shi Feng had surrendered anything, Ling invited the entire class to celebrate at the Maple Leaf Bar after school. Hold on, Shi Feng's voice stopped the celebration. Every face turned toward the classmate they had nearly forgotten was present. Ling kept smiling and invited him to speak. Shi Feng gave Ling one cool glance. He had never agreed. Anyone eager to help Ling could surrender their own recommendation, but Shi Feng would not release his. With that settled, he prepared to leave. The classroom went dead silent. Shi Feng, the easy target bullied by other classes, had openly rebelled against Ling Feilong. The students wondered if he understood what retaliation would follow. Ling merely thought the refusal foolish. Before the standoff could end, Zhou Yuhu arrived with Qin Shuyu. Seeing them pulled an ugly history into focus. Shi Feng had once confessed to Qin, and she had rejected him before becoming Zhou's girlfriend. In the former timeline, Qin told Zhou about Shi Feng's confession. Zhou answered by having students from other classes take care of him. Even after Shi Feng joined Shadow, pointless assignments kept him from developing properly in God's domain. Ling immediately went to meet Zhou with a respectful smile. Zhou had no patience for the classroom delay. Ling promised he needed only 2 or 3 minutes to settle his business and teach Shi Feng how to behave. Zhou was already boiling. The player Yi Feng had cost him his team leader duties that day. He had only just struggled to level 2, and Brother Zhang had scolded him. Zhou never guessed Yi Feng was Shi Feng. Qin Shuyu's expression soured when she noticed Shi Feng. To her, he had neither money nor power and offered no sense of strength or security. Beside Zhou Yuhu, she considered him beneath comparison. Seeing Qin's disgust, Zhou lifted her chin with one robust hand, displaying casual possession. Then his attention shifted to Shi Feng. A cold smile spread across his face as he began walking forward. Previously, Zhou had sent other students to handle Shi Feng. Today, he intended to carve the lesson into Shi Feng's bones himself. In a society accustomed to body training, student fights and minor injuries drew little concern. This looked far worse. Witnesses could already picture the result. Shi Feng hospitalized for at least a month, collecting his graduation certificate in a cast. Nobody moved to stop it. Zhou kept coming. And Zhao Ruoxi's delicate figure crossed into Zhou's path and blocked Shi Feng from view. Unshaken by Zhou's imposing aura, the normally gentle class monitor demanded to know what right an outsider had to bully someone from her class. Ling Feilong immediately tried to soften the threat. Smiling as though he were doing Shi Feng a favor, he told Zhao Ruoxi not to cause trouble. Zhou Yuhu only wanted to offer a few pointers, he claimed. Perhaps the class weakling would finally learn how to behave. Privately, Ling was furious that Zhao had defended someone he already considered beneath him. He had long treated her as if she belonged to him. Keeping that rage hidden, he caught her delicate hand and tried to pull her away. Zhao shook him off at once. Zhao demanded to know whether the pride of their class truly intended to watch a classmate be bullied. Until now, Ling's competition record and pleasant manner had made him seem promising. Watching him excuse Zhou stripped that image away. To her, he was nothing but a hypocrite. Ling refused to surrender the mask. Shi Feng simply did not know how to act, he said, so Zhou's lesson would help him. Enraged by the shameless answer, Zhao turned away from Ling and urgently told Shi to leave. She would stay behind and hold Zhou off herself. Zhou barely cared about Shi now. He looked Zhao over, announced that he liked her, and reached toward her face with an ugly grin. Before the intimidation could go further, Shi extended an arm and drew Zhao behind him. Then he turned Zhou's aggression back where it belonged. Sight of Shi's arm touching Zhao infuriated Ling even more. He wanted to strike immediately, yet forced himself to wait. There would be time to put Shi in his place later. For now, he stood behind his polite mask while she calmly faced the far more dangerous Zhou. Zhou laughed at Shi's nerve and proposed a wager of 1,000 credits. If she won, he could keep the money. If he lost, he would pay the same amount, kneel in front of Zhou, and apologize. The real prize Zhou wanted was public submission. He merely shook his head. 1,000 credits was such a petty wager that Zhou ought to be embarrassed to say it aloud. The insult landed perfectly. Zhou knew she was poor, so hearing the class weakling demand higher stakes angered him into laughter. He challenged Shi to name his price. She named exactly what he wanted: the Big Dipper Training Center membership card Zhou had won in the school fighting competition. In return, if she lost, he would pay Zhou 10,000 credits 1 month later. Then he pressed the final lever. If Zhou lacked the courage, they could forget the wager. He had not chosen the card for its resale value. Big Dipper was famous throughout Jin High City for its environment and comprehensive equipment, and ordinary people could not simply enter. Even basic membership was worth 8 or 9,000 credits. More importantly, access would let him begin rebuilding his body immediately. Zhou's confidence rested on one obvious weakness: a poor student like she could not produce 10,000 credits. Before that objection could kill the wager, Zhao stepped in again. She would lend Shi the money. Her backing made the promised stake real and left Zhou with no respectable excuse to retreat. She stared at Zhao in genuine surprise. He knew her family was comfortable, but not that she could risk so much money. More confusing was her faith in him. They were not close, yet she had defended him twice and now placed 10,000 credits behind his challenge. Not wanting him to misunderstand, Zhao quietly said that Zhou's arrogance simply disgusted her. She thought highly enough of Shi to want him to lose with dignity. She thanked her and promised to return twice the amount. Zhao only smiled and nodded. She did not truly expect even the original sum back. Zhou burst into delighted laughter. The card seemed a cheap price for a guaranteed victory, and Zhao's money had made the reward tangible. He could beat Shi, collect 10,000 credits, and keep pursuing the girl who had caught his eye. Licking his lips, Zhou ordered them to draw up the contract at the fighting arena. The class followed Shi Feng and Zhou Yuhu into the school's fighting arena. There, beneath the central brain's supervision, both men signed the wager they had just negotiated. This was no informal promise. Once the central brain acknowledged the contract, the agreement carried the force of law. A university fighting teacher took the judge's position. He was not merely there to declare a winner. His own fighting skill allowed him to interrupt a dangerous exchange before either student suffered heavy injury. At least, that was the arena's intended safety line. Below the ring, Shi Feng's classmates laughed. The student they normally treated as invisible had opposed Ling Feilong and angered someone even more frightening. To them, his calmness was not courage but insanity. After Zhou finished with him, they predicted Shi Feng would never know peace again. And Shuyu stared at Shi Feng and for one disorienting moment saw someone different. His composure carried a strange sense of security. Even his scrawny frame seemed larger. Then she shook the feeling away. A weakling without a single fighting technique challenging brother who was not impressive, she declared. It was reckless. One contradicted Qin. Zhou Yuhu had placed third in the university tournament and earned praise from several fighting teachers. They expected him to make a name for himself at the city tournament. Using that kind of fighter to punish the thin, supposedly untrained, Shi Feng seemed like taking a butcher's knife to a chicken. Zhao Ruoxi's anger stood out amid the mockery. Ling Feilong approached her with a gentle voice and blamed Shi Feng for causing the trouble. Since no one believed that small body could win, he called her 10,000 credits money thrown into the ocean and offered to ask Zhou to spare her, while making Shi Feng pay everything. Zhao answered that helping Shi Feng was part of being class monitor, but the money was her own decision. She had never intended to ask him for it back. Then she turned Ling's concern against him. He had taken the recommendation that rightfully belonged to Shi Feng and now stood here making cynical remarks instead of helping him. Zhao was not finished. Ling called this trading pointers, but one fighter ranked third in the entire school while the other supposedly knew no technique at all. She demanded to know whether he felt any shame saying it. Her elegant, refined presence suddenly carried such force that every word struck Ling like a blow. Recommendation was not an unlimited favor. Each class received a fixed number, normally reserved for students with academic results in the top 20. The school guaranteed recommendations to its top 5 tournament fighters, but Ling had only reached 9th. Without Shi Feng's place, the city competitor feared being exposed as a university student who lacked the credential. Ling's eyes reddened with rage. Had Zhao been anyone else, he wanted to answer her with violence, but force was a disastrous move. Her family was powerful enough that one incident could end his future. He swallowed the impulse, soothed himself with possessive fantasies about controlling her later, and redirected the immediate blame toward Shi Feng. Just wait, Ling silently promised him. Shi Feng felt the hostility from below and answered it with nothing more than a disdainful smile. Ling had been right about one thing. This fight was terribly uneven. He simply had the direction wrong. Zhou Yuhu was the one standing against an opponent he could not understand. In his previous life, Shi Feng's physique had never matched a first-rate fighter's, yet he could still beat such fighters into submission. His advantage was experience earned through 10 years of life-or-death battles in God's domain. Survive enough wars and becoming an expert ceased to be mysterious. Every desperate exchange had trained judgment, timing, and technique. Martial artists sometimes chased the same growth by training at the edge of death, but that method could easily kill an ordinary person. God's domain had given Shi Feng the pressure repeatedly and with brutal realism. His resulting skill exceeded national competition standards by several levels. Even future reputable melee players could defeat Jin High City's champion, and Shi Feng had once commanded Shadow. Zhou Yuhu prepared to charge, but Shi Feng regarded the university tournament as little more than children playing house. His current body was already stronger than the one he remembered 10 years later. Physically, even 5 or 6 Ling Feilongs would not frighten him. Mistaking that calm for carelessness, Zhou snarled that he would fix the brat up. He rushed straight in and swept a heavy slap toward Shi Feng's face. This was not merely an opening strike. Zhou wanted his first blow to humiliate him. Shi Feng read the attack without effort. Rather than dodge, he casually punched directly toward Zhou's face, accepting the apparent trade. Startled by the fist's precision, Zhou abandoned his slap and reflexively brought both hands up to protect himself. That instinctive guard was the trap. Shi Feng's lips curled upward, and his hand changed course with lightning speed. Like a surgical blade, its edge struck a major artery in Zhou's neck before the larger fighter could react. Zhou's sight blurred. Suffocation closed around him, and strength drained from every limb. Shi Feng allowed no recovery. His next punch drove into the side of Zhou's abdomen, bringing stabbing pain and yellowish fluid to his mouth. Zhou thought of blocking, but his body no longer obeyed. Zhou's body tried to collapse, but Shi Feng kept him within striking range. Fist after fist hammered his abdomen, followed by blows to the ribs. By the time the barrage ended, the university's third-ranked fighter lay unmoving and unconscious on the ring. The teacher checked the fallen fighter and reported that Zhou had suffered no major injury and should wake soon. That did not make the defeat cheap. He still needed treatment and more than a month of rest. With the city competition only 3 weeks away, Zhou's place in it was gone. Every gaze shifted to Shi Feng. The same thin, weak-looking student they had mocked had just displayed explosive, terrifying strength. Zhou Yuhu, ranked third in the university, had fallen in a single exchange. Ridicule vanished from the male student's eyes. In its place was deep fear. And fear became personal. If Shi Feng chose to deal with them, who among them could resist? Worse, these same classmates had helped give his recommendation to Ling Feilong. Their earlier hot blood drained away, and their hearts began pounding as they imagined the consequences. Central Brain's supervision made the result final. Shi Feng received Zhou's Big Dipper Training Center membership card, the access he needed to strengthen his real body, along with 10,000 credits. His calm gamble had produced both a decisive victory and practical resources. Shi Feng slowly surveyed the people below the ring. When his deep gaze met the least courageous students, their legs failed. Little Liu collapsed with foam at his mouth before a classmate could finish calling for the teacher, and then another frightened student fell flat as well. Then Shuyu saw Shi Feng looking over and quickly tidied her clothes and hair. Presenting herself as neatly and alluringly as she could, she called him Brother Feng in a feeble voice. It was already noon, she said, and she knew a pleasant restaurant with excellent food. She would treat him. Shi Feng did not answer Qin at all. His eyes moved beyond her, searching the arena until they found Zhao Ruoxi. Then he walked straight past Qin. The cold indifference cut deeply. Qin felt she had lost something precious and regretted how blind and foolish she had been in high school. Shi Feng greeted Zhao Ruoxi with a calm smile and offered her the entire 10,000 credit prize. He promised to repay the remaining 10,000 as quickly as possible. Yet Zhao would not take it. Instead, she blinked and studied him as though he were some exotic animal. For 4 university years, Zhao had known Shi Feng as an introvert who was bullied yet too proud to accept help. He had seemed like an injured little wolf, always licking his wounds alone. Now shock and joy mingled in her eyes as she quietly asked, uncertainly, whether he was really Shi Feng. Zhao Ruoxi could no longer reconcile the man before her with the wounded loner she remembered. Shi Feng had seemed like a little wolf. Now she saw a slumbering dragon, quiet until it moved, then overwhelming. Even Zhao Yuhu, ranked third in the university, had been helpless against him. Had Shi Feng entered the school tournament, Zhao believed he might already be its champion. Shi Feng naturally understood her confusion. He had attracted far more attention than he intended, but the entire chain of events had been accidental. So he broke the tension with a grin. Of course he was Shi Feng, unless becoming too handsome had made him unrecognizable. Zhao clicked her tongue, said he had only barely entered her eyes, and snatched the offered money at last. And Zhao quietly mentioned the university's annual fellowship party. It would take place in 10 days, and senior figures from well-known corporations across Jin High City would attend. Since Shi Feng was searching for a profitable career, she urged him to consider it. The gathering could place him directly before people capable of changing his prospects. Moment she finished, Zhao remembered Shi Feng's financial situation. An invitation was useless if the participation fee barred the door. Keeping her voice low, she offered to pay it for him. The offer was practical, but its discretion revealed something warmer. She wanted to help without wounding the pride of someone who had always refused help. Shi Feng considered the annual gathering more carefully. It was already a major event, and there was a chance that one particular person might attend. That possibility made the choice worthwhile. He thanked Zhao and agreed to go, but he refused her money. Whatever the fee cost, he would pay it himself. Ling Feilong seized on Shi Feng's answer. A man should know his own worth, he mocked. With Jin Hai City's great figures attending, Shi Feng's clothes alone might make security drive him away, and then the whole class would be embarrassed. It was the old attack in a new form. Use Shi Feng's poverty to put him back beneath everyone else. Shi Feng told Ling not to worry about him. Then his eyes went cold and he pointed toward the ring. Ling had promised to teach him how to become a proper person. This was a fighting arena, so why not exchange pointers and begin the lesson now? The challenge stripped away every excuse behind Ling's earlier bravado. Ling stuttered that he had only followed the class's suggestion, but his body betrayed him with a backward step. He understood the fight better than an ordinary spectator. Zhou Yuhu was powerful, far beyond Ling, yet Shi Feng had dispatched him in moments. Calling it a fight was generous. It had been one-sided play. Entering the ring now would be digging his own grave. Shi Feng repeated Ling's claim. This was the suggestion of the entire class. Then he looked across the watching students and asked what exactly they had suggested. No one stood with Ling. Even a fool could see how frightened he was. Abandoned by the crowd he had invoked, Ling gritted his teeth, admitted he had been blind, and surrendered to whatever Shi Feng decided. The confrontation ended without Shi Feng needing another strike. At noon, the arena confrontation was behind him. Shi Feng ate lunch, lay down on his bed, and fitted the virtual gaming helmet over his head. Then he began his second day in God's domain. The noisy university world fell away as the game reclaimed his attention. Shi Feng logged into Red Leaf Town beneath a full moon veiled by dark clouds. Magic lamps burned brightly along the streets. It was still nighttime in God's domain, so only a scant number of experts were outside hunting monsters. Most players had returned to town instead, and their activity had transformed its commercial quarter. During the game world's daytime, the trade area's broad cobblestone street had been desolate. Tonight it was a bazaar. White cloths covered the ground beneath rows of stalls, displaying materials for auxiliary jobs and scattered pieces of common equipment. Buyers and sellers packed the street, bargaining so fiercely that some faces turned crimson over a difference of 1 or 2 coppers. And the system chimed. One of Shi Feng's auctioned garrison armors had sold. After processing fees, 5 silvers and 31 coppers entered his inventory. Against a market where players fought over single coppers, the return was enormous. His plan to turn forging knowledge into immediate capital had produced its first visible payoff. Second message arrived immediately. Another garrison armor had sold, this time adding 5 silvers and 67 coppers after fees. The higher return made the first sale no accident. Shi Feng had logged in expecting to continue his work. Instead, the market was already rewarding him, and the notifications had only begun. Before Shi Feng could take another step, the system rang again. A third garrison armor had sold, adding 5 silvers and 98 coppers after fees. Then the remaining notices cascaded in. 11 pieces had earned more than 67 silvers, and the fiercest bid had reached 6 silvers and 42 coppers. Proceeds pushed Shi Feng past a full gold coin. At this stage, a second-rate guild might circulate only 60 or 70 silvers, while even a first-rate guild could have roughly 1 gold to spread across scores of members. Shi Feng alone now commanded that scale of purchasing power. He had become a genuine tycoon. Players were streaming back into Red Leaf Town after a day of fighting, their bags heavy with materials. Shi Feng would not waste the timing. He chose a quieter patch of the trade area, spread a white cloth on the ground, and opened a purchasing stall before the returning supply could scatter. Hard stones looked unremarkable to the current market. 20 pieces made a stack, and an NPC paid only 20 coppers for it. Forging with them was considered an extravagance this early, so guilds rarely bothered buying them. To Shi Feng, that neglect was precisely the opportunity. Once players entered level 7 areas, special monsters would devour weapon durability. At 0, a weapon broke, and repairing a broken weapon succeeded only about 20% of the time. Hard stones could instead become whetstones, temporarily increasing damage and restoring 5 to 10 durability points without a return trip to town. Shi Feng remembered whetstones selling at a frenzy. Shadow Guild had once needed faster leveling badly enough to accept the forger's predatory prices. This life, he would stand on the profitable side of that exchange. He committed to stockpiling hard stones before everyone else understood their purpose. After more than an hour, Shi Feng had accumulated 80 stacks of magic essence, 120 stacks of stones, and 12 stacks of the scarcer hard stones. His bag was full. He closed the stall and carried the haul to the bank, whose warehouse provided 500 fixed storage slots. At the auction house, Shi Feng began searching for more hard stones. Nearby guild logistics members were losing patience over a different shortage. One complained after 3 hours of waiting. Another had waited more than 10, desperate for a garrison armor listing that never appeared. Reason was battlefield proof. Guilds with garrison armor had successfully hunted wild special elites, collecting equipment and skill books while rivals fell behind. The regret was now severe. One representative said his guild would have paid 7 silvers per piece, and the latest order was absolute, by the next armor that appeared. The armor had achieved Shi Feng's intended effect faster than expected. Without exposing his identity, he placed the 7 remaining garrison armors with defensive power on auction at a base price of 8 silvers each. He kept the best garrison heavy armor back. The guilds could digest this limited supply before he raised the stakes again. With 7 improved garrison armors now drawing bids, Shi Feng stayed inside Red Leaf Town's auction house. He reopened its semi-transparent search panel and entered one target, hard stone. If the armor sold as expected, every coin needed another job. More than 100 stacks appeared. One desperate seller wanted an entire gold coin for a single stack, a price so absurd Shi Feng could only dismiss it. He reordered the results from cheapest to most expensive and found the true floor at 26 coppers. After the auction house fee, a 26 copper sale still paid the seller 25. Expensive or not, Shi Feng needed the material. He bought every stack below 30 coppers. More than half the listings vanished, leaving only prices at 30 and above. Miscellaneous listings held a better surprise, card sets in bulk. Their drop rate from low-level monsters was below 1 in 10,000. 12 sets existed across bronze and mysterious iron ranks, 3 each for warriors, weapons specialists, healers, and mages, every family carrying its own named collection. Shi Feng bought every available set. Leaving coins idle in his bag would never make them more valuable. Money had to produce more money. Once the hard stones and card sets were secured, however, his liquid funds had fallen to no more than 14 silvers. Equipment was only half of combat strength. A broad skill set created more attack patterns. Ordinary experts could use over 20 skills and first-rate experts more than 40. Shi Feng had first-rate judgment and technique but fewer than 10 skills. For him, that shortage was embarrassing and dangerous. Useful skill books rarely reached public sale. Players learned them immediately or traded them for skills they could use. Shi Feng searched more than 10 pages anyway. Whenever a swordsman book appeared, he purchased it, slowly turning the market's scattered scraps into a broader arsenal. Final page made Shi Feng's mind go blank. Defensive blade was for sale. It was a powerhouse swordsman's skill and a killing weapon against mages, with a drop rate so cruel that his former self had not obtained it until well beyond level 40. Here it was while he was level 3. Listing asked 6 silvers, high, but still acceptable for an opportunity this rare. Shi Feng immediately pushed his bid to 7. He had arrived with fewer than 10 skills. Now the auction house had handed him a combat option that guilds would normally never release. Angry voices belonged to logistics members from unrated guilds. Larger organizations kept raising the bids, while Shi Feng had released fewer pieces with better attributes. Their prepared funds were already useless. They blamed the anonymous creator who rationed every batch and never realized he stood nearby. And one garrison armor reached 11 silvers. Shi Feng's delight showed at once. Within moments, the 7 climbing listings had recovered everything he spent on hard stones, card sets, and skills, and left him richer than before. His crafted scarcity was now financing every other advantage. Connection became obvious. No guild would willingly sell defensive blade under normal conditions. One had sacrificed it to raise funds for garrison armor, benefiting Shi Feng twice. Soon, all 7 armors stood above 11 silvers. Even he wondered where so many wealthy, determined guilds had suddenly come from. Shi Feng saw only rising prices. Behind them, logistics officers were urgently reporting his listings to guild leaders. Those leaders had watched rival main tanks use garrison armor to hold special elites, while their parties safely collected skill books, bronze gear, and even mysterious iron equipment. It could not reproduce the armor without its forging design, and the anonymous smith had left no way to contact him. Now his latest pieces also carried defensive power. With neither imitation nor negotiation available, the guilds had one option: gather every coin they could and win the auction. Orders flew across White River City's territory. One leader demanded an immediate bid of 13 silvers. Another answered with 13 silvers 50 coppers and dared anyone to outspend his guild. Across more than 100 towns, hundreds of organizations drove all 7 prices upward. Half an hour later, every improved garrison armor was sold. The cheapest still fetched 14 silvers 60 coppers. In one stroke, Shi Feng's reserve rose beyond 1 gold coin. His earlier purchases had not merely paid for themselves. Control of a coveted design had made him wealthy. Shi Feng did not waste the moment. While the guilds were still desperate, he released the superior, pitch-black garrison heavy armor with a starting price of 16 silvers. Then he left the auction house. Night still covered Red Leaf Town, with roughly half an hour remaining before sunrise. His new skills changed the risk calculation. Windwalk required a sword, and for 10 seconds, raised his movement speed by 30%, while giving him a 50% chance to avoid ranged attacks. Its cooldown was only 1 minute, mobility and protection suited to an ambush-filled route. Offensive blade was even more versatile. Once activated with a sword, it extended his normal attacks by 10 yards and could block 6 ranged attacks or 3 melee attacks during its 25-second duration. The cooldown was 3 minutes. Together, the skills greatly increased both his survivability and attack potential. Library stood far from Red Leaf Town's trade area inside the slums. The district was second only to the market in popularity, but honest people mixed there with criminals. Players had given it another name, the Paradise of the Fallen. Shi Feng entered beneath the stare of greedy eyes. These players had no interest in dungeons or ordinary adventure. They hunted well-equipped travelers, killed them, stripped away their gear, and resold it at high prices. At night, they returned here to move stolen goods, spend the proceeds, and boast about each harvest. Strength determined status, weakness invited ruin. Shi Feng paid the knife-edge players no attention and continued along the main road. Women in revealing clothes noticed his equipment and offered coquettish glances. One stepped directly into his path. Dressed in vibrant red leather, she called him little brother and promised big sister could give him a pleasant night. Shi Feng answered the invitation with observing eyes. The result changed the tone at once. Charlene, elite rank, level 8, with 1,200 out of 1,200 HP. Before he could move on, robust, fiendish men approached with cold grins, teasing Charlene for trying to keep this opportunity to herself. Circle closed. A few red players watched from beside a broken house, sneering. Shi Feng calmly asked, "Is this a robbery?" NPC banditry was common, and he still remembered an NPC warlord forcing him to pay a road toll at Creation Mountain Range. This time he faced Charlene and several level 7 common NPCs. The scarred robber named his price, 5 silver coins for safe passage. Shi Feng knew the promise was worthless. In the slums, paying only meant losing his money before the criminals killed him anyway and stripped away at least one piece of equipment. Shi Feng drew the abyssal blade and sneered, "Then come over here and get it." A trace of malevolence crossed Charlene's attractive face. One level 7 blade wielder took the challenge, shouted that the brat was courting death, and rushed straight at him. Shi Feng attacked first, double chop, chop, thundering flash, then earth splitter. One sword streak followed another through the man's neck and heart. Bronze equipment and the abyssal blade's attack power did the rest. The level 7 robber's entire 750 HP vanished. Shi Feng looked around and asked whether anyone still wanted to continue. Nobody did. The NPCs parted to open the road, and the red players hiding nearby slipped away rather than challenge someone who could kill a level 7 NPC in moments. Here, strength was everything. Only Charlene remained, studying him with interest rather than fear. She praised her little brother, claimed that big sister truly admired his strength, and renewed her offer to guide him. Shi Feng's destination gave the playful encounter an unexpected turn. He was searching for Red Leaf Town's library. The answer was almost absurd. Charlene herself was the librarian he had come to find. Red Leaf Town's rumored librarian was elusive and mysterious, yet she had just appeared to help rob him. Shi Feng felt fortunate he had not mistaken the performance for her true strength and attacked her. Charlene had been playing the weakling to bait the strong, and she was a veteran at it. Divine Official was the Tier 3 advancement of an oracle, comparable in progression to the path toward Sword King. Even at level 20, one could dispatch a level 50 lord. She might be Red Leaf Town's strongest NPC. Golden light spread from Charlene until the former robber looked almost saintly. She giggled at Shi Feng's belated understanding. Since he had business with her, she said, they could discuss it properly at the library. Then the system announced that Shi Feng had activated an epic quest. Darkness Descends. Its contents were unknown. The notification hit him so hard that he stumbled and nearly fell. Of all the quests he might have triggered, this was one of God's domain's most infamous. Shi Feng had learned about Darkness Descends from the internet and Shadow. Its difficulty was unimaginable, though so were its rewards. In his previous life, only the Spirit Emperor, Fantasy Extinguisher, had completed it. A legendary summoner ranked among the world's top 20 in his class and top 500 players overall. An incoming call interrupted Shi Feng's thoughts. Gentle Snow had noticed that he was online and wanted to tell him something. Her voice was as indifferent and unchanging as ancient ice, but the subject was practical. She needed money for another purchase. Gentle Snow said the purchase might delay repayment of the 15 silvers she owed, though she promised to pay by the end of the day. Shi Feng told her tomorrow would also be fine. With more than 1 gold coin on hand, that old debt no longer troubled him. Gentle Snow softly thanked him, then asked whether he feared she might never return the money. Shi Feng grinned. She was the snow goddess. Why would she cheat an average player out of such a small sum? Her surprise sharpened into amusement. Average? You dare call yourself average? His map and strategy had shocked even Gentle Snow. Her group cleared normal mode in only 1 hour, then conquered hard mode as well. But hell mode remained a wall they could not break, no matter how they tried. That failure made Shi Feng's own victory impossible to dismiss as average. Gentle Snow asked the question she had been building toward. How had Shi Feng's party cleared hell mode? She would not accept his companions as the whole explanation. Her faint smile remained, but the scrutiny behind it was sharp. Shi Feng's most valuable advantage was once again dangerously close to being recognized. Gentle Snow had thrown Ouroboros's strength at hell mode, even transferring elite members from other towns. It still was not enough. The first chieftain boss, Willie, dealt damage so vicious that a shield warrior covered in bronze equipment could not hold him. That made Shi Feng's clear almost impossible to explain. Shi Feng answered with 2 words, just lucky. Gentle Snow plainly recognized that he did not intend to explain. She chose not to press him. Hard mode had already rewarded Ouroboros well, and she had another contest demanding her attention. Before ending the subject, she reminded him not to forget their dungeon appointment. At the mention of contested equipment, Shi Feng casually asked whether she meant the garrison heavy armor. Gentle Snow confirmed it, then immediately wondered how he knew. She needed the armor's exceptional attributes for a level 3 Wolfman dungeon, and now Shi Feng had revealed knowledge that an ordinary bidder should not possess. Shi Feng did not hesitate. He claimed that he had also wanted the armor but abandoned the bidding when the competition became excessive. Gentle Snow accepted the explanation. The price had already climbed to 23 silver coins. At that level, only a strongly funded guild could remain in the contest. Beside Gentle Snow, Zhao Yuru immediately pouted and protested. Why insist on bringing that bastard into their team? To her, Yi Feng was average. His Deathly Forest victory was merely luck, helped by a small dungeon that had changed little since release. Gentle Snow, however, was considering far more than one lucky clear. Gentle Snow's consideration stunned everyone. Yi Feng might be allowed into the god-slaying army. This was Ouroboros's elite among elites, chosen from tens of thousands. The guild placed its resources behind them, and only the guild leader and sub-leader outranked their authority. Experts struggled for that privilege and were routinely rejected. When the call disappeared, Shi Feng released a quiet breath. Gentle Snow had not discovered that he created the armor. If the Snow Goddess learned the truth, the consequences could be terrifying. Her title rested on iron-fisted methods that silenced countless experts. Shi Feng did not dismiss the possibility that she might use force. Call had given Shi Feng more than relief. White River City's guilds were finally attaching real importance to the garrison armor. Its reputation might already be at its peak. That meant the moment to sell in quantity was now, before time dulled its value and the market moved on. Walking beside a divine official transformed the slums. Every NPC preparing to rob Shi Feng backed away when they saw Charlin's attire. Without her, the crossing could have cost him more than an hour of constant fighting, and these impoverished attackers offered neither loot nor even experience. Her presence made the entire hazard simply retreat. Red Leaf Town Library was hardly grand. It was a withered 2-story building with dead leaves climbing the walls and no sign of proper care. Inside, dirt blanketed the rooms and dust sealed the books upon their wooden tables. It felt less like a library than a haunted house abandoned by the living. Charlin apologized without much concern. Nobody had visited in a long time, she said, so she had not bothered tidying. Then she faintly smiled and invited Shi Feng to sit anywhere, while pointing at a chair beneath a finger-thick layer of dust. He stayed standing and went directly to business. He wanted his diary translated. Charlin behaved as though she had not heard him. She searched the shelves while Shi Feng waited in silence. Important NPCs in God's domain were often eccentric, and he had dealt with worse. Even so, 10 full minutes passed before her unexplained work finally advanced. Shi Feng watched closely, wondering what she intended to do with the diary. After 10 silent minutes in Red Leaf Town's dusty library, Shi Feng finally saw what had captured Charlin's attention. Black smoke seeped from the diary's pitch-black cover. It twisted upward, gathering into a sinister face contorted by terrible pain. Charlin shouted, "Evil be gone, divine spear!" Her jade-like hand traced divine words through the air while she sang a Tier 3 divine curse. A golden hexagram spread over the entire library, and 3 spears of judgment plunged from it into the diary's demonic face. The face broke apart, yet its laughter echoed through the library. It swore that it would never give up and that they would meet again. More chilling than the words was its gaze. Both eyes remained fixed on Shi Feng, making the threat unmistakably personal. Smoke vanished. Charlin stood drenched in sweat, deathly pale and visibly weakened. Then Shi Feng's system interface delivered the demon's parting blow. Every attribute had been cut by 50%, and experience earned from killing monsters had been reduced by 95%. Next notice was worse. The great demon had marked him. In 30 days, its phantom would come, and if it killed him, it would take over his body. Shi Feng finally cursed aloud. The demon had ignored the Tier 3 divine official and chosen the bystander instead. Shi Feng understood exactly what the title Great Demon meant. By human standards, it equaled a Tier 4 job, a Sword Emperor's level. Even a phantom would require someone like Tier 3 Charlin to handle it. With his attributes halved, ordinary progress already looked nearly impossible. Shi Feng thanked Charlin. Without her, he might already be dead. Whatever sounded odd in her reply, he knew coming to the library without delay had saved him. Charlin then revealed the diary's true function. It was a key, carrying the method to unlock a curse laid over a hidden gate. His task was to find that gate, enter with the diary, and recover the Bible of Darkness hidden beyond it. Charlin could destroy the Bible once he brought it back, preventing the great demon from descending. The system immediately confirmed the unknown reward epic quest, Darkness Descends. In his previous life, Fantasy Extinguisher had completed this quest in the Black Dragon Empire. That knowledge did not help. Teleportation gates were not active this early, and running to the Empire's border would consume several months, far longer than the demon's 30-day deadline. Shi Feng's questions finally tested Charlin's patience. She called him a little bastard, then admitted she did know a way to remove the curse. But nothing was free. If he wanted something from her, he would have to give something in return. The only cure was a moon drip, a ceremony able to dispel every magic and curse. Charlin would provide its many materials, but her service cost 3 gold coins. A clue to the Bible of Darkness was separate. That information would cost another 10 gold coins. Her pure appearance could not hide the desire burning in her eyes. In the end, one word ruled everything: money. With no real choice, Shi Feng accepted the curse-dispelling quest. Charlin immediately extended her hand and demanded a 1 gold deposit. He surrendered the coin with painful reluctance. Shi Feng suspected Charlin had somehow seen straight through his inventory. Regardless, the payment had to be made sooner or later. The moment the gold coin changed hands, the wealthy tycoon became a poor peasant. His survival route now existed, but he had almost no money left to pursue it. Only after taking his money did Charlin hand him a crystal orb. Its energy had to be filled first. Once ready, the teleportation magic orb would lead him to Moonlight Forest, where he had to collect 30 moonstones for the moon drip. Shi Feng accepted the orb and discovered that activating it would be the next ordeal. The crystal orb in Shi Feng's hands finally revealed its activation condition: 200,000 stored experience points. That much could launch an ordinary player from level 0 to level 7. Under his curse, it felt less like a requirement and more like a death sentence. Same-level monsters would give him nothing. Even an Elite 1 level above him would yield only about 10 EXP. Reaching the target that way meant killing 20,000 elites, and Red Leaf Town did not contain anything close to that many. In his previous life, Fantasy Extinguisher had finished this epic quest only with the backing of the first-rate guild Fantasy Shrine. Shi Feng had no such army, yet the reward had made Fantasy Extinguisher famous, proving that this impossible-looking trial was worth overcoming. He lacked a first-rate guild, but he possessed 10 years of future knowledge. In making money, he would not lose to those powers. Shi Feng put away the orb, decided to forge garrison armors, and left the library to rebuild the fortune Charlin had just emptied. Morning had arrived by the time he crossed the trade area. Most players were already outside town hunting and leveling, leaving the streets unusually empty. Shi Feng passed through the quiet district and settled into a forging room, still planning to earn gold before solving the EXP problem. And the first success produced something more valuable than expected. Shi Feng received 800 EXP from forging, and the system asked whether he wanted to store it in the teleportation magic orb. His hammer stopped in midair as he reopened the interface and read the prompt carefully. And Shi Feng smiled. Panic had made him overlook one crucial distinction. The curse reduced experience from killing monsters, not experience granted as a reward. Forging could therefore charge the orb normally, turning the epic quest's impossible burden into a problem his own specialty could solve. Better still, the Book of Forging pushed his garrison armor success rate to 60%. High-volume crafting could make money and gather EXP at the same time, faster than ordinary players could level. Shi Feng immediately redirected 100% of every new experience reward into the orb. His mood transformed his work. Shi Feng seized another piece of ore, and his hands became quicker and lighter. The 100 refinement hammer struck in a clean, musical rhythm. With each ringing blow, the desperate quest began to feel less like a curse and more like an opportunity. Only when the rhythm stopped did Shi Feng truly look at the armor before him. It was no longer the design he had intended to make. The changed workpiece held a pale gold sheen and dull glow, and the system began issuing notifications that left even him dumbfounded. Notifications confirmed it. Shi Feng had successfully remodeled the garrison armor and created an entirely new piece of bronze equipment. He had not planned the breakthrough or labored through repeated prototypes. A burst of inspired forging had carried him into territory most craftsmen approached only after years of preparation. Bronze rank barely described its quality. Its attributes already matched average Mysterious Iron equipment. Shi Feng could see that only the poor materials had held it back from becoming Mysterious Iron outright. The accidental result was not merely new, it was powerful enough to reshape his entire forging plan. Original equipment normally demanded intimate forging knowledge, mastery of materials, and hundreds of trials. Most players would not even attempt it before becoming advanced forgers. To reach Master Forger, they needed 3 original Mysterious Iron designs and 1 original Secret Silver design. No wonder true masters were so rare. The accidental armor still glowed in Shi Feng's hands, pale gold and already comparable to mysterious iron equipment. The Book of Forging had helped make the impossible result real. Looking over its muted radiance, he gave his first original creation a fitting name, the Glimmer Chestpiece. Name was not enough. Shi Feng pressed a black flame imprint into the armor as his forger's signature. Anyone who saw it would know whose hands had made the piece, and no imitator could falsify its original creator. The mark settled on the right breast and flickered like living fire. The updated information justified Shi Feng's excitement. It was level 3 bronze plate armor requiring 12 strength, yet it carried 23 defense, 3 additional strength and endurance, 120 HP, and 35 durability. For something held back by ordinary materials, the Glimmer chestpiece was absurdly powerful. Its special ability was even better for a party's frontline. Healing power increased all healing received by 10%. Only shield warriors and guardian knights could equip it. Then the system confirmed another victory. The black flame imprint was registered to Shi Feng's account, and nobody else could ever use it. Naming an original item brought more than recognition. The system automatically generated a Glimmer chestpiece forging design. Shi Feng could choose to draw that design and teach it to someone else. But until he did, control remained in his hands. A new forging design creation window opened in his lifestyle panel. Ecstasy became momentum. Shi Feng returned to the forge with only money in his head. 1 gold coin. 2. 3. The hammer rose and fell until his surroundings vanished from awareness, and piece after pale gold piece accumulated across the room, each one turning his private design into future profit. Only a loud notification broke the trance. 10 hours of rented forging time had already passed. Shi Feng finally looked around and found the room buried in his results. He had completed 142 pieces, nearly exhausted the materials he had purchased, and filled more than half his bag with armor. Pieces were not identical. Their healing power ranged from 5 to 12%. 76 fell below 7%, 48 landed between 7 and 9, and 18 reached the premium 10 to 12% tier. Even the weakest were useful. The best were extraordinary equipment for a dungeon's main tank. Work had advanced more than his inventory. Shi Feng's forging proficiency had climbed to 514 points, already halfway to intermediate forging apprentice. The 142 pieces consumed over half his bag space, but that was the kind of burden he welcomed: progress, merchandise, and quest energy from the same 10 hours. Shi Feng checked the teleportation orb. It held nearly 150,000 of the required 200,000 EXP. Only a few more hours of forging stood between him and Moonlight Forest. Better still, this route was charging the orb 2 or 3 times faster than even the leaders of first-rate guilds gained experience. Materials nearly gone, Shi Feng left the Forging Association and ran to the auction house. The timing should have been perfect. Most ordinary players had reached level 3, veterans were at level 4, and only experts were nearing level 5. His level 3 bronze armor sat directly in the market's broadest demand. The expected attention was gone. Guild buyers who once watched the garrison armor had moved elsewhere. When Shi Feng questioned a logistics player, the man answered as though the mystery were obvious. 3 hours earlier, a forger named Hammer Trading had released a large supply of competing level 3 bronze plate armor. Hammer Trading's armor was slightly weaker than the garrison armor, but he charged only 4 silver coins. He even invited guilds to contact him for discounted bulk orders. They naturally rushed to buy, making his equipment the market's new favorite and leaving Shi Feng's former customers with little reason to look back. Sales were only half the attack. Hammer Trading had posted a forum thread condemning the black-hearted creator of the garrison armor. It had already passed 7 million clicks, made him famous across White River City, and drawn expensive recruitment offers from large guilds. The logistics player could barely hide his envy. Shi Feng did not argue or reveal that he was the forger being attacked. He merely smiled, found an empty seat, and opened the official forum himself. Hammer Trading had nearly robbed him of his business. Before deciding how to answer, Shi Feng intended to understand exactly who had challenged him. Still seated inside Red Leaf Town's auction house, Shi Feng opened the Starmoon Kingdom forum. Hammer Trading's name pulled him backward through 10 years of memory. Of all the people who could appear early and threaten his booming armor business, fate had chosen this man. Hammer had once begun with dozens of schoolmates and a few fortunate opportunities. By the time he reached intermediate forging apprentice, that profession was rare and bronze equipment sold eagerly. Shadow paid heavily to recruit him, then supplied the support that turned him into a famous, profitable forger. Shadow's backing and the forging talent, Hammer eventually became a master forger, and never respected Shi Feng even when Shi Feng led the guild. Hammer and Shadow's other master craftsmen later made the organization valuable enough for World Dominator's acquisition. The deal was approved, and Shi Feng was discarded. New Timeline had reversed their positions. Shi Feng had claimed the forging talent that once belonged to Hammer. Now, just as garrison armor sales were becoming lucrative, Hammer had appeared early to block that income. Shi Feng could only call them rivals in life. Thread made Hammer's intention obvious. By denouncing the anonymous garrison armor creator while promising cheap level 3 bronze equipment, he had turned another forger's fame into his own advertisement. It worked. Second-rate guilds sent invitations, and even first-rate guilds offered to discuss cooperation. That insult released 2 lifetimes of anger, yet Shi Feng did not answer blindly. A basic forging apprentice had only a 5% chance to produce level 3 bronze equipment. Hammer's output meant he possessed a design, a success-enhancing item, and an intermediate forging room, raising his chance to roughly 20%. Numbers made Shi Feng laugh. Even with that setup, Hammer was likely losing 1 silver coin on every bronze piece sold. The cheap supply was a publicity expense, not sustainable strength. Whatever funding Hammer had gathered, he was 10 years too early to challenge Shi Feng's experience and stockpile. Shi Feng answered with merchandise. He selected 20 glimmer chest plates from his large stockpile and listed the superior level 3 bronze armor for 4 silver coins each. Then he posted enough information on the forum to draw equipment-hungry players straight to the auction house. Only a few players noticed at first, but high-quality equipment was still rare enough to pull them in. At the auction house, the glimmer chest plate's attributes stopped them cold. Its healing power was especially precious to a main tank trying to survive a dungeon. And they tried the armor on. Its streamlined form made each wearer look dashing and powerful. A faint radiance surrounded the plate, and Shi Feng's black flame imprint flickered upon the breast. For ordinary players accustomed to common gear, the transformation felt like stepping into a legend. And the players saw the price. Only 4 silver coins. The combination of top-tier attributes and heroic appearance made restraint feel impossible. Even those short of money were ready to sacrifice everything they carried. Within 15 minutes, shared images and item details had turned Shi Feng's post into the forum's hottest topic. By the time the next wave of buyers reached the auction house, Shi Feng's offer was almost gone. Only 4 glimmer chest plates remained, and frantic bidding had already pushed every one beyond 6 silver coins. One elite party's main tank borrowed money from everywhere he could and finally won a chest plate for 7 silver. The debt stopped troubling him the moment he saw his prize. Better attributes and a heroic appearance meant better parties, better earnings, and a broad, satisfied smile. Only 20 minutes after Shi Feng listed the armor, all 20 pieces were gone. The glimmer chest plate had not merely matched the garrison armor's success, it had surpassed it. Owners immediately displayed their new armor on the official forum. Players who once begged to enter a party could now shout once and choose among tens of elite invitations. Those who had hesitated beat their chests in regret. Borrowing money suddenly seemed wiser than missing out. Meanwhile, Golden Sand Town's forging association was overflowing. Guild spokespeople occupied its spacious hall for one reason. They wanted Hammer trading. To him, the crowd looked like proof that his campaign had already succeeded. Inside, Hammer Trading laughed over his good fortune. The anonymous forger had opened the road, and Hammer believed himself clever for borrowing that fame. He would make third-rate guilds wait, inflate his value, then enter a first-rate guild and rise into its leadership. When one of his assassins asked about their accumulated orders, Hammer dismissed them. Each savage chestplate cost him a 2 silver loss. He was not running a charity, he said. The publicity had served its purpose, so ordinary customers could simply be told they were too busy. Stunt had consumed every silver coin his classmates possessed, plus more credits spent on materials and currency. All of it had produced only a little over 10 savage chestplates. Hammer accepted the losses because a first-rate guild promised endless materials, a huge salary, status, and admirers. And Hadron, a berserker under Hammer, burst into the room with panic written across his face. Hammer eagerly assumed a first-rate guild's upper echelon had finally arrived. Instead, Hadron's market report made clear that the anonymous forger had stolen the attention Hammer meant to claim. Hammer shot to his feet. If the rival dared steal his position with top-tier equipment at 4 silver, Hammer would answer at 3. He would not surrender the title of Chief Forger, or the wealthy, admired future he had attached to it. Hammer already lost 2 silver on every inferior savage chestplate, but superior equipment had to cost far more to make, so he estimated Shi Feng was losing at least 4 or 5 silver per sale. If both sides kept bleeding money, Hammer was certain the anonymous rival would collapse first. Hadron warned that almost no silver remained. Without more funding, they could forge only 10 additional savage chestplates. The number should have ended the argument. Hammer treated it as a temporary inconvenience. Hammer insisted he still had funds. If necessary, he would spend more credits on materials and silver coins. Every glimmer sale, he assured himself, must cost the rival double or triple his own loss. Why fear a contest that his opponent supposedly could not afford? 1 hour later, Hammer's answer went live. A few more savage chestplates appeared on White River City's auction house, each carrying a minimum price of 3 silver coins. The price war was now public. 3 silver listings were only the opening shot. On the official forum, Hammer Trading announced that he was selling savage chest plates for the benefit of the masses. He vowed to fight the so-called black-hearted forger to the end, then loudly requested support and encouragement. Players flooded the thread and drove it straight to the top. White River City came alive over the clash between two forgers capable of producing bronze equipment. To ordinary players, the motive hardly mattered. If the rivals kept cutting prices, everyone else would soon buy bronze gear cheaply. Guilds were more calculating. They stopped declaring support for either forger and waited to see who survived. Meanwhile, they bought every useful bargain they could, allowing the rivals' competition to strengthen their own members at a discount. Shi Feng knew none of this. He had just finished another purchase of stones and hard stones when he entered Red Leaf Town's auction house. The crowd had grown yet again, and the agitation around its market displays finally alerted him to Hammer Trading's public challenge. Instead of worrying, Shi Feng smiled faintly. Hammer wanted a fight? Then he could have won. Shi Feng opened the auction house control interface with the calm of someone who already knew exactly how much pressure his rival could bear. Shi Feng placed all 120 remaining glimmer chest plates into the system. He did not dump them at once. He scheduled 20 pieces to appear every hour, sustaining demand while forcing Hammer to answer wave after wave. That quantity was more than enough to torment him. As glimmer money arrived, Shi Feng immediately converted it into more hard stones and card sets. Even after buying everything available to him, he checked his balance and found slightly more than 1 gold coin remaining. Hammer was spending to survive. Shi Feng was fighting while expanding his fortune. At the bank, Shi Feng deposited every new card set and hard stone. More than 1,000 warehouse slots were now occupied. The sight genuinely excited him. In his previous life, those same items had left him miserable. With 10 years of memory, they had become one of his greatest sources of income. Everyone else, the stored goods, still looked worthless. Shi Feng knew their prices would rise more than tenfold, sometimes by tens of times. Card sets were the sharper opportunity. A complete set would command tens of times a single piece, yet even major guilds would struggle to assemble one. Shi Feng's next stop was the grocery store. He bought 5 stacks of white paper, 200 sheets per stack and 10 copper per stack. 20 bottles of black ink cost another 15 copper, while the shop's best feathered pen cost 20. For most players, even this casual purchase exceeded a day's income. Shi Feng no longer regarded a handful of copper as real money. More importantly, the paper, ink, and pen were necessary for making forging designs. He would have bought them even at 10 silver. Supplies secured, he headed for the Forging Association, only for another player's desperate business attempt to catch his attention. Fragile-looking young woman held a small basket before a male guardian knight. Nervously, she offered him what she called the best fruit juice in Red Leaf Town, cooling, delicious, and only 1 copper per cup. Her doll-like eyes watched him with such earnest expectation that the modest sale clearly mattered. Guardian Knight brushed her off. Before Violet Cloud could recover, a lecherous man in his 30s approached, drooling as he mocked anyone foolish enough to buy drinks in a virtual game. Then his ridicule became a proposition. If she came to his place that night, he would give her 1 silver coin. Violet Cloud retreated but refused him. She was only selling beverages, and he should respect himself. Enraged, Drifting Blood called her a lowly lifestyle player and threatened to end her business unless she agreed. He blocked her path, stared at her neck, and enjoyed the panic and gathering tears she could not afford to indulge. Shi Feng had already used observing eyes. The harasser was Drifting Blood level 3, a respectable level at this stage, but not enough to concern him. Shi Feng stepped into the confrontation and addressed him with almost insulting calm. "Uncle, please move. I want 1,000 cups of fruit juice." Drifting Blood wheeled on Shi Feng and declared that Violet Cloud was his. If this interfering brat wanted 1,000 cups, then he wanted 10,000. He sneered at the idea that Shi Feng could casually produce 10 silver coins and promised to kill him back to level 0 if he kept competing. Morning Street immediately became a theater. Bystanders urged them to fight, warned that Shi Feng had angered Fatty Bear of Martial Union, and laughed that the so-called tycoon was only boasting to impress a girl. One skeptic even staked a humiliating livestream on Shi Feng not having the money. Shi Feng did not answer a single insult. He simply placed one hand on Drifting Blood's shoulder and applied a little pressure. Before the level 3 player could react, his knees struck the ground. He strained until his face turned betrayed, but Shi Feng's one hand held him there as if he weighed nothing. The crowd went silent. Shi Feng had suppressed a level 3 player with one hand inside a town where fighting was forbidden. Drifting Blood recovered enough pride to sneer that the guards would jail Shi Feng. Everyone waited. Seconds passed and not a single guard appeared. And the 10 silver coins became impossible to dismiss. Shi Feng truly could afford the order. Drifting Blood's humiliation curdled into greed. Fixing his eyes on the money, he invoked Martial Union and demanded 20 silvers for letting Shi Feng go, threatening consequences if he refused. Shi Feng did not even look at him. Shi Feng ignored the demand and asked Violet Cloud why she had not completed the sale. She admitted that she carried only 156 cups. Afraid that he might abandon the purchase, and grateful that he had helped her, she offered him the entire basket for a single silver coin. Shi Feng accepted, then asked how long she would need to make another 900 cups. The question stunned everyone. Violet Cloud brightened but confessed that her compounding was slow, 30 hours. Anxiety immediately returned, and she raised 5 fingers, offering all 900 cups for only 5 silver coins. Her panic made Shi Feng laugh, but not cruelly. He refused the discount. He could afford the money, and he had no intention of taking advantage of the person he had just protected. To the spectators, the purchase still looked absurd. To Shi Feng, the clumsy young chef was anything but ordinary. Chef was an auxiliary profession a player could support alone, with far less money than forging or potion-making demanded. A talented chef could still earn well, but truly delicious dishes required advanced cooking recipes and scarce materials. Even knowing that, Shi Feng found the contrast almost unbelievable. This clumsy novice would become a cleric god. In Shi Feng's previous life, Violet Cloud spent her first 3 years in Ouroboros. When the snow goddess left, Violet Cloud left with her and eventually continued as a solo player. By Tier 4, first-rate guilds offered astonishing prices for her service, and Ouroboros repeatedly begged her to return. She ignored them all. Her refusals enraged those first-rate guilds. If they could not possess her talent, they would destroy it, so they sent experts to assassinate her. Their answer was catastrophic. Violet Cloud slaughtered the attackers, crushed their guild's expectations, and soon advanced again, becoming a Tier 5 brilliant cleric saint. Even Tier 5 was not her limit. Violet Cloud ultimately reached Tier 6 and became one of the 10 greatest cleric gods in the world. Then she found every first-rate guild that had hunted her. They could only pay in blood to end her revenge. Ouroboros could do nothing but regret letting someone of such potential leave. Ouroboros paid for losing Violet Cloud with more than regret. Its upper echelon became a joke for promoting obedient flatterers while wasting real potential. In Shi Feng's remembered future, that blindness cost the guild its chance to rise into a super guild. In the present, Violet Cloud wore no guild insignia. Shi Feng understood the opening at once. The snow goddess had not discovered her yet. The nervous novice before him was still unskilled, but properly nurtured, she would inevitably become a cleric god. He had to recruit her first. Violet Cloud read that attention very differently. Panic flashed across her face. She covered her chest and stepped back, then held out the silver coins despite her obvious reluctance. She sold fruit juice, she insisted, nothing else. If Shi Feng regretted the purchase, he could take his money back. Her suspicion was not foolish. At her lowest point, a stranger had appeared, ordered roughly 1,000 cups, paid 10 silver coins for drinks nobody wanted, and accepted a 30-hour wait without cutting her pay. The watching players reached the same conclusion: generosity that extreme had to conceal a motive. Drifting Blood tried to reassert himself, but Shi Feng's casual pressure and shoulder clap left the berserker humiliated. The crowd stared. Both men were level 3, and Drifting Blood had surely invested heavily in strength. Yet against Shi Feng, he could not display anything resembling equal power. He did not know this was only half of Shi Feng's true strength. He gained 6 free attribute points with every level, 1.5 times the normal amount. Bronze and mysterious iron equipment protected his body, while the abyssal blade added a magic weapon's power. Even cursed, he exceeded ordinary players. Drifting Blood refused to believe the gap was real. He scrambled upright, lifted his greatsword, and promised to teach the brat a lesson. Shi Feng answered with one word: idiot. Then he sheathed the abyssal blade. Drifting Blood mistook that contempt for fear and poured even more force into his attack. Slash never arrived. Drifting Blood was abruptly forced into a fainted state. 6 guards in silvery white armor stood around him, and shackles closed before he could even identify his attacker. 2 seized his arms. He had violated town law. If he resisted, they warned they would kill him without consideration. Even in shackles, Drifting Blood twisted back with a poisonous glare. He would remember Shi Feng. Martial Union would not let this pass. In 12 hours he would be free again, he shouted, and then there would be nowhere in Red Leaf Town for Shi Feng to hide. The threat chilled the entire crowd. No one laughed at Shi Feng now. One controlled display had proven he was far more dangerous than he looked. Yet Drifting Blood's warning was not empty noise. Martial Union was already famous around Red Leaf Town, and its history in other wuxia games gave the name weight. Martial Union was run by casual gamers rather than a workshop, though wealthy backers were helping it establish a foothold. It remained below third-rate standards, but God's domain had monopolized virtual gaming. Every established faction wanted entry into a world whose main god system required no human operators and enforced its own fairness. Main god system did more than govern. It continuously evolved God's domain, generating quests, dungeons, hidden locations, and new possibilities. Its maps were vast enough for Earth's entire population, offering both ordinary experiences and wonders reality could never provide. This was no ordinary game. It was steadily becoming humanity's second world. As the guards dragged drifting blood away, every eye in the street settled on Shi Feng. Players used one observation skill after another, searching for the trick that had protected him. The answer only deepened the mystery. He was not an NPC. He was 100% a player. Shi Feng understood their confusion. 10 years in God's domain had taught him the exact boundary of safe zone law. Attacking another player meant arrest and jail. Forceful contact was different. If an action dealt no damage, the guards ignored it, no matter how intimidating it looked. Drifting blood had crossed that boundary himself. Charge could inflict damage and leave its target fainted, so the guards acted the instant his aggression became a real attack. Violet Cloud also had an anti-harassment system available, but as a newcomer to God's domain, she had never learned to activate it. Drifting Blood's promise of revenge did not trouble Shi Feng. Martial Union had not even reached third-rate guild standards. With that threat judged and discarded, he gave the frightened spectators one last faint smile, turned away from them, and returned his attention to the guarded young woman he actually wanted to recruit. Violet Cloud studied Shi Feng for any trace of a hidden demand. She found no lust or obvious scheme, only a depth in his eyes that felt like a vast ocean. Even so, she needed to hear it again. Did he truly want only the fruit juice with absolutely no other request? Internally, Shi Feng was sweating. He would have walked away from anyone else rather than keep being mistaken for a lecher, but Violet Cloud's potential to become a cleric god was too valuable. So he changed the question entirely. He needed a chef, and he would formally hire her. Shi Feng offered the same treatment a lifestyle player would receive from a third-rate guild, protected by the main god system's guarantee. She could follow him if those terms satisfied her, or remain where she was if they did not. There would be no hidden demand and no pressure disguised as kindness. Violet Cloud was dumbfounded. Chefs were lifestyle players nobody valued enough to hire. Yet her best friend had once boasted about the comfortable monthly treatment her boyfriend received from a third-rate guild. Shi Feng was offering that same kind of security to her for work she already knew how to do. Violet Cloud ground her teeth and chose the opportunity. She would follow him. But before taking a single benefit, she admitted the weakness that might disappoint him. She worked very slowly. The warning did not end the arrangement. Shi Feng led his newly recruited chef away to give the offer material weight. At the grocery shop, Shi Feng bought pots, spatulas, knives, and the rest of a chef's basic equipment for under 2 silver coins. At the Chef's Association, 1 more silver purchased 2 basic cooking recipes, wolf meat and an energizing drink. Then 5 silver more secured the ingredients for both recipes and the fruit juice order. Violet Cloud, the purchases were overwhelming. They were enough to carry her all the way to advanced apprentice chef, treatment even first-rate guild lifestyle players would not receive. Her belief that Shi Feng was unreliable collapsed. Shi Feng saw the same pile differently. A chef could be nurtured that far for only about 10 silver. Shi Feng rented a basic kitchen and brought Violet Cloud inside. Then he laid out the first half of the contract. Once she signed, the recipes and materials would belong to her. Her first priority was 900 cups of fruit juice. After that, every remaining ingredient would go into wolf meat and energizing drinks. Second half balanced reward with accountability. Violet Cloud would receive 20% of every sale, plus a monthly base salary determined by her results. If she took the investment and ran, she would owe 10 times its value. Shi Feng left the final choice with her. If she had no problem with those terms, she could sign. Violet Cloud remained frozen over the contract. She knew what third-rate guilds normally offered their lifestyle players, and Shi Feng's terms were better, especially the base salary. For someone trapped in her circumstances, the document felt less like employment than a dream. With tears in her wide eyes, Violet Cloud finally asked why he was being so good to her. Shi Feng's answer had teeth. He needed a chef, and her hard work had earned consideration. If she exploited him or failed his standards, however, she was out. Warning frightened Violet Cloud, but it also made the offer believable. Shi Feng truly wanted a chef. She had not been singled out for some hidden reason. This was her final path out of desperation. She lowered her head, took the pen, and signed. Violet Cloud immediately changed her manner. Calling Shi Feng boss, she respectfully asked whether she would work here. The basic kitchen was peaceful and clearly expensive. Shi Feng confirmed it as her production site and told her he had already arranged membership access. Outside, player chatter carried the newest market spectacle. Hammer Trading had openly challenged the mysterious forger and made retreat humiliating, declaring that whoever withdrew first from the price war would be a son of a bitch. His pride had turned a commercial dispute into a public endurance contest. Some players envied anyone possessing a bronze forging design, but experienced guild forgers knew the trap. Designs almost never dropped, and their forging success rate was brutally low. At 3 or 4 silver per piece, bronze equipment lost money. The stronger glimmer chestplate should lose even more. Guilds were delighted. Hammer Trading's crusade let them buy bronze equipment cheaply. Other players disliked him for destroying every forger's profit. Shi Feng only smiled. If hammer trading meant to keep his boast, he needed more silver, and that urgent buying would drive the currency price upward. Timing was perfect because almost nobody sensible wanted to sell game currency this early. Guilds were buying in bulk, while workshops and money-farming groups released only tiny amounts at punishing prices. When ordinary supply failed, desperate buyers had to compete for whatever appeared through the virtual center. Much of that missing currency had flowed to one place, Shi Feng's pockets. Only the material merchant held a notable minority. His reserve now made him a major currency seller on a scale that even a 100-person money-farming group could not match. Shi Feng did not hesitate. He placed 3 gold coins on sale and set the rate at 60 credits for every silver coin. The guild tycoons wanted fuel for their equipment bargain. He needed real money for 2 virtual gaming helmets. There was no reason to be polite. Shi Feng had priced his game currency high, but White River City's guilds still needed equipment. They would buy his silver coins to compete, then spend that same money on armor. In time, the currency would flow straight back into his hands. 5 hours of concentrated work produced more than 80 glimmer chest plates and 50 matching forging designs. The labor also filled the teleportation orb's 200,000 EXP requirement. Shi Feng was now only 22% from level 4 and slightly more than 200 proficiency points from intermediate forging apprentice. Finished armor was valuable, but the designs were the real prize. Bronze drops were scarce, and there were too few elite monsters to supply entire guilds. A glimmer recipe let each guild train its own forgers and begin producing bronze equipment for itself. White River City held millions of players. Against that scale, everything sold by Shi Feng and hammer trading barely registered. Swarms still needed equipment, so Shi Feng had no reason to slow down or protect an artificially high margin. His pockets heavy again, Shi Feng bought more stones and hard stones, then swept the auction house of card sets and additional hard stones. In return, he listed over 80 new glimmer chest plates. This time, the minimum was not 4 silver coins, it was 3. Shi Feng found a deserted place and drew out the fully charged teleportation magic orb. The moment he activated it, white light consumed his figure. He became a brilliant streak and vanished from Red Leaf Town. Shi Feng emerged beneath a dull gray sky and a full moon. Silver light touched a tranquil forest and a crystal-clear lake. Frogs croaked while fireflies drifted among the trees. This fairy tale place was Moonlight Forest, the land of eternal rest. Shi Feng's first move was defensive. He opened an isolation scroll worth 40 copper coins, nearly an average player's entire fortune. Dazzling runes rushed from its surface and wrapped around him until his body turned blurry at a distance. The effect lasted only half an hour. Within 30 yards, common monsters below level 15 would struggle to notice him unless he attacked. It was weaker than an assassin's stealth, but for a swordsman entering hostile territory, it was enough to create a path. Concealed, Shi Feng slipped deeper into the forest and aimed for its central region. Moonstones could be found only in the core. They were not optional treasure. Securing them would let him hasten the removal of the hateful curse weakening him. Moonlight Forest drew other risk-takers for its gemstones. Red raised strength, yellow agility, blue endurance, purple intelligence, and green vitality. Even a tier 1 stone added 2 points. Bronze equipment held 1 gemstone, while mysterious iron equipment held 2. Forest also held ore, herbs, and rare food materials. Its most famous landmark was Sleeping Fortress, a 50-man dungeon. Only after a team cleared it could players in that area enter to exchange card sets. Valuable, but Shi Feng was here for moonstones, not the dungeon. That route demanded absolute caution. Shi Feng was only level 3, walking into a level 9 monster area while already behind the leading experts. If he died, the orb's collected 200,000 EXP would be wasted, and 5 hours of hard-won progress would have to begin again. Shi Feng moved deeper into Moonlight Forest with 200,000 EXP riding on every step. He was only level 3 and already behind the leading experts. One death here would empty the charged orb and force him to collect that nightmare sum all over again. Level 9 shadow leopards were far beyond him. More importantly, killing them had nothing to do with moonstones. Shi Feng refused the distraction and circled each ambush site in turn. The careful detours consumed more than an hour before the trees finally opened. Guardians were mountain beast fighters, tenacious battle maniacs who welcomed suffering and loved to fight more as it grew fiercer. Behind them lay a great treasure pile. Somewhere in that hoard was the rarely seen moonstone Shi Feng needed. Each armored giant carried a spiked club as tall as 2 people. The system identified them as level 9 common monsters with 1,100 HP. Setting 1 foot inside meant certain detection. If several rushed him together, a single round of swings would turn him into paste. Shi Feng searched for half a day. Every lane was watched and every possible route ended beneath another giant's patrol. At last, he accepted the answer. There was no safe way into the heart of the forest. He would have to clear the road slowly, one enemy at a time. In his previous life, elementalists had handled these monsters by slowing them and attacking from range. Shi Feng had no slowing spell, but he did have defensive blade. Its extended reach could turn his sword into a kiting weapon if he used the rocks better than those level 10 casters had. He studied every rock, turn, and gap, then ran the operation through his mind 5 times. That preparation was why experts looked impossibly gifted from the outside. Average players saw the brilliant result. They never saw the repetition and daily hardship that made it possible. Root alone was not enough. Shi Feng took out Black Steel Beer. Its effect reduced a monster's effective level by 2, combined with the Abyssal Blade's attributes that erased the suppression that would otherwise smother his damage against a level 9 target. Next came a speed scroll, 25 copper for a 25% movement speed increase lasting 10 minutes. Shi Feng had bought 20 precisely for wilderness emergencies like this. It was lavish spending by ordinary standards. Here, that expensive sliver of speed was his lifeline. Mountain Beast Fighter opened exactly as expected, with charge. Shi Feng drew the Abyssal Blade and cut horizontally into a perfect parry. The impact hurled him 5 yards backward but dealt no damage. He landed, turned that forced distance into an advantage, and sprinted into the stone forest. If charge landed, the Beast Fighter would follow with break and cripple his speed. Elementalists normally escaped by freezing it for 8 seconds with Frozen Nova, then resuming the kite. Shi Feng had no freeze, but these monsters charged only on first contact, and the surrounding rocks could replace that missing control. Even with the scroll, Shi Feng was faster by only a thread. The difference was almost invisible, yet it was enough. The Beast Fighter could not close the gap before each turn. Shi Feng drew it deeper between the packed stones, preserving every yard his parry had bought. At 15 yards, Shi Feng pivoted and unleashed Thundering Flash. 3 sword rays tore through the Beast Fighter's armor for 15, 19, and 13 damage. His curse still cut every attribute in half, but with level suppression removed, his attack power and skill damage could finally bite. Thundering Flash cost Shi Feng just enough momentum for the furious Beast Fighter to catch him. Its enormous spiked club came down, but Shi Feng slipped behind a nearby rock. Stone exploded instead of flesh, and the force of the miss gave him more than 8 yards of breathing room. Shi Feng activated Defensive Blade, extending his reach to 15 yards. His rule was simple: never let the Beast Fighter come within 5. He retreated when the club neared, cut whenever the spacing returned, and repeatedly guided the monster's swings into stone while its HP steadily drained. At less than 7% HP, the first Beast Fighter was nearly finished. Then a second one burst from behind a rock, blocked Shi Feng's route, and charged. Shi Feng snapped, "Scram!" Pitch-black chains erupted from the Abyssal Blade and locked the newcomer in place, canceling the lethal rush. Shi Feng refused to waste the restraint. Wind Blade carried him clear of the wounded pursuer and into position to punish the bound newcomer. He finished the low HP threat, then withdrew before the second fighter could capitalize. When its chains finally broke, he was already 5 yards away. Defensive Blade could not remain active forever. During its long cooldown, Shi Feng rotated Thundering Flash, Double Chop, and Parry, surrendering distance only when it earned him another safe strike. In less than a minute, the second Mountain Beast Fighter crashed to the ground. The loot was unimpressive: 3 hard stones and 2 copper coins. Yet the fight had paid in another currency. Mountain Beast Fighters offered excellent skill proficiency, and the dense forest kept replacing them quickly. Shi Feng advanced deeper, killing everyone that crossed his path. Sometimes 2 or 3 Beast Fighters followed at once. Instead of making the chase harder, their huge bodies jammed the narrow paths and slowed one another. Shi Feng saw the opportunity immediately. If a few were clumsy together, then a crowd could become almost helpless. Shi Feng kept gathering enemies until more than 20 thundered behind him. The stone lanes were too tight for them to stretch out. Every movement became another collision. From the front of that living bottleneck, Shi Feng repeatedly sent Thundering Flash and his other attacks through the packed ranks while luring still more. Cycle continued for 3 hours. Lure, bottleneck, strike, repeat. Thundering Flash climbed to level 3, while Chop, Double Chop, and Parry advanced through the constant fighting. Shi Feng had turned a dangerous level 9 hunting ground into a training course built around his own strengths. And the grind produced something extraordinary: a Silver Moon helmet. It was bronze plate armor requiring 35 strength, with 40 durability, improved defense and combat attributes, and 1 point of battle recovery. Only berserkers and swordsmen could use it, and Shi Feng immediately recognized that the helmet was more than an isolated drop. Silver Moon helmet was one of 5 pieces. 2 pieces unlocked the first set effect, 4 unlocked the second, and all 5 unlocked the third, with every stage stronger than the last. The set ranked among the best equipment available to berserkers and swordsmen below level 10, but its normal drop rate made completion brutally difficult. Unlike ordinary equipment, the Silver Moon pieces had no level limit. Attributes alone decided who could wear them. An average player might need level 8 or 9 to reach 35 strength. Shi Feng could do it at level 5 once his curse was removed. If he completed the set, even a level 5 shield warrior in full bronze gear would be easy prey. Drop should have been extraordinarily rare. Shi Feng suspected the unpopulated map was temporarily favoring him, and that made hesitation unacceptable. Missing this window would haunt him later. Excitement replaced caution as he resolved to hunt for the remaining Silvermoon pieces before anyone else could reach the forest. Shi Feng stored the Silvermoon helmet rather than wearing it. The rare drop was only the beginning. With the abyssal blade ready, he pressed deeper into the stone forest, searching for more mountain beast fighters and the remaining pieces of the set. Only now did Shi Feng fully appreciate where he stood. In his former life, first-rate and second-rate guilds had stripped the Moonlight Forest again and again before he arrived. Even their scraps had seemed precious. Today, the entire unexplored map lay before him. 2 hours of steady hunting carried him to the stone forest's core. More mountain beast fighters fell along the way, yielding 3 additional moonstones, money, and assorted materials. The untouched map was already rewarding his head start. There, Shi Feng discovered a mountain beast fighter camp. More than 40 monsters guarded it on every side, while several patrol squads circled nearby. One rough count pushed the total beyond 100. This was no ordinary hunting group, it was an army. Numbers alone were not the real problem. Charge was. Each fighter could use it only once, but more than 100 fighters meant more than 100 chances to stun him. If their attacks arrived in a chain, Shi Feng would never move again. He had learned that lesson through death. Once, even with strength far beyond these monsters, repeated charges had left him fainted again and again until they killed him. Raw power had not saved him then, and his present body could not survive even 2 clean hits. There was only one path through. He had to make every fighter spend charge in the same attack sequence, then escape before their blades finished him. A single timing error would turn the grind into an execution. Shi Feng accepted the risk. He had once been a sword king. Furry-handed guards stood watch, blood-red eyes sweeping the surroundings as it caressed its Niuedo. Then a stone cracked against its head. It turned and found Shi Feng waiting at a distance with another stone in hand. The deliberate insult sent it into a rage. Provocation became a mass lure. Shi Feng pulled the enraged fighters away from the camp and toward his chosen ground, letting their different positions stretch the pursuit into successive waves. More than 100 monsters were now committed to following him. At the killing ground, Shi Feng activated Defensive Blade. It could stop only 3 melee attacks. He gripped the abyssal blade and prepared parry while his phantom kill doppelganger waited deeper among the stones, the escape route he could use only once. First wave struck. Shi Feng caught the lead attack with parry, but the difference in force still launched him backward. The block prevented the blade from cutting him. It did not stop the horde from throwing his body through the air. Before Shi Feng could recover, the second wave arrived. Another impact knocked him into fainted, locking his body in place. Fighters crowded around him and lifted their Niuedo for the follow-up. Phantom kill was available, but the last waves had not committed. Shi Feng did nothing. He did not trigger another skill, and he did not exchange places with the doppelganger. The raised blades fell. Defensive Blade consumed its 3 melee immunities one after another, while Shi Feng waited for the only timing that could save the plan. The next Niuedo struck for real. Shi Feng's HP plunged by half. One more blow would finish him, yet he still held Phantom Kill in reserve. Somewhere beyond the ring of blades, the third wave was finally closing the last stretch. Third wave crashed in and inflicted fainted once more. A second Niuedo hung inches from Shi Feng's face. At that exact instant, he issued one silent command, substitute. Phantom Kill activated, and the man beneath the blade changed. Blade cut into the doppelganger instead. Then the fourth and final charge wave arrived, burying the substitute beneath the assault and beating it to death. The real Shi Feng reappeared safely among the stone formations, with every wave finally expended. Shi Feng had escaped the blades, not the damage already dealt. He immediately pulled out a basic regeneration potion and drained it. Sweet and sour flavor filled his mouth as 180 HP returned. It was not safety, only enough health to survive one more attack. Doppelganger's death shifted every surviving fighter's hatred onto the real Shi Feng. They poured into the stone forest after him. Shi Feng was still in dangerous condition, but here the narrow paths belonged to him. He activated a speed scroll, turned toward the tightly packed horde, and attacked. Thundering flash tore through the bottleneck in 3 streaks of lightning, stripping more than 100 HP from every monster it crossed. Shi Feng kept moving through the rocks, denying the oversized fighters room to surround him. 10 minutes later, the entire lured force lay dead. A final experience filled the last sliver of Shi Feng's bar. He reached level 4 and caught the second tier of players. Damage mattered most, so he committed all 6 new attribute points to strength. The drops added a Silvermoon leg guard, 7 moonstones, 2 tier 1 gemstones, materials, and common equipment. But as the haul was, Shi Feng knew the fighters kept their real collection in the camp's storehouse. He hurried back and saw several large treasure chests waiting inside. One stood out immediately, a pitch-black, mysterious iron chest. Excitement pulled him toward the entrance, until a roar shook the camp. The creature that emerged was 3 sizes larger than an ordinary mountain beast fighter. Its giant axe came with overwhelming force, and only parry kept the impact from killing Shi Feng as it knocked him away. His inspection confirmed the danger. Mountain Beast Warrior, level 10, Special Elite. Fighting it was suicide, so Shi Feng fled. The warrior was not merely stronger than its lesser kin, it was faster and far more flexible. It snatched up the giant axe as lightly as a leaf and used charge. Realizing he could not outrun the rush, Shi Feng twisted around in midair and aimed his sword. Abyssal Bind snapped shut. Pitch-black chains locked the charging warrior so completely that it could only glare after him. Shi Feng immediately activated Windwalk and raced into the stone forest. 20 seconds later, he looked back. The Guardian had abandoned the chase and was already returning to camp. With the Guardian gone, Shi Feng contacted Blackie. His companions had reached level 4, but their gnome ground was attracting more players and losing efficiency. Rather than let them waste time competing for spawns, Shi Feng gave Blackie a new destination, a large wolf den built for their party's strengths. Choice was calculated. Each forest wolf had 400 HP, and Blackie's equipment could erase that with 3 dark arrows. The den respawned quickly and offered high ground. Cola and Lonely Snow could seal the slope while the ranged members attacked safely. Better still, the beasts feared fire. One hell flame could wipe out a pack. Shi Feng expected leveling speed to rise by 60 to 70%. Blackie needed no further persuasion. Grinding gnomes had bored them senseless, and the competition was only getting worse. He promised they would leave as soon as their bags were sorted. When the call ended, he rallied the others. Pack up, stop fighting over monsters, and go play somewhere new. The whole party cheerfully followed him away. As Blackie's party left the packed leveling ground, the nearby elite parties could barely hide their delight. One less group meant more monsters for them. They even sneered at the departing players, certain that nowhere else in Dark Moon Valley could possibly offer faster leveling. Elsewhere, Shi Feng was preparing to hunt more mountain beast fighters when the conversation gave him a better idea. Killing the level 10 Special Elite alone was impossible. Escaping it was not. More importantly, the Guardian did not need to die for him to take its treasure. One person could lure the warrior while another opened the chest. Shi Feng looked down at the abyssal blade and smiled. Phantom Kill supplied exactly that. He summoned his doppelganger, a duplicate carrying all his skills and enough ability to delay the Guardian for more than 20 seconds. Shi Feng armed the duplicate with speed and polymorph scrolls. Polymorph could turn any monster below level 15 into a sheep for 4 seconds, though a special elite would recover much faster. That was acceptable. He only needed the effect to interrupt charge. The accelerated duplicate entered the camp. The earlier clash replayed itself. The duplicate parried the flying axe, disrupted the warrior's charge with polymorph, and pulled it away from the storehouse. While the Guardian chased his other body, Shi Feng slipped inside, opened the pitch-black mysterious iron treasure chest, and swept its contents into his bag. Through the duplicate's vision, Shi Feng saw the warrior lose interest in the lure and sprint back toward the storehouse. He had already won the greater prize. Instead of withdrawing, he immediately began opening the bronze chest. Its loading bar crawled forward as the Guardian's bellow drew closer. At halfway, every second felt endless. Shi Feng urged the bar forward as the warrior entered the camp. A hair from completion, its eyes turned crimson and its giant axe came flying. The chest opened. Without looking away from the loot, Shi Feng triggered defensive blade and emptied it at lightning speed. Warrior arrived as the last item vanished into Shi Feng's bag. It snatched up the fallen axe with both hands and raised it overhead. Shi Feng ran. The blade crashed down behind him, splitting the ground and blasting stones through the storehouse as the Guardian surged after its thief. Warrior's pursuit did not slow. Another violent impact hurled Shi Feng more than 10 yards and finally threw him beyond the camp, within sight of the stone forest. He had gained distance, but his expression hardened. The monster had already used charge twice instead of stopping after one. Shi Feng understood the danger at once. Whenever the gap exceeded 8 yards, the warrior could charge again. There might be a third, a fourth, or even more. The moment he crossed that threshold, the monster lunged exactly as predicted. One more clean hit would kill him. Shi Feng had no intention of dying there. He used another polymorph scroll, turning the charging giant into a sheep. The special elite recovered after only 1 second, but that second carried Shi Feng 15 yards closer to safety. He needed 30 yards before charge could no longer reach him. Warrior recovered before Shi Feng reached safety. He spun, cast Abyssal Bind, and pitch-black chains locked the special elite in place for 3 seconds. Then he activated Gravity Liberation. His speed soared as he raced for the remaining distance, the stone forest and the 30-yard boundary directly ahead. Abyssal Bind held the mountain beast warrior for exactly 3 seconds. With Gravity Liberation driving him forward, Shi Feng crossed the 30-yard boundary and plunged into the stone forest before those pitch-black chains released their furious captive. A respawned mountain beast fighter blocked his path. Shi Feng turned the obstacle into an answer. Wind Blade hurled him past it, and another polymorph scroll changed the fighter into a sheep. The interruption and burst of speed finally shook the warrior off his trail. Once he found safety, Shi Feng opened his bag, and shock replaced exhaustion. The raid had supplied every moonstone his quest required. Hours of labor and a nearly fatal chase had paid for themselves in one stroke. He could finally leave Moonlight Forest and pursue a cure for the curse. Rest of the windfall was just as startling. 7 Tier 1 gemstones, 3 bronze items, and a bronze-colored mysterious iron ring. 1 bronze piece was the Silver Moon armguard, raising his set to 3 pieces out of 5. Tempting, but collecting the rest could not outrank removing the curse. Ring offered something more useful than raw statistics, Shadow of Nothingness. It could remove Shi Feng and nearby enemies from one another's perception. That ability made one more guarded treasure worth attempting before he left the forest. More than 10 minutes later, a ruined shrine came into view. Barbaric beastmen surrounded it, several of them elites, while more guarded a bronze treasure chest inside. Clearing that force normally demanded 20 elite players. Shi Feng had no intention of clearing it. First, Shi Feng summoned his doppelganger and sent it to wait somewhere safe. Then he approached the shrine from outside the beastman's detection range and activated Shadow of Nothingness. The guards vanished from his perception, and he vanished from theirs as he ran soundlessly through the defense. Several interior guards stood within 20 yards of the bronze chest, yet the opening channel completed without disturbing nothingness. The trap waited one step later. The instant Shi Feng reached inside, concealment vanished. 5 beastmen saw him at once and charged, stone hammers raised. Shi Feng answered with defensive blade. While its 3 layers absorbed the hammer blows, he swept every item into his bag. Before the protection could be broken, the chest was empty. Then Phantom Kill's prepared escape paid off. Shi Feng exchanged positions with the doppelganger waiting safely outside. Back in the real world, Shi Feng sat up and looked through his window. He climbed out of bed, put his recovering body through 20 sets of workout motions, then washed in the cramped bathroom. His discipline had not changed merely because the room around him was poor. Shi Feng reached for his phone because training raised a simpler problem: food. Instant noodles could not provide the nutrition his body needed. He had fought hard for a Big Dipper membership card and coupons, but they remained unusable for 5 more days. For today, only his currency sales could help. He had listed 3 gold coins through the virtual trade center. Any credits earned would transfer automatically to his bank, but the system imposed a 3-hour delay. Worse, Shi Feng had disabled trade notifications. Even if buyers had already acted, the sale itself could not tell him what had arrived. Quantum Watch could have handled payments and notifications effortlessly, but Shi Feng could not afford one. He was left with the old phone in his hand and a manual bank check. The balance about to appear would decide whether his hard-won virtual fortune could finally buy a proper meal. The old phone finally opened Shi Feng's bank account. He expected no miracle. Before selling game currency, he had emptied the account just to buy instant noodles, leaving no more than 1 credit. If the transfer had arrived, his first ambition was painfully modest: 1 proper meal. Shi Feng had reason to hope. White River City's guilds needed vast sums for equipment, and neither contracted farmers nor their own farming teams could produce that much currency this early. After a full night on the market, at least some of them should have bought his silver. Number appeared, more than 1,700 credits. Shi Feng's mouth lifted into a small smile. 30 silver coins had sold for 1,800, enough to change his week overnight. Then he noticed the deduction. The virtual trade center had taken 100 credits in tax. Tax felt sinister, but it could not erase the relief. The remaining money was twice Shi Feng's normal monthly living expenses. He no longer had to calculate every packet of noodles. For the first time since his 3rd university year, eating meat and supporting his training were realistic again. His larger plan still depended on the unsold currency. If all 3 gold coins found buyers at his listed rate, they would bring 18,000 credits, enough for 2 virtual gaming helmets. 30 silver had proven the demand existed. It had not proven the entire listing would clear. Shi Feng refused to wait passively. This early window, while guilds and ambitious players were desperate for coin, would not last forever. He decided to make them spend more now. The partial sale had not ended his market campaign. It had shown him exactly where to apply pressure next. Credits could buy more than food or hardware. In this age, nutrient fluids were essential tools for serious athletes and martial artists. Ordinary people might afford one occasionally. The wealthy consumed them constantly, turning money into stronger, better-maintained bodies, the exact advantage Shi Feng's renewed training demanded. Their value was not cosmetic. Nutrient fluids could slow aging, repair injuries too subtle to detect, regenerate body cells, and stimulate brain cell development. Repeated use could transform a person over time. In a world obsessed with physical competition, that made them both medicine and competitive infrastructure. Hierarchy began at 400 credits for C rank. B rank cost 1,000. A rank leapt to 10,000. Shi Feng's new balance could reach the lower ranks, but 1 A rank bottle alone exceeded everything 30 silver coins had just earned him. S rank stood beyond ordinary commerce. A single bottle cost 1 million credits and was reserved for society's inner circles. In his previous life, Shi Feng had obtained one only through his status as a core member of Shadow. Its effects had left even A rank far behind. Wealthy barely hesitated at such prices. Constant access let money preserve health, appearance, and youth, reshaping what ordinary people saw in the streets. Humanity's old dream of fighting age had become purchasable, but like every other advantage Shi Feng needed, it belonged most easily to those already inside. Back in Moonlight Forest, Shi Feng assessed what the treasure chests had given him. The magic shop's scrolls did not even meet Tier 1 standards. His chest-sourced scrolls were better, and the Tier 2 pieces were in another class entirely, rare tools with enough utility that no sensible owner would sell them. Scrolls were precious, but another result brought Shi Feng even more joy. The Silver Moon set was no longer 3 scattered pieces and an unfinished promise. He had found the remainder. All 5 pieces were finally his, completing one of the best early sets available to swordsmen and berserkers. And Silver Moon was not the only completed set. Shi Feng had also assembled the full Blackblood set for Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights. Its value exceeded Silver Moon's, and below level 10, it ranked among the finest equipment a tank could wear. Shi Feng immediately assigned that value a purpose. Once Cola reached level 6 or 7 and equipped Blackblood, Hell Mode dungeons below level 10 would stop being a serious obstacle. One treasure haul had not merely produced wealth. It had solved the future team's most demanding defensive position. Taken together, the scrolls, the completed sets, and the rest of the haul, Shi Feng now possessed a solid material foundation for a 20-man team. Equipment was no longer the central weakness. The remaining problems were human ones, finding enough members and ensuring they had the skill to use what he had gathered. There was nothing left in Moonlight Forest worth pursuing. Shi Feng closed his inventory and activated the teleportation magic orb. Light gathered around him, ending the expedition. Outside the game, the sun was sinking behind the mountains. Inside God's domain, morning rose to meet his next move. Teleportation magic orb carried Shi Feng out of Moonlight Forest and back into Red Leaf Town. Morning had arrived inside God's domain, yet the town was already illuminated so brilliantly that it looked like broad daylight. The quiet end of his expedition gave way at once to a living market. Difference from the previous day was unmistakable. Players pushed shoulder to shoulder through the trade area, and many of the new faces were still level 0. God's domain had been officially active for only 2 days, but its population was already swelling faster than the old virtual games could match. Players had begun to understand why God's domain was different. As monsters gained levels, their behavior and battles became more realistic. Combat was no longer a simple exchange of attacks. It felt closer to a real fighting competition, offering the same blood-boiling contest against a skilled opponent without risking anyone's life. Combat was only the beginning. God's domain offered vast adventures, thrilling mysteries, and unknown places waiting to be explored. Time inside passed twice as quickly as in reality, making the game feel like a genuine second life. Its rise had become irreversible, and older virtual gaming companies were already declaring bankruptcy. Shi Feng entered that booming economy with an advantage of his own. His previous buying sprees had trained players to wait for him in the trade area. One casual call was enough to bring material sellers running. As he purchased their stock, he quietly listened to the conversations flowing around him. First report concerned Assassin's Alliance. The guild had completed the insurrection of the Little Fishman quest and received a large amount of guild reputation. Players expected that advantage to push Assassin's Alliance into level 2 guild status before long, a major institutional gain earned through one successful quest. Another player dismissed that achievement as small beside the news from the capital. Star River Federation's guild leader had become a first-class citizen and was nearing nobility. A noble could request guild quests from the army camp and city hall, stacking privileges that might let Star River suppress Ouroboros and seize the capital city. Even those guild struggles were not the trade area's favorite subject. Everyone was talking about Black Flame's contest with Hammer Trading. Because Black Flame had stopped answering the price war, the public verdict had arrived quickly. Hammer Trading had won, and the mysterious rival forger had finally been driven from sight. One player was especially pleased with himself. He had borrowed money to secure a glimmer chestplate before the supply vanished. Now buyers were offering high prices, and he expected the resale to leave him with a tidy profit. The rivalry had turned Shi Feng's armor into a speculative prize. Hammer Trading refused to let the apparent victory cool. His latest public taunt called Black Flame a coward, demanded that he resume the competition, and promised to flatten the so-called black-hearted forger. Every insult kept Hammer's name in circulation, but it also kept Black Flame and the glimmer chestplate there beside him. Shi Feng only smiled. Hammer Trading's behavior was exactly what he remembered. A man so hungry for fame that he would use any means available. In the previous timeline, Hammer had even sold out his entire guild for the chance to join World Dominators as its chief forger. A few shameless insults were nothing by comparison. Once the last material purchase was complete, Shi Feng turned toward the auction house. Hammer Trading's endless clamor had already accomplished something useful. The Glimmer chestplate was now famous throughout the market. Shi Feng had no reason to continue the old contest. He could convert that borrowed publicity into his next money-making operation. As he walked, Shi Feng measured the actual demand. Average players had reached roughly level 3, veterans level 4, and experts level 5. Most average players could not afford a Glimmer chestplate. Veterans had to borrow for one, while experts could already obtain stronger equipment from level 5 dungeons. It left guilds as the main practical buyers. A few wealthy newcomers might purchase Glimmer armor for amusement, but such customers were exceptionally rare. Shi Feng's conclusion was decisive. Finished chestplates could no longer earn him serious money. With the product famous and its old market nearly exhausted, he continued toward the auction house. Shi Feng entered the auction house and found its great hall packed with players. There was no room to conduct business comfortably, so he slipped into an open corner and silently called up the auction display. He listed 20 Glimmer chestplate forging designs, but not as one bundle. Every copy received a base price of 30 silver coins, and the system would release them one at a time, each half an hour apart. Selling everything together would only hold the price down. Scarcity would do the opposite. By feeding one design at a time into a market full of ambitious guilds, Shi Feng could let their own rivalry drive his profit upward. With the trap set, Shi Feng bought out the auction house's accumulated hard stones and card sets. Then he walked away from the market entirely and headed toward the library, leaving the guilds to discover his listings on their own. Elsewhere, Kuruk Fields offered no such crowd. Few players dared grind in this level 6 territory. Grassland lion cubs hunted in packs of 3 to 5, and any pack might have a fully grown elite stalking behind it. One 6-person party had come anyway. At its front stood the Snow Goddess, Gentle Snow, already level 5 in the water blue azure scar bronze set. She slipped past an elite lion's claws and answered with a clean greatsword strike. When Hammer Trading's recruitment value came up, Gentle Snow dismissed it. Level 3 bronze equipment would soon be outdated, and Hammer possessed no designs for anything better. Spending a fortune to compete for a little short-term profit made no sense. Black Flame was different. Gentle Snow could not read his intentions. If he wanted first-rate guilds to notice and recruit him, hiding his name made no sense. Yet he had publicized himself through the price war while making direct contact impossible. There was more. Black Flame had produced 3 different kinds of forged equipment, proof of unusual access to bronze designs. Then, at the hottest point of the contest, he simply disappeared. Gentle Snow wondered if he had withdrawn because his real goal was already achieved. Gentle Snow still could not name Black Flame's objective, but the mystery had become impossible to ignore. Her reasoning struck Zhao Yuru as well. Now curious herself, Zhao offered to have someone investigate the forger and discover what kind of person he was. At that same moment, Hammer Trading sat before representatives of several first-rate guilds and sold them a grander story. Recruit him, he claimed, and their popularity, bronze equipment supply, and profits would soar. For that, 5 million credits and a villa were hardly excessive. Demand was enormous, but the stakes were larger. Every first-rate guild wanted an early advantage in capturing a virtual city and the wealth of controlling one dwarfed Hammer's price. Their faces hesitated, yet their eyes still showed a determination to recruit him. Their conviction delighted Hammer. He had invested every possession in the price war and even borrowed from loan sharks at the last second. But Black Flame had stopped first. To Hammer, that meant the desperate gamble had worked and the final fruit of victory was his. Then the room changed. While Hammer was still congratulating himself, fresh information reached the table. Every representative's expression shifted at once, not toward disappointment, but shock and ecstasy. Hammer's supposed victory had just encountered Shi Feng's 20 pieces of paper. Representative's shock finally found its voice. Star River Federation's delegate rose first, apologized to Hammer, and withdrew from the competition. Another guild followed, then another. In moments, every negotiator was hurrying for the door as though even a few wasted seconds might cost them. Hammer shouted that they would regret abandoning a forger capable of making bronze equipment. One representative answered with a cold laugh. Bronze forging was no longer rare enough to justify 5 million credits. The auction house was selling the design itself, so every guild could cultivate its own forgers. Hammer demanded that the man explain himself, certain he had misheard, but the room emptied. He dropped back into his chair, eyes lifeless. Selling a bronze equipment design seemed to him like handing strangers the keys to a treasury. Surely, he thought, this had to be a trick. Across the market, players admired the anonymous seller's methods. No weapon had been drawn and no blood spilled. One valuable design had cut away Hammer's fame, recruitment prospects, and luxurious future at once. The rising star had been knocked from his altar by a single piece of production knowledge. Hammer saw only the person who had ruined his life of luxury. His eyes turned crimson and his face ashen. Then desperation produced one final answer: buy the design at any price. If he controlled both Savage and Glimmer chest plates, he imagined the first-rate guilds would return and beg. Hammer was only one contender. Guild executives from towns throughout White River City's influence were converging on the auction house. Everyone knew the Glimmer chest plate's strength. To them, its design was not merely another item. It was a mountain of gold, and Shi Feng had made them compete for it. Market was fighting over the trap Shi Feng had prepared, but Shi Feng himself had already moved on. His immediate problem was the Great Demon's curse. At Red Leaf Town's neglected library, he stood before Charlene ready to complete the moon drip arrangement. Shi Feng addressed her as revered Miss Charlene and asked for the curse to be dispelled. Then he laid out everything she had demanded: 2 gold coins, 30 moonstones, and the teleportation magic orb. After the dangerous Moonlight Forest expedition, the cure's full price was finally in his hands. Glittering gold coins earned an immediate nod of satisfaction. Charlene even praised the speed with which Shi Feng had gathered everything. Yet instead of beginning, she adopted a pitiful, almost regretful expression. There was, apparently, one important detail she had neglected to mention. Moon drip ceremony, Charlene said, possessed tears. Shi Feng repeated the word in surprise. Her regretful look did not reassure him. Instead, he felt like a mouse being watched by a cat, an adventurer who had delivered exactly what was requested only to discover a larger price waiting. Charlene explained that moon drip was ancient and had never been limited to curse removal. Repeated alterations made the ceremony more convenient, but convenience came at a cost. The familiar version retained its dispelling effect, while its other benefits were greatly weakened. A complete moon drip could restore what had been lost. And came the actual offer. For another 3 gold coins, Charlene would gather every remaining material and perform the complete ceremony. The original moon drip would still remove Shi Feng's curse. This more expensive version, she promised, would add something far greater. Shi Feng's completed transaction had become a new negotiation. Charlene gave the temptation its final push. Besides dispelling the curse, the complete ceremony would bring an unimaginably big harvest. She stressed those last 2 words until they sounded like a treasure in themselves. With 3 more gold coins between him and an unknown advantage, Shi Feng was left to reconsider. Shi Feng studied Charlene across the dusty library. She had somehow named a price equal to the exact 3 gold coins left in his bag. After already spending heavily on the curse, he had no desire to volunteer as her next succor. As if she had read that thought too, Charlene invoked the legend of Celius. Cursed and tormented by the great demon king, he endured untold hardships, found moon drip, gained matchless strength, and returned to defeat his tormentor as a legendary sword saint. Charlene kept sneaking dull-eyed glances at Shi Feng and sighing over the word sword saint. Her entire performance seemed to say that greatness was beckoning. Shi Feng could only stare back in silence. This unruly divine official was a diamond salesperson. Full expense was 6 gold coins, 36,000 credits. It was outrageous. Yet if this gamble could someday help make him a sword saint, the old resources had to make way for the new. Shi Feng surrendered his final 3 gold coins and chose the complete ceremony. Pain was part of learning in God's domain. The default transmission was 20%, while some experts pushed it to 60% to stay alert. Shi Feng used 50, high enough to make every mistake memorable, but also the setting at which he could best display his strength. Charlene prayed, spoke divine incantations, and traced line after line of sacred text into the air. Hundreds accumulated without pause. Sweat ran down her face as the circle beneath Shi Feng shone silver and slowly rose. More than 10 minutes passed before moonlight finally descended. Dark smoke tore itself from Shi Feng as though it refused to let him go. Sweat broke across his forehead, his face turned white, and the promised slight pain felt more like his limbs being ripped away. Then the extracted curse gathered into a demon doppelganger. In a blink, the doppelganger was on him. Its longsword released one faint black ray, then split that ray into 4 killing streaks aimed to carve Shi Feng apart. The speed was extraordinary, far beyond any normal elite. Shi Feng triggered parry. Steel rang 4 times, and the impact drove him several steps backward before he could stabilize. Even reduced by the complete moon drip, this enemy was an elite. Without the full ritual's benefit, Shi Feng judged it might have been a special elite. Already holding the advantage, the doppelganger drove Shi Feng's own chop toward his heart. Shi Feng activated Windwalk and slipped aside, opening distance. The reprieve lasted an instant. The creature turned, invoked Windwalk as well, and accelerated after him. Tactical picture was ugly. The demon possessed Shi Feng's skills, yet surpassed him in strength, speed, and HP. Closing in with a ruthless smile, it declared that it knew everything he knew. Stronger in every direct contest, it ordered him to accept death as fate. Demon had declared that it knew every skill Shi Feng knew. Shi Feng answered with a faint smile. Then 9 phantoms of the abyssal blade materialized beside him and shot forward together. The mimic could copy his techniques, but not the unique power carried by his weapon. Doppelganger knocked aside most of the incoming blades, yet it could not stop them all. Several abyssal blade phantoms pierced its body, each carving away more than 30 HP. For the first time, raw superiority was not enough to keep the copy safe. Calling Shi Feng dependent on his weapon, the demon rushed in with thundering flash. Shi Feng calmly drew 2 scrolls. The speed scroll accelerated him clear of the sword lights, and in that same instant, the polymorph scroll collapsed the raging elite into the harmless shape of a sheep. Shi Feng attacked before the transformation could become anything but a disaster for his enemy. All 3 sword lights struck. The damage climbed from 112 to 135 to 163, tearing an enormous portion from the doppelganger's health. Doppelganger recovered in a fury and activated defensive blade, extending its reach as it slashed down. Shi Feng dodged and laughed at it. The demon possessed the stronger body, he observed, yet all it could do was recycle the same skills he already understood. Taunt nearly made the demon faint from anger. Shouting that Shi Feng was courting death, it drove a double chop toward his neck. That rage was another limitation of the copy. It had Shi Feng's techniques and better statistics, but not his composure or his judgment. Before the demon could turn its fury into victory, green thunder crashed down from above. 500 damage erased what remained of its HP. The doppelganger dissolved into dark smoke and vanished, ending the complete moon drip's lethal trial as abruptly as it had begun. Smoke did not leave the battlefield empty. A single piece of dark gray equipment remained where the demon had vanished. Its exact nature was still concealed, but it was tangible proof that the dangerous, complete ceremony had produced more than purification alone. And the system delivered the full verdict. Moon Drip was complete. Shi Feng received 10,000 EXP and the Demon Hunter title, plus 5 reputation in Star Moon Kingdom, 20 in White River City, and 100 in Red Leaf Town. The scale of the social rewards shocked him. 10,000 EXP sounded impressive, but Shi Feng judged it by a level 4 player's needs. It moved him only to 27% of the level, still far from level 5. His eyes brightened for a different reason. The title and reputation were the true harvest. Red Leaf Town processed the 100-point gain in 2 steps. At 50 reputation, Shi Feng became a first-class citizen. At 100, the system promoted him again, this time to third-class noble. One foolish elite demon had paid him back with an extraordinary leap in civic status. Reputation was one of God's domain's scarce strategic currencies. Enough of it opened high-level quests that ordinary players could not receive. It also unlocked restricted goods such as bronze equipment and special potions, reduced purchase prices, and made NPCs more favorable. The benefits multiplied every future option. There was still a hard limit. Shi Feng's third-class noble rank belonged to Red Leaf Town alone. Beyond the town, no one had to acknowledge it. A noble title issued by White River City would carry throughout the city's entire administrative region, making the difference in reach obvious. Demon Hunter erased that limitation. The title made Shi Feng a noble in every region, even beyond Star Moon Kingdom and inside countries that might be hostile to it. NPCs abroad would no longer discriminate against him or obstruct foreign quests. Beside that worldwide privilege, Red Leaf nobility barely mattered. With the Moon Drip trial finally over, Shi Feng collected the dark gray equipment left by his demonic double. The identification window supplied its name at last: Demon Mask, a special item capable of disguising its wearer as another person. Disguise could not be exposed without a high-level observing skill. Shi Feng immediately understood the possibilities. He had no intention of robbing houses, but an identity this difficult to pierce could serve countless other plans. 6 gold suddenly felt well spent. Charlene looked startlingly delicate, all her former shrewdness drained away. She told Shi Feng the ceremony had weakened her and that she would recover in White River City. If he wanted answers about the Bible of Darkness, he could find her there, with another payment ready. Watching her vanish, Shi Feng reconsidered the ritual. Charlene was a Tier 3 divine official, yet the complete moon drip had reduced her so drastically that he believed he could defeat her now. Whatever truly happened inside that ceremony was not simple. But the affairs of figures like Charlene were still beyond him. Shi Feng had his own foundation to build, and a great demon already watching him. With the curse gone and his attributes restored, his practical route was clear. Speed level to level 10 and unlock the gate to White River City. Shi Feng opened the virtual trade center to inspect the market and froze. Every coin he had left for sale was gone. All 2 gold 70 silver had sold, and more than 15,000 credits were already being transferred into his real-world bank account. Wider market had surged. The highest offer for a single silver coin had reached 72 credits, and most buyers were already bidding 68. Shi Feng had every reason to celebrate until an angry voice cut through the trade area behind him. Drifting Blood had returned, this time with a pack of Martial Union players. Pointing straight at Shi Feng, he told his boss that this was the man who had casually produced 10 silver coins, and insisted the guild make him bleed for the time Drifting Blood spent locked up. Boss demanded to know whether Shi Feng had attacked his brother. Shi Feng recognized him immediately. Iron Sword Lion, a fierce swordsman around 30 and one of Martial Union's finest experts. In Shi Feng's previous life, that man's strength had repeatedly cost his own guild dearly. Martial Union's price for leaving Shi Feng alone was 20 silver coins. The surrounding players recoiled at the figure. Even capable experts usually carried only 3 or 4 silver. This was not compensation. It was a demand designed to force one player into a corner. Spectators cataloged everything that made Iron Sword Lion dangerous. He was already level 5, wore at least 6 pieces of bronze equipment, and carried the recognizable Knight's Longsword, a formidable level 4 bronze weapon. His recent player kills had only enlarged his reputation. Some players muttered that Martial Union only bullied newcomers. Others hurriedly silenced them. Iron Sword Lion had been a top wuxia game expert, and just yesterday he had defeated 4 experienced players alone. Offend him, they warned, and even deleting the account might become the only escape. Iron Sword Lion's reputation settled the crowd's verdict. Shi Feng could surrender 20 silver coins or delete his level 4 account to escape Martial Union's pursuit. Starting over would erase 2 hard-earned days of progress. To the spectators, paying was painful, but it was still the only sensible choice. 20 silver was not merely a large sum. Game currency prices were soaring, and even players willing to spend credits could barely find sellers. One spectator considered cashing out. Another refused, convinced the price would climb higher. Every whispered calculation made Shi Feng's supposed misfortune look worse. Not everyone saw only a doomed victim. At a nearby stall, several luxuriously equipped players watched with quiet smiles. They belonged to Stabbing Heart's circle. A skinny male cleric leaned toward him and proposed an intervention. Rescue Yi Feng now, and the expert would owe Assassin's Alliance a favor. Stabbing Heart took the proposal seriously. Shi Feng's technique was formidable, and his acquaintance with the Snow Goddess proved he was no ordinary leisure player. Yet Iron Sword Lion was a brutal expert backed by a guild. In a direct confrontation, even Stabbing Heart judged Shi Feng to be at a disadvantage. The opportunity offered more than gratitude. If Martial Union pushed the conflict, Assassin's Alliance could punish the smaller faction as an example to everyone watching. Shi Feng's favor would be valuable, but so would the message. Challenge Assassin's Alliance, and Red Leaf Town would remember what followed. Behind his boss, Drifting Blood could no longer contain himself. He mocked Shi Feng for suddenly going silent and repeated his ultimatum: hand over 20 silver and keep playing, or delete the account and begin again. Protected by Iron Sword Lion, he mistook Shi Feng's stillness for terror. Iron Sword Lion silenced Drifting Blood with a look. He claimed he was no evil tyrant. The 20 silver would simply teach Shi Feng whom he could and could not provoke. Pay now, avoid offending Martial Union again, and the guild would promise not to pursue him. Shi Feng finally moved. He opened his bag and produced the full 20 silver coins. Their silvery glow caught every eye on the street. At this stage of God's domain, even buying that amount with credits was extremely difficult. Displaying it all at once made the crowd forget to breathe. Iron Sword Lion's tone changed at once. Drifting Blood had been right. The supposed leisure player was rich. Now the demand became an invitation. Iron Sword Lion proposed friendship and promised to protect Shi Feng from anyone who crossed him. Around them, the crowd watched the apparent windfall with open envy. And the apparent surrender snapped shut. While everyone watched Iron Sword Lion, an incomparably pitch-black longsword punched into his stomach. More than 100 HP vanished instantly. He tried to resist, but black chains had already wrapped around him, locking every muscle before he could draw or dodge. Shi Feng calmly pulled the abyssal blade free. He gave Iron Sword Lion no recovery window. A level 6 chop struck first, followed immediately by level 4 Earth Splitter. The level 5 swordsman's HP plunged without stopping. Bronze equipment could not compensate for being bound, surprised, and trapped beneath a magic weapon's assault. 2 attacks emptied Iron Sword Lion's HP. He never swung his own sword. A pitiful cry escaped him as his body hit the street, then broke apart into starlight. When the light vanished, the feared expert was gone. Only one dropped piece of equipment remained before Shi Feng. Iron Sword Lion's last motes of starlight vanished above the dropped equipment. Shi Feng remained in the middle of the trade area, abyssal blade in hand. With a small laugh, he fixed his gaze on Martial Union and asked who wanted to be next. The entire street went deathly silent. Everyone had watched the killing clearly, yet that only made it harder to understand. Shi Feng's sword had not looked especially fast. Even ordinary players imagined they could have dodged it. So why had a genuine expert stood helpless, unable to counter even once? For an instant, some wondered whether Iron Sword Lion had only looked formidable. The idea collapsed immediately. He was level 5, covered in bronze equipment with defense and HP far above ordinary players. Beating him should have taken sustained attacks. Shi Feng had needed only 2 moves. Labels they had given Shi Feng, fat sheep, rich fool, easy prey, became absurd. His attack power was horrifying, and his question carried a clear lesson. Iron Sword Lion had been the example. Martial Union had tried to display its authority. Instead, Shi Feng had made its finest fighter his warning. and the location reasserted itself. This was a safe zone. However justified the warning felt, Shi Feng had killed a player under Red Leaf Town's law. The crowd expected the guards and confinement to erase his advantage. Some pitied him, but thought his fearless moment would still make him a hero. Legal danger only made Shi Feng seem braver. Players openly called him cool. Several women searched for his information and sent friend requests, offering obedience and help in embarrassingly enthusiastic terms if he would level with them. In moments, Martial Union's intended victim had become the street's newest idol. Heavily armored guard team marched into the trade area. Drifting Blood's confidence returned at once. Laughing, he told Shi Feng the punishment would cost a level and 24 hours of confinement. One lost day, he promised, would reduce even an expert to second-rate prey for Martial Union. At a distance, Stabbing Heart barely noticed the taunt. He was replaying Shi Feng's movements. They had looked slow only because every action was perfectly natural, no wasted motion, no awkward transition, as effortless as breathing. To an experienced assassin, this was not luck, it was the technique he pursued. That realization made Stabbing Heart's regret worse. He had wanted to step in, make Shi Feng owe him a favor, and eventually ask for guidance. Shi Feng had killed Ironsword Lion with zero hesitation, leaving no opening to help. Now even Stabbing Heart had no answer for the arriving guards. Guard Captain stepped forward in silvery gray heavy armor. At his signal, the other guards spread around Shi Feng and sealed the open space. Armored bodies replaced the crowd on every side. The trade area's silence became oppressive, yet Shi Feng still showed no sign of panic. Drifting Blood hurried toward the captain with a cold smile. Pointing at Shi Feng, he demanded an arrest for killing his big brother. The guard captain did not acknowledge him. He looked straight past the accusation and fixed his deep gaze on Shi Feng. A faint smile appeared on the officer's face. Captain addressed him as revered Lord Demon Hunter. Red Leaf Town's law still required a price for killing here, he explained, but Shi Feng could pay it. Only refusal would mean a trip to confinement. The street stared. Drifting Blood's mouth fell impossibly wide. Why were the guards negotiating instead of attacking? Street remained frozen around Shi Feng. Red Leaf Town's guards were normally grim executioners, yet today they had ignored Drifting Blood's accusation and addressed Shi Feng with a faint smile. No one in the trade area could explain such courtesy. Shi Feng knew exactly what the crowd did not. 10 years in God's domain had taught him which rules could be bent and how far. As a noble, he stood far above common players. Killing one in town would cost him money, not his life. Shi Feng nodded, turned toward Drifting Blood and smiled. He said he had killed only because he was threatened, then calmly asked what price he owed. The guard captain's answer was almost absurdly small, 2 silver coins. Shi Feng had expected worse. He produced 20 silver coins and placed them in the captain's hands. The officer stared at the excess and asked what Lord Demon Hunter was doing. Shi Feng's answer chilled the street. The rest was advance payment. Guard captain had no answer. Shi Feng did not need one. He acted on his warning and swept through several of Martial Union's elite players in a single move. The watching street learned that his 20 silver coins had not been theater. Shi Feng's reasoning was colder than his blade. Martial Union would never have allowed him to walk away peacefully. If another clash was inevitable, reducing its strength now meant fewer enemies and an easier fight the next time they met. Without caring about the crowd's shock, Shi Feng walked over and collected every useful drop. At minimum, the equipment could repay the money he had just spent buying lives. Then one familiar weapon caught his eye, Ironsword Lion's Bronze Knight's Longsword. For a level 4 bronze weapon, the Knight's Longsword was excellent and worth at least 10 silver coins. Add the level 3 bronze cloth armor and several common pieces, and Shi Feng had not lost money at all. He had earned another 1 or 2 silver coins. As Shi Feng prepared to leave, the crowd's amazement curdled into greed. A man who could erase elites in one move had to carry top-tier gear. Worse, his name was red. If they killed him now, he might drop 3 or 4 valuable pieces. Before greed could become another battle, Stabbing Heart and the Assassin's Alliance asserted their presence. Everyone knew the guild's specialty. A grudge could mean being hunted by an entire group of assassins. The imagined profit stopped looking worthwhile, and the opportunists quickly dispersed. Shi Feng thanked Stabbing Heart. The assassin waved the gratitude aside. With Brother Yifeng's strength, he said, the crowd could never have stopped him. Stabbing Heart had merely pushed the boat along the current. His humility only made the gesture feel more sincere. Stabbing Heart admitted that even he would struggle against Ironsword Lion, yet Shi Feng had ended him in only a few moves. Shi Feng smiled and called it luck. Stabbing Heart did not believe that for a moment. One mystery still bothered him. Why had the guards allowed Brother Yifeng to kill inside the safe zone? Shi Feng answered Stabbing Heart without hesitation. A completed quest had made him a noble of Red Leaf Town, so the guards granted him special privileges. That much could not remain hidden. The far more conspicuous Demon Hunter title, however, stayed safely unspoken. Stabbing Heart's heart hammered. Assassin's Alliance had poured enormous effort into Red Leaf Town and earned only 10 reputation. Even Broken Wind, leader of the first-rate Star River Federation, was still merely a first-class citizen, yet Yi Feng had already crossed the threshold into nobility. He had already rated Yi Feng highly, but this forced another reassessment. Stabbing Heart knew or recognized nearly every elite swordsman he could name, and none matched this man. With God's domain drawing hidden masters into the open, one conclusion fit: Yi Feng was a famous expert who had avoided the spotlight. An urgency came from the auction house. Star River Federation had won the first Glimmer chestplate forging design for 2 gold and 33 silver. A second appeared and sold for 2 gold and 51 silver. Then, just as disappointed guilds thought the chance had passed, a third design appeared. Nobody knew whether a fourth copy would follow, so every guild was scrambling for currency. They also shared the same suspicion. Identical bronze designs were far too rare to be coincidence, and Black Flame had sold Glimmer chestplates before. The anonymous seller had to be the Black Flame forger. Stabbing Heart had to admire the strategy. Black Flame's price war with Hammer Trading had made the finished chestplate famous, but the equipment itself was never the final prize. The real fortune lay in selling production designs. Hammer kept shouting about fighting until one of them went broke. Black Flame simply stopped answering. That was why Stabbing Heart wanted both currency and a path to Black Flame. One bronze equipment design could place Assassin's Alliance ahead of the other second-rate guilds, build its reputation, and produce a major profit. More importantly, it would strengthen the guild for the coming struggle over White River City. Shi Feng merely shook his head. Stabbing Heart's excitement collapsed. On reflection, the refusal made sense. Aside from Black Flame and Hammer Trading, no third player had ever produced such a design, and an item this rare could not be summoned through ordinary connections. And Shi Feng overturned the moment. If Stabbing Heart still wanted to bid for the Glimmer chestplate design, Shi Feng said he could lend him money. The offer was unhurried, almost casual, as though financing a guild auction were no more troublesome than settling an ordinary purchase. Stabbing Heart knew Yi Feng was wealthy. Anyone who could spend 20 silver so easily had substantial reserves. But against first-rate guilds, even 30 or 40 silver was tiny. He sighed and warned that a loan of 20 or 30 silver would not meaningfully change the bid. Shi Feng simply asked how much the winning bid would require. Stabbing Heart had no idea that the first 2 designs had already deposited more than 4 gold into Shi Feng's bag. He could finance the third, make Stabbing Heart owe him a favor, and receive those same coins back through his own auction. Why refuse such a perfect circle? Stabbing Heart had warned that 20 or 30 silver would change nothing. Shi Feng calmly waited for the real number. The forging design auctions had already exceeded every expectation, draining the market of game currency and driving its price higher. For Shi Feng, that shortage was not a crisis. It was an opportunity worth intensifying. Stabbing Heart raised 3 fingers. At least 3 gold would be needed to win, he estimated, and anything less offered no hope. Assassin's Alliance had scraped together only 2 gold and 10 silver because rival guilds had bought nearly every available coin. 90 silver short, he had been ready to abandon the contest and return to leveling. Shi Feng smiled and offered exactly 90 silver, not 3 gold, and not 1 coin more than the plan required. The amount appeared in the trade window. Stabbing Heart froze. Shi Feng had already spent over 10 silver nearby, yet still carried wealth comparable to the liquid funds of a second-rate guild with over 20,000 members and a 500-player farming team. Shi Feng refused to make the help burdensome. Without Stabbing Heart's arrival earlier, he said, avoiding a bloody fight would have been difficult. He owed the assassin a favor. Instead of demanding tomorrow's scarce game currency back, he offered to sell the 90 silver at 60 credits each, preserving the guild's coins for forgers, materials, and early operations. Stabbing Heart accepted the method, but not the discount. 60 credits per silver was too low. Taking advantage of it would embarrass him. He stubbornly raised the price to 80 credits per silver, 200 credits in total, and transferred the money immediately. Shi Feng could only accept the fairer counteroffer, and his opinion of Stabbing Heart rose again. Now armed with the full 3 gold, Stabbing Heart had no time to waste. He thanked Brother Yi Feng, promised to go all out if Shi Feng ever needed help, and hurried toward the auction house with his subordinates. The currency Shi Feng supplied was already moving toward Shi Feng's own anonymous forging design, exactly as he intended. New transfer pushed Shi Feng's bank balance beyond 20,000 credits. At last, he had enough for 2 virtual gaming helmets. When the current 7-day usage period ended, neither he nor the person meant to receive the second helmet would be forced out of God's domain. The immediate danger was solved, though his larger ambitions still demanded more money. Shi Feng next equipped the demon mask. He adjusted his face until the person in the reflection looked entirely different, while the red name marking him as a killer visibly changed to green. Ordinary players would accept the disguise without question. Only someone with a high-level observation skill could expose the man beneath it. After confirming the disguise, Shi Feng listed his remaining 3 gold on the virtual trade center at 80 credits per silver. If Assassin's Alliance won the forging design, first-rate and second-rate guilds alike would fear being left behind. Their bidding war would become even more frantic, and Shi Feng had no doubt that every coin he listed would sell. Shi Feng was about to leave when the mask's greater value struck him. He tapped his forehead, then broke into a bright smile. Concealment was useful for more than slipping past enemies. With another identity, he could move through God's domain's darker corners and handle matters that Yi Feng, or Shi Feng himself, could never approach openly. Shi Feng stepped out of the Red Leaf Town Hotel with the demon mask still active. Several players loitered nearby, but their attention was fixed so rigidly on the main entrance that their purpose was obvious. Someone was waiting for him to appear. One assassin impatiently wondered whether the brat planned to hide inside until his red name cleared. Shi Feng stood close enough to hear him, yet the demon mask worked perfectly. The watchers never spared their actual target a meaningful glance. The other assassin was smug. If Shi Feng stayed hidden instead of killing monsters to reduce his crime, clearing the red name would take more than 30 hours. By then, Martial Union expected its levels and equipment to leap ahead, making it easier to kill him back to level 0. Shi Feng was unsurprised. He knew Ironsword Lion well enough to expect revenge regardless of its cost, and Martial Union's rapid surveillance only confirmed it. Still, he had no time for their game. Amused, he left the assassins to wait for a target who had already walked away. Inside the Chef's Association kitchen, Shi Feng found Violet Cloud completely absorbed in making fruit juice. She had already reached level 3, and her hands moved with extraordinary speed and experience. Even the master chefs Shi Feng remembered had not looked so smooth or natural. For an instant, Shi Feng wondered whether Violet Cloud had misled him about being slow, then dismissed it. She had no reason to deceive him. He called her name, but she never heard. Rather than interrupt, he watched silently as her concentration shut out everything else. More than 10 minutes passed before Violet Cloud noticed anything beyond her task. In that time, she produced over 10 more cups. Each looked refreshing and carried a faint, captivating fragrance. To Shi Feng, the finished drinks were visible proof that her speed did not sacrifice quality. Only when the materials in her hands ran out did Violet Cloud turn for more. She saw Shi Feng behind her and jumped with a cry. Realizing her employer had waited so long, she lowered her head, called him sir, and braced herself for blame. Shi Feng asked about the 900-cup order, but his evaluation of Violet Cloud had already risen. Her work included a new fruit juice that gave him greater confidence in his coming task. He laughed away her fear, rewarded her with 3 silver, and promised her a share when the drinks sold. Shi Feng then paused further fruit juice production and assigned wolf meat dishes. Each serving raised a job's main attributes by 5 for 1 hour, effectively another level, and could make cheap wolf meat worth over 10 times more. Violet Cloud accepted eagerly, grateful that one day's work had earned what street sales could not. At Violet Cloud's workstation, Shi Feng swept every finished fruit juice into his bag, more than 1,700 cups. Selling them for 1 copper each would bring 17 silver, a fortune to an average player. To him, that was spare change. He had a much better use for them. And the system announced another victory. 1 glimmer chestplate forging design had sold, and after fees, 2 gold 76 silver entered Shi Feng's bag. He immediately guessed the buyer, Assassin's Alliance. The official forums confirmed it. Assassin's Alliance loudly advertised the purchase to increase its fame and influence. Possessing a forging design proved a guild had real resources, so ordinary players would reassess its strength. Rival guilds saw something worse. If they did not secure production of their own, they could be left behind. Shi Feng warned Violet Cloud not to list her coins yet. If she waited 1 or 2 hours, the rising demand would earn her a better price. She did not understand his timing, but nodded anyway. To her, he was already a knight in shining armor. Then he invested another 5 silver in wolf meat dish materials. Outside the Chef's Association, Shi Feng altered the demon mask again, taking on the appearance of an older gentleman. His preparations were complete. Assassin's Alliance had made the other guilds panic, so the moment had come to contact Gentle Snow, not as Shi Feng, but as Black Flame. Elsewhere, Gentle Snow was already proving why people compared her to a war goddess. Clad in azure armor, she faced a swarm of grassland lion cubs. 1 simple slash hit the vital points of 3 at once and hurled them away, while she slipped past 2 claw strikes from behind without even turning. Aoyuru, the Flame Witch, fought like artillery. Frost Flame Blast erased a third of 1 cub's HP. When it turned its hatred toward her, she only smiled, finishing a normally 3-second chant and tracing sequence in 1.6 seconds. At 86% completion, Fire Dragon's Roar gained 120% damage and consumed another 2/3 of its HP. Within moments, more than 10 lion cubs were dead. Gentle Snow calmly gathered the loot, ordered the party to rest, and pointed out the next challenge: 2 patrolling elite grassland lions. The shield warrior would hold 1. She would personally handle the other. Then Black Flame's message reached her. The message did more than claim to be from Black Flame. It gave Gentle Snow a password and directed her to a specific virtual trade center room where the sender would trade a glimmer chestplate forging design. An imposter could copy a name. He could not produce the design. Gentle Snow finally smiled. Zhao Yuru's excitement burst out at once. Had the real Black Flame contacted them? When Gentle Snow nodded, she demanded to know when they could meet. Now Black Flame's strange moves made sense to her. He had spent heavily to control the initiative, forcing every guild around White River City into a spiral they could not safely ignore. Black Flame's unpredictability even won Zhao Yuru's admiration. He was nothing like that lucky bastard who pretended to be an expert, Shi Feng. Merely remembering him made her blood boil. In her mind, the distance between the two men was thousands of miles. The irony was perfect. They were the same person. Gentle Snow explained that Black Flame still refused to add them as friends. He had offered only one arrangement: meet at the level 8 map, Fizzy's Canyon, in 4 hours. The canyon was close enough to reach from their current leveling area. For Zhao Yuru, even 4 hours suddenly felt too long. For Zhao Yuru, even 4 hours had become unbearable. She sprang to her feet and urged Gentle Snow to hurry, genuinely afraid Black Flame might abandon the meeting if they kept him waiting. Gentle Snow only rolled her eyes. Zhao Yuru was almost never this enthusiastic about anyone. Man at the center of their conversation was already gone. Shi Feng had left Red Leaf Town and was running toward the White Sand Ruins. It was a level 10 region packed with guild and reputation quests, including 2 unique quests whose rewards could strengthen his future position in White River City. As Shi Feng reached the Sea of White Sand, Gentle Snow sent an update. Their meeting had to be delayed by 1 hour. She would still pay 24,000 credits for the forging design, and simply for making him wait, she added another 20,000 credits in compensation. Shi Feng did not mind at all. His work here would take time anyway. The compensation alone equaled 2 months of a gold-collar worker's salary. This partnership had barely begun, yet it had already earned him more than 40,000 credits. Working with someone as wealthy as Gentle Snow had obvious advantages. His destination was an extremely well-hidden bunker. In Shi Feng's previous life, the guilds questing here had needed a long time to discover it. The bunker offered excellent missions, some rewarding mysterious iron equipment, but those usually demanded a party and were effectively impossible to complete alone. Real treasure was favorability with the Blacksteel Dwarves, a secret discovered only after players had passed level 20. Enough favorability unlocked the unique quest Steel Fortress Barusha. In the previous timeline, one unknown average player completed it, and immediately became a recruitment target for guild after guild. 2 elite Blacksteel Dwarves guarded the bunker, but after one simple glance they let Shi Feng pass. Beyond them, the cramped entrance opened into something enormous. Stonehammer Town, an underground settlement filled with Blacksteel Dwarves and streets devoted mainly to weapon shops, equipment shops, and bars. Shi Feng followed the main street, taking several turns and detours until he reached a steel building, Stonehammer City Hall. The moment he entered, its level 30 elite mayor noticed him. Outsiders had been absent for so long that the mayor hurried forward with unmistakable delight. "Welcome to Stonehammer Town. I am Blackbeard, the town mayor." His warmth gave Shi Feng exactly the opening he needed. Shi Feng answered politely, then began bringing out the ordinary fruit juice he had carried all this way. The stockpile had never been meant for a common market sale. For a level 8 or 9 player, the exchange looked absurd. A level 10 common monster gave more than 200 EXP, while 5 cheap drinks cost 5 coppers. After Blackbeard's payment, a player was effectively spending 3 coppers for only 100 EXP. At high levels, only a lunatic would agree. Shi Feng was very willing. At his present level, 100 EXP was substantial, more than he could gain from killing a level 5 common monster. The same trade that would waste a veteran's money let him turn cheap beverages into advancement while also building the favorability needed for Barusha. Cups changed hands without pause. After 1,000 fruit juices, Shi Feng had gained 400 copper coins, 200 favorability, and 20,000 EXP. In only 10 minutes, he surged to 69% of level 4. It was faster than grinding level 10 elite monsters, and now he could test the quest threshold. Shi Feng asked Blackbeard about Steel Fortress Barusha. The mayor fell silent. His eyes darted aside as he pretended to know nothing. 200 favorability was not enough, exactly as Shi Feng had suspected, so he revealed his second tactic, Violet Cloud's new type of fruit juice. "Lord Mayor, what do you think of this?" Blackbeard lifted Violet Cloud's improved juice and breathed in its fragrance. His eyes immediately lit up. It surpassed all 5 earlier samples, and he urgently asked how many cups Shi Feng possessed, then volunteered an extra copper per cup. Shi Feng was stunned. NPCs almost never conceded on price. Shi Feng sold all 750 improved cups. Each brought 3 coppers, 1 favorability point, and 100 EXP, 2,250 coppers, 750 favorability, and 75,000 EXP in total. He rocketed to level 5 at 46%. If Violet Cloud had time to make 10,000 cups, he could have rushed toward level 10. At 950 favorability, Blackbeard finally stopped pretending. He spoke to Shi Feng like a close friend and concealed nothing. More surprising still, he handed over the Stonehammer key, an item the player from Shi Feng's previous life had never mentioned. Shi Feng had pushed this relationship beyond the history he remembered. System confirmed a unique quest, Steel Fortress Barusha. Shi Feng must travel to Fizzy's Canyon, locate the fallen fortress, enter it, and retrieve the Titan's heart. Blackbeard promised an extremely bountiful reward. Conveniently, Fizzy's Canyon was already where Shi Feng's delayed meeting would take place. Same favorability also opened Blackbeard's restricted forging designs. Even the weakest produced level 8 bronze equipment. The strongest players were only nearing level 6, while most people still wore level 1 or 2 common gear. An entire level 8 party armed in bronze equipment would be terrifying. When the transaction finished, another notification struck. Blackbeard's favorability had reached exactly 1,000. Revered. Shi Feng was the first player ever to become revered by an NPC, and the system awarded him a mysterious iron treasure chest. Luck, he thought, was refusing to stop. Inside lay equipment and an ornament. First came the secret silver dark pursuer's cape. Defense +20, strength +4, agility +8, endurance +4, movement speed +2, and evasion +6. Its silent steps could place the wearer silently behind a target within 40 yards with a 3-minute cooldown. Shi Feng equipped it. The ornament was the level 7 Mysterious Iron Interpreter's pendant. It required 30 intelligence and granted intelligence +6, endurance +2, and 5% more magic damage. It was made for a magical class rather than a swordsman, so Shi Feng decided to give it to Blackie. His full Silver Moon set compounded the Windfall. Effect 1 added 15 attack power and 30 defense. Effect 2 granted 10% more HP and a Tier 2 life shield that absorbed 60% of incoming damage, up to 500. Effect 3 reduced damage by 10% and raised attack speed by 10%. There was still time before Shi Feng's meeting with Gentle Snow. Rather than wait, he accepted 2 advanced quests to hunt level 10 twin-headed snakes. He needed 20 snake galls and 30 venomous fangs. The rewards were rare ore and forging materials needed for mysterious iron equipment and weapons. After jogging for more than 20 minutes, Shi Feng reached an oasis in the white sand desert. Twin-headed snakes circled nearby. Each was a level 10 common monster with 950 HP. That health looked low, but an average level 10 player still could not solo one safely. Shi Feng approached anyway. At the white sand desert oasis, Shi Feng was not approaching ordinary low-level prey. Monsters changed qualitatively at level 10. Their attacks became flexible, they could defend themselves, and each carried a special skill. Without real battle experience, one lapse could cost a player their life. Twin-headed snake made that danger literal. One head attacked while the other guarded, making clean solo damage difficult. Worse, Fatal Fang delivered bluish-green poison that drained 50 HP every second for 15 seconds. Without a dispel, an average player's health would simply disappear. Shi Feng advanced slowly, but the snake detected him before he came within 20 yards. The adult-height creature flicked its tongue and rushed him. Since stealth was already lost, Shi Feng accelerated straight back at it and triggered Wind Blade. The abyssal blade became a black streak aimed at a vital point, but one head snapped down and caught the weapon between its jaws. The second lunged with poison-slick fangs. Shi Feng answered with his free hand. The crimson blade flashed red, struck the retreating snake for more than 60 damage, and turned its perfect defense into a trade. From there, Shi Feng needed few skills. He pressured the level 10 monster mainly with normal attacks and killed it easily. Yet victory did not satisfy him. His opening thrust had been blocked. With cleaner execution, he believed the first penetration should have flowed directly into an uninterrupted finishing combination. One target became another, then dozens. After an hour, more than 40 twin-headed snakes were dead, and Shi Feng had rocketed to 81% of level 5. The full Silver Moon set and 2 top-tier weapons made fighting above his level remarkably easy. At this pace, level 6 was less than another hour away. The grind had not quite finished the 2 quests. Shi Feng still lacked 3 snake galls and 5 venomous fangs. He scanned the oasis and found no twin-headed snakes left. Waiting for respawns would waste time. With no better choice, he started toward another hunting spot. He had taken only a few steps when 3 snakes slithered out behind him. 2 were ordinary guards. The third had larger heads with a horn rising from each one, a twin-headed snake king patrolling its territory. Shi Feng smiled. Rare elites appeared randomly, fought above normal elite strength, and offered exceptionally good drops. Finding one was pure luck. Opportunity did not erase the risk. Shi Feng was facing 3 level 10 monsters at once, one of them a rare elite. Even the complete Silver Moon set could not make a frontal attack sensible. The snake race moved quickly, the king moved faster, and the few could not simply overpower the many. He needed to separate them. Shi Feng followed the snake king into a field of sandstone. Several rocks stood taller than a person, large enough to break the king's line of sight. That made the place a usable kill zone. His order of battle was simple: divide the patrol, isolate one enemy at a time, and eliminate the two common guards before challenging their king. Shi Feng activated Phantom Kill and left the doppelganger waiting behind the rocks. He took the active role himself. Wind Blade hurled him at the nearest guard before it could react. The Abyssal and Crimson Blades struck its back for 76 and 61 damage. Double Chop followed for 103 and 89, adding bleeding before the creature could recover. Damage exposed the gulf between Shi Feng and an average level 5 player, whose attacks might have dealt only 3 or 4 points through level suppression and the guard's defense. But the ambush had drawn attention. The wounded guard whipped both heads around and its partner rushed in. A moment later, Shi Feng was taking attacks from two sides. Caught between the two guards, Shi Feng smiled and fired Thundering Flash. One snake blocked all 3 streaks with one head while the other lunged to bite. Shi Feng caught the fangs with parry, triggered Windwalk, and ran. The enraged Snake King started after him, exactly as planned. After it moved several yards, the waiting doppelganger launched Windblade, cut its neck for 24 damage, and fled with Windwalk. The furious king abandoned Shi Feng to chase the new offender. Now the guards had no king to support them. Shi Feng wheeled around, and his greater than 60 agility made their two-headed defense inadequate. One head might catch one sword, but his other blade kept finding a vital point for 60 to 70 damage. Real danger remained above 70% HP. The Snake King's free head spat poison like an arrow. Shi Feng dodged sideways, and the shot bored straight through sandstone. Common weapons would melt instantly. Even a bronze weapon could become scrap after 2 hits. Man and monster settled into a brutal contest of distance. Shi Feng filled the field with sword light while both heads answered with ceaseless poison and broad clouds of fog. Acid riddled the rocks, and the poisonous ground could not sustain a blade of grass. More than 10 minutes passed. Shi Feng drank a basic regeneration potion whenever its cooldown ended, yet repeated poisoning dragged him down to 8% HP. The Snake King still had 14%. Then its body swelled, and a sinister look crossed its faces. The king sprang into the air. One mouth opened around snow-white venomous fangs while the other poured out fog, making any close approach poisonous. Its last pattern combined offense and defense, but Shi Feng still had Abyssal Bind ready to break that protection. The opening was enough. Shi Feng drove his 2 swords through the restrained rare elite's remaining health before the poison could finish him. The twin-headed Snake King fell, and 4 drops replaced the lethal fog as the reward for his risk. Best prize was Song of Life, a level 8 mysterious iron cleric staff that raised recovery skills by 1 level. Beside it lay an average level 10 bronze cross shield, still valuable because shields were scarce, and 2 rare materials, the gall for poison and the skin for leather armor. The necessary quest items were finally complete. After resting, Shi Feng returned and submitted the quests. He received rare forging materials, and his experience climbed to 91% of level 5, only a small step short of level 6. The arranged meeting was close, so Shi Feng headed for the level 8 Fizzy's Canyon. The desert gave way to a paradise of green vegetation and running streams. Birds crossed the sky, and hundreds more squabbled within the living forest. Fizzy's Canyon looked like a paradise, yet Shi Feng had it almost entirely to himself. The strongest players had only reached level 6 and were still hunting in safer regions. This was a level 8 map, with level 9 monsters deeper inside. Nobody sensible would interrupt him here. His real objective was the unique quest Steel Fortress Barusha. In Shi Feng's previous life, its rewards alone had raised a second-rate guild to first-rate standing. This time, those rewards would not empower someone else's organization. Shi Feng meant to use them as the foundation of his own guild. Before the meeting, Shi Feng activated the Demon's Mask. Silvermoon's silvery armor darkened into a shining pitch-black set, his temporary Black Moon appearance. His face became that of a man around 26 or 27. A black cloak hid it, while 2 longswords rested across his back. Gentle Snow's group had not arrived, so Shi Feng opened his system notifications and reviewed the forging design sales. His strategy had already succeeded. His bag now held more than 50 gold coins, the combined fluid capital of over 10 large guilds. There was no reason to keep forging designs merely for cash. Leaving every coin idle would waste the market's present value. Shi Feng placed 20 gold coins on the virtual trade center. At the current exchange rate, that single listing was worth 180,000 credits. In only 3 days, God's domain had begun producing real capital on a scale his old self could scarcely touch. 180,000 credits was still small beside Shi Feng's ambition. Lan Heilong had launched Shadow Workshop with 5 million, then invested over 10 million more the next month. A guild with thousands of members demanded even greater resources. Shi Feng still needed money, and that was why Gentle Snow mattered. Crisp voice sounded behind him. "Are you Black Flame?" Shi Feng turned to find Gentle Snow approaching with her Ouroboros party, studying him from head to toe. It was only their second meeting, yet her attention still felt unusually intense. He lowered his voice and answered, "Correct, I am." disguise worked too well. Gentle Snow knew Black Flame was Star Moon Kingdom's publicly acknowledged chief forger, yet his wealth, organization, and exceptional equipment seemed impossible for one busy player to possess. She began to wonder whether the man before her was really a lone player or the leader of a hidden power. Gentle Snow made her decision visible. "I am Gentle Snow, first vice leader of Ouroboros." Then she formally extended her hand. Their first meeting had been casual and superior. This was recognition between serious powers. The party behind her stared in shock. Black Flame had somehow earned a courtesy their leader almost never offered. Zhao Yuru watched even more closely. Black Flame's earlier feats had already fascinated her. In person, his mature calm and Gentle Snow's approval improved her opinion again. Shi Feng introduced himself simply as Black Flame and shook Gentle Snow's hand, privately imagining Blackie touching that same hand and refusing to wash for 3 days. Handshake ended, but Shi Feng's performance as Black Flame continued. He had deliberately left enough of the Silver Moon set recognizable beneath its shining black disguise. The rare equipment had already produced the reaction he wanted. Off first, negotiation second. Now he calmly asked whether Ouroboros would cooperate with him. Gentle Snow welcomed the idea immediately, but on Ouroboros' terms. Certain that Black Flame wanted entry into a first-rate guild, she offered him the position of chief forger and invited him to name even an exorbitant price. With her influence, she believed any appetite he displayed could be satisfied. Shi Feng corrected her without hesitation. He would not join Ouroboros. He intended to cooperate from an equal position, and if Gentle Snow could not understand that, there was nothing more to discuss. He did not haggle or wait for a counteroffer. He simply turned and began to leave. Ouroboros members stared in disbelief. They had never expected anyone to discard a chance to work with their guild, or treat Gentle Snow so bluntly. Zhao Yuru nearly called after him herself. Fearing that speaking over Gentle Snow would worsen matters, she swallowed the words and secretly tugged her leader's arm instead. Gentle Snow was just as stunned. Black Flame had never approached her to seek membership. He had expected parity from the beginning. Combined with the resources already surrounding him, that confidence suggested a hidden power operating beyond her knowledge. A chill ran down her spine. She did not yet know whether that power would become friend or foe. Gentle Snow called him back. Ouroboros was a first-rate guild, she reminded him, and few outsiders qualified to stand beside it. Still, she offered a path forward, prove his ability, prove his capital, and show that cooperation would bring Ouroboros major benefits. Shi Feng turned, unimpressed. Ouroboros was not his only first-rate option. Shi Feng produced his answer, one of the level 10 mysterious iron equipment forging designs he had purchased from Blackbeard. He waved the design before Gentle Snow and asked whether it was enough. Her composure broke. Even the level 3 Glimmer chestplate design was fiercely contested. The value of this level 10 blueprint was almost beyond calculation. Glimmer chestplate design could earn money and train forgers, but it offered little direct value to a guild's elites. Shi Feng's blueprint belonged to an entirely different scale. Gentle Snow could no longer question whether he possessed capital. Before everyone, the proud snow goddess acknowledged his qualifications and apologized for how she had treated him. For a moment, everyone wondered whether they had heard correctly. Gentle Snow had surrendered the point and apologized. Zhao Yuru knew better than anyone how proud and intelligent her friend was, and she had never seen anyone force such a concession. Her eyes shone as she looked at Black Flame with open admiration. Zhao Yuru's reaction earned a sharp glare from Gentle Snow, restoring a flash of their familiar dynamic. Then Gentle Snow turned back to Black Flame and asked the question that now mattered. She was no longer offering him employment. She wanted to know exactly how he intended their two sides to cooperate. Shi Feng's answer was simple in form and enormous in scope. He planned to establish the Horizon Alliance, a loose organization open to all kinds of lifestyle players. Ouroboros would advertise it and spread its influence. In return, the guild would receive discounted prices and the right to buy equipment and tools he would not offer to the public. Gentle Snow asked whether he truly intended to build such an organization. Zhao Yuru's eyes widened. The rest of the party reached the same conclusion. Black Flame had to possess more money than sense. Guilds cultivated only the best lifestyle players because even a selective program consumed enormous resources. He wanted to gather everyone they left behind. Ouroboros, the plan looked impossible. Unifying lifestyle players would demand staggering financial resources, materials, and manpower. Worse, the recruits available outside guild programs were precisely the people established powers considered unworthy of further investment. Yet Black Flame had presented the idea without haste or doubt. The negotiation paused on one question: how could he possibly make it work? At Fizzy's Canyon, Black Flame's impossible proposal still hung between them. Shi Feng knew that if Horizon Alliance succeeded, its profits would be unimaginable. The obstacle was time. Advertising it alone would build influence far too slowly. Ouroboros changed that calculation. Its influence could practically cover all of Star Moon Kingdom. If the guild advertised for him, months of solitary promotion could be compressed into a far shorter campaign. Shi Feng told Gentle Snow she had nothing to lose. When he needed publicity, he would notify Ouroboros. As advance remuneration, he offered 10 glimmer chestplate forging designs, enough for the guild to cultivate several forgers immediately. Gentle Snow calculated quickly. Advertising required little work. 10 designs could widen Ouroboros's lead, nurture a large batch of lifestyle players, and generate more coins. Yet she still believed Shi Feng's alliance would eventually collapse under its constant expense. Asymmetry settled it. Gentle Snow signed. Ouroboros would spread Horizon Alliance's influence throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Once the work was done, Shi Feng would repay her with 100 pieces of level 10 mysterious iron equipment, while the guild gained preferential access to the Alliance's goods. With business concluded, Gentle Snow invited Black Flame to level with her 5 companions. Zhao Yueru and Zio Yuer joined her interest, but Little Song and the unnamed Shield Warrior read that attention as a challenge. 2 men could not see what Black Flame possessed that deserved such attention. Their fighting spirits rose, and both stared at him provocatively, certain they were no worse. Shi Feng did not grant either challenge so much as a glance. Shi Feng thanked Gentle Snow but declined. He had a quest in this level 8 region. She was curious what mission could bring him here, yet asking for another player's secret would be impolite. Instead, she formally offered any help her party could provide. Shi Feng smiled. Entering Steel Fortress Barusha alone would mean fighting through too many monsters and losing precious time. He still concealed the destination, but asked whether the party could clear the area around a certain place for him. Gentle Snow had been searching for a way to deepen their relationship. Black Flame had just offered one himself. She accepted immediately, invited him into the party, and told him to lead. Shi Feng joined, turning 6 strangers and new partners toward the same route. Forest offered danger from above as well as ahead. A disturbance passed through the canopy. Then 4 white-feathered birdmen dropped from the treetops, their talons descending with the speed of eagles striking prey. Weapons flashed. Most of the party blocked or slipped aside, but Little Song was a fraction too slow. Talons clamped onto both shoulders and the birdman beat its wings, lifting the ranger away from the formation. Gentle Snow reacted first. She ordered Zhao Yueru to attack Little Song's captor and sent Zio Yuer to the rear. Her whirlwind slash swept toward 2 birdmen, but both climbed beyond the blade. She immediately charged toward the dangling ranger. Little Song hacked at the claws around his shoulders, but his twin daggers could not cut the birdman's talons. Hanging beneath it left the monster's body outside his reach. With every wing beat, he rose farther from help. Zhao Yueru chose the wing, not the armored body. Flame explosion struck for 53 damage. Fire consumed enough white feathers to ruin the birdman's lift, and captor and captive dropped toward the waiting Gentle Snow. Gentle Snow was already beneath them. Her cleave struck the birdman's neck for 61 damage and sent monster and ranger flying apart. Against a level 9 enemy, both women had broken 50 damage despite a 4-level gap, an impressive opening exchange. Little Song was free, but the rescue had barely changed the balance. The wounded birdman still possessed most of its 1000 HP, and all 4 monsters remained overhead. This was the party's first battle against flying enemies. They had no reliable technique for controlling the sky. Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru could break 50 damage, but Little Song and the Shield Warrior could not reach 20. Leather armor, solid defense, and the 4-level suppression blunted their attacks. Frustration found an easier target. The Shield Warrior muttered that Shi Feng might be nothing but a paper tiger. The insult had barely left the Shield Warrior's mouth when Shi Feng moved. He vaulted past the trees and landed among the treetops. With 40 agility and the hidden skill flying steps, the branches became a path beneath him rather than an obstacle. And both swords began to land. Every slash carved away 160 HP, at least 3 times the damage Gentle Snow's party had managed. Shi Feng crossed from branch to branch, meeting the birdmen in their own element and turning their advantage into a killing ground. Shield Warrior and Little Song had nothing left to say. Zio Yuer's eyes shone as she watched Shi Feng race through the canopy, and even Zhao Yueru found herself slightly captivated. With Shi Feng dominating the sky, the 4 birdmen deadlock collapsed and the party could advance. Gentle Snow watched his back and gritted her teeth. She knew the virtual gaming world's top experts, yet Black Flame belonged to none of the names she recognized. They were both level 5, and her own equipment was already exceptional. Was he wearing a complete level 5 Mysterious Iron set? Truth was beyond her estimate. Shi Feng's Silver Moon set was the finest swordsman set below level 10, superior to level 5 Mysterious Iron gear. He also carried a magic weapon and a secret silver weapon, while the Abyssal Blade let his attacks ignore level suppression. Deeper in the forest, 4 birdmen became 10 or more at a time. The result still changed in the party's favor. Shi Feng supplied crushing damage, the Shield Warrior held the monsters, and everyone else learned the rhythm. Their leveling efficiency soared, and half an hour later they reached the ruined lands. The grand name concealed a simpler shape. The ruined lands were a gigantic crater. Shi Feng did not linger at the rim. He located the narrow canyon leading inward and took the first step, drawing the party away from the open forest and between towering cliff walls. Watching Shi Feng enter, Zhao Yuru smiled. Something about him felt strangely familiar, though she had never experienced that sensation before. She followed close behind. Gentle Snow noticed at once and privately judged that if Zhao Yuru could enchant Black Flame into Ouroboros, the guild would benefit. Birdmen crowded the canyon, but the party was no longer helpless. Gentle Snow had watched Shi Feng only a few times before understanding his method. She sprang between the cliff walls, knocked birdmen from the air, and twisted past their talons. Soon, the party could clear them without Shi Feng's help. The improved rhythm carried them through several hundred birdmen. Then golden light erupted around Shi Feng. He had reached level 6 at last, catching the dedicated leveling fanatics despite all the crafting, trading, and quest work that had occupied his time. Shi Feng placed every new attribute point into agility. The choice served a precise equipment route. If he raised the Abyssal Blade to level 5, he calculated that he might equip the Dark Pursuer's Cape as early as level 8. Even this victory was already feeding his next advantage. Gentle Snow stared at Shi Feng beneath his black flame disguise. He had already reached level 6. She had been grinding almost without rest, yet she still lacked 23%. Then she remembered how easily he killed monsters above his level. His speed was astonishing, but it was not inexplicable. Deeper in the ruined lands, admiration gave way to alarm. Wandering mechanical golems filled the crater ahead, and tightly shut steel gates waited beyond them. Gentle Snow asked whether Shi Feng truly meant to enter. Even for him, the route looked impossible. Nearest golems stood roughly as tall as a person. Each was a level 9 common monster with 1500 HP. Among them marched mechanical warriors twice their size, carrying blades and shields. Those were level 9 elites, and each held 3000 HP. Then came the true monsters. Mechanical knights rode mechanical horses and carried long pikes. At more than 6 meters tall, each resembled a 2-story building, level 10 special elites with 7,000 HP. Gentle Snow counted over 800 lesser machines, with more than 100 knights nearer the gates. Gentle Snow had promised to spare no effort, and she would not retreat now. She proposed drawing the machines out and clearing the route little by little. The birdmen had already yielded equipment and materials. If these stronger machines could be killed, the rewards and experience should be better still. Zhao Yuru volunteered at once. As a skilled ranged player, she believed she could pick one target from the packed formation and bring back no more than 2 or 3. She started forward. Shi Feng abruptly caught and pulled her back. His sharp order to stop left the whole party staring. Shi Feng knew what they did not. These machines were dwarven weapons of war. Their aggro range was enormous, and their defense and attack power were already troublesome. Touch one, and at least 10 more would follow, with the level suppression against them that many enemies would wipe out the party. Instead of asking for more damage, Shi Feng asked who had at least 14 points of movement speed. Gentle Snow answered that she had 17. Little Song, the party's ranger, had reached 14 exactly. Those were the 2 players Shi Feng needed, not to fight the army, but to outrun it. Shi Feng produced 2 speed scrolls and assigned one to each runner. To Gentle Snow's party, these were emergency items, normally hoarded for escaping death. Shi Feng was willing to consume 2 before the battle even began. The expense made his confidence in the plan feel almost reckless. Gentle Snow and Little Song moved out on separate lines. Then the alarm rang. Every mechanical golem and warrior within 40 yards snapped toward them. In moments, the 2 players had hundreds of war machines thundering at their backs. Shi Feng had not exaggerated the danger by a single enemy. Zhao Yuru went cold at the sight. If Shi Feng had not stopped her, that same response would have crushed the entire party. Now Gentle Snow and Little Song were only steps ahead of the army. Zhao asked Black Flame whether this could possibly be safe. Shi Feng told her to relax. Time proved him right. Not one machine closed the final distance. With the scrolls amplifying their speed, Gentle Snow and Little Song swept around the broad, empty crater, each dragging a river of metal behind them. Both handled the dangerous lure with practiced control rather than panic. Within moments, Gentle Snow and Little Song merged both waves into one enormous pursuing horde. Zhao Yuru could only marvel at Shi Feng's extravagance. Her companions carried 1 speed scroll each, reserved for survival, while he had spent 2 on a lure. Yet one question remained. How could their party possibly kill all of these machines? Hundreds of machines thundered behind Gentle Snow and Little Song, and the party still had no idea how Shi Feng meant to kill them. He answered their silent question with a mysterious smile. In 10 seconds, both runners were to bring the entire horde into the crater's center. Gentle Snow acknowledged him without hesitation. Shi Feng then drew out a delicate dark red scroll and spread it open. Incantations covered its interior, and their light alone made the surrounding fire mana surge so violently that even an amateur could tell this was no ordinary shop scroll. Zhao Yuru understood the display better than anyone. The gathered fire mana was already several times stronger than her own fire dragon's roar. Shock spread across her face as she tried to imagine how destructive the completed spell would be. Black flame had concealed another astonishing trump card. Shi Feng activated the scroll and pulled the abyssal blade free. Fire mana poured downward like mercury. Flame streaks more than 10 meters long pierced the pitch-black weapon until it erupted into a magnificent sword of flame, and a faint phoenix cry rang across the crater. Spectacle hit a painful cost. Shi Feng had found only 4 Tier 2 scrolls throughout Moonlight Forest, and every activation permanently reduced that stock. He would never have spent one casually. This attack left only 3, so the gathered horde had to make the sacrifice worthwhile. Gentle Snow and Little Song completed the lure, compressing the mechanical tide into one dense target. Shi Feng released the scroll's power through the abyssal blade. The clustered machines vanished beneath the attack. Even level 9 elite mechanical warriors with 3,000 HP could not endure it. They collapsed into scrap. Experience flooded the party. Shi Feng's level 6 progress leaped to 37%, while Gentle Snow, Zhao Yuuru, and the other level 5 members all crossed into level 6. For a moment, they imagined repeating this miracle until level 10, and their gazes toward black flame filled with exhilaration. Zhao Yuuru blinked at Shi Feng and warmly called him Big Brother Black Flame. What kind of scroll could erase level 9 elites in one move? Shi Feng answered as casually as if the devastation behind him were unremarkable. It was a Tier 2 magic scroll. Captivated, Zhao Yuuru asked where she could buy one and privately judged even 10 silver coins an acceptable price. Shi Feng explained that no shop sold them. They appeared only by chance in high-grade treasure chests. Had he known her estimate, the absurd undervaluation might have made him spit blood. Party's attention finally fell on the loot carpeting the ground. Equipment and skill books lay among the scrap, enough to make the shield warrior stare hungrily at the pieces suited to main tanks. Yet nobody challenged Shi Feng's right to decide the distribution. Shi Feng chose a practical split. Everyone had contributed, so the equipment would go according to job requirements, while he kept the skill books. Buried among them was precision throw, a special skill he considered extremely useful. The bronze gear was worth a few gold, but his Silver Moon set needed no replacement below level 10. The equipment mattered greatly to Gentle Snow, but accepting it for nothing would leave her owing Black Flame another favor. She softly offered to buy the entire share instead. Lacking enough game coins, she asked to pay in credits. Shi Feng readily agreed, and 50,000 credits entered his account moments later. One obstacle remained. More than 100 mechanical knights still guarded the enormous gate. Gentle Snow wondered whether Shi Feng would spend another scroll. Sweat touched his forehead at the thought. Tier 2 scrolls were not common vegetables, and one could not kill those special elites anyway. Fortunately, he needed only to lure them away. Gentle Snow turned from the gate and studied the crater's terrain. Shi Feng's goal required distance and timing, not another costly battle. After considering the route, she accepted the dangerous role without complaint. Leave the mechanical knights to her. With that, the way to Barusha depended on one final diversion. With Gentle Snow committed to the diversion, Shi Feng made sure courage would not become a death sentence. He handed out speed scrolls and return scrolls. Once the party escaped the crater, the knights would stop pursuing them. After combat ended, the return scrolls could carry everyone safely away. The approaching separation bothered Zhao Yuuru more than she expected. Around Black Flame, she felt an unfamiliar ease and security. On impulse, she asked to add him as a friend and invited him to their level 5 dungeon tomorrow. Gentle Snow was surprised but not opposed. His presence would improve their odds. Shi Feng could not accept tomorrow's run. He could not play 2 people at once. He tactfully promised a future dungeon instead. Zhao Yuuru bit her lip, disappointed, but friendship was enough for now. The request identified her as Flaming Moon. Black Flame accepted, safely adding her to the Demon Mask's separate friend circle. Farewell ended, and the plan moved into its dangerous phase. While Gentle Snow drew the defenders away, Shi Feng crossed the crater alone and reached Barusha's vast steel gate. Moss covered a small keyhole in the ancient metal, the only promising entrance into the fortress. Shi Feng inserted the broken obsidian crystal Blackbeard had given him. The Stonehammer key had lain unused for almost 1,000 years, and Blackbeard had warned that it might no longer open the fortress. Even so, testing it was safer than attempting the more dangerous route. Nothing happened. The gate remained perfectly still. Then Gentle Snow's message arrived. The mechanical knights had stopped chasing her and were returning fast. Shi Feng's safe window was closing. If the simple entrance truly had failed, he would have to risk the fortress's more dangerous way in. Frustration boiled over. Shi Feng punched the keyhole and the fortress answered. Golden light erupted around the obsidian crystal. Countless energy runes raced across both 3-story doors, and ancient machinery woke with piercing creaks. The key had not failed. It had only needed one brutal final push. The knights were almost upon him, and the opening was only wide enough for one person. Shi Feng did not wait. He pulled out the key, freezing the massive doors in place, then squeezed through. A system notice confirmed his success. He had discovered Steel Fortress Barusha. Two-story mechanical knights tried to force their way inside, but the narrow gap defeated them. They hammered the immensely heavy gate without effect. Safe on the other side, Shi Feng sent gentle Snow a short confirmation. He was inside. Then he turned away from the useless bombardment and advanced alone. Arusha's interior was rusted and corroded from wall to wall. Fleeting fragments of light barely revealed the path. Shi Feng heard only dripping water and the deep rumble of machines. More than 1,000 years had passed, yet most still functioned, a silent monument to the dwarven civilization's engineering. Beyond the long hallway, the fortress opened into a staggering smelting chamber. A colossal furnace dominated the space. Steel stairs linked the surrounding walls, and far beneath them waited a pool whose depth seemed endless. The obvious route continued along the stairs. Shi Feng ignored it. Shi Feng leaped straight toward the distant water. Halfway down, he activated gravity liberation. His plunge softened at once, leaving him drifting like a feather through the immense chamber. From that impossible angle, something interrupted the repeating steel walls, a narrow opening he had never heard about. The opening barely admitted one person, and none of Shi Feng's previous life information mentioned it. He floated sideways and landed precisely inside. The passage narrowed into darkness, promising a secret untouched by the explorers he remembered. Shi Feng followed it to the deepest point and stopped. A large treasure chest waited in the darkness. It was forged from pitch-black steel and covered in runes, far too elaborate to be ordinary. Shi Feng stared at the prize his remembered explorers had somehow missed. Barusha had already departed from the history he knew, and this sealed chest was the proof. Rune-carved chest was mysterious iron rank, but Shi Feng did not touch it. He sent his phantom kill doppelganger forward instead. The instant the substitute began activating the lid, countless arrows erupted from the surrounding steel walls and shredded it. Had Shi Feng approached personally, Barusha would have killed him. Traps like this were usually single-use, yet Shi Feng still refused to gamble. The chest was not going anywhere. He waited until Phantom Kill recovered, summoned another doppelganger, and made it open the lid. Nothing fired. Only then did Shi Feng cross the passage and claim the contents. First came the Blackstone Shield, a top-tier level 10 mysterious iron shield requiring 25 strength. It granted 69 defense, a 29% defend rate, 7 strength, 10 endurance, and 200 HP. Better still, any frontal damage taken while it was equipped would be reduced by another 10%. Second item was even rarer, a mysterious iron mastery book. A shield would eventually become obsolete, but mastery points lasted forever. The book could grant anywhere from 10 to 50. Shi Feng used it, watched the system's numbers race past, and called for them to stop. His reward was 32 points. Added to 8 points from reaching level 5 and the 5 he had saved, the roll gave Shi Feng 45 free mastery points. He committed 30 to one-handed sword mastery. His basic swordsman rank immediately became intermediate, raising his base damage bonus from 10 to 15% and leaving 15 points unspent. 5% sounded small only in isolation. Skills multiplied base damage, widening that gain through every serious attack. The difference between a top-tier expert and an ordinary expert often began there. At this stage, only a fraction of players had likely reached basic mastery. Shi Feng was already intermediate and 50 points from advanced. Shi Feng had barely turned toward the deeper fortress when an alarm ripped through the steel corridors. Intruder in Area F activating self-defense system. His celebration ended instantly. The chest had hidden one final trap, and Barusha itself was now reacting to his presence. At the passage exit, every route into the fortress's other areas had sealed shut. Below, the pool was climbing fast enough to flood the hidden passage. Shi Feng did not waste a second. He drew an underwater breathing potion from his inventory, drank it, and prepared to face Barusha's rising water. Back in the real world, Shi Feng noticed an equally important change. Yesterday, his weak body had felt stiff. Now it was light and remarkably refreshed. The C-rank nutrient fluids were working, gradually repairing the condition of the young body his 10 years of experience had returned to. Shi Feng decided to strike while the iron was hot. He began sit-ups, push-ups, and other strength work. More than an hour passed without fatigue. Instead, comfortable warmth and seemingly endless energy filled him. Even so, he stopped. Overtraining would reverse the benefit. Rebuilding this body required discipline and food. Knight's gains had changed more than Shi Feng's body. Gold coin sales and gentle Snow's payment had pushed his bank balance above 200,000 credits. One night in God's domain had earned what an executive at a major company might make in 2 months. His second chance was becoming financially real. Shi Feng knew this windfall was only an early sign. God's domain was beginning to overturn the virtual economy. Within a year, fortunes made overnight would no longer seem strange. Most enterprises had not recognized that future yet. By the time they rushed in, the companies investing now would already be far ahead. After breakfast, Shi Feng went straight to the bank and withdrew 30,000 credits. The money was for the virtual reality helmets he and Blackie had been renting. His earnings from God's domain were finally becoming the foundation of a real workshop. If If he forgot the deadline, the trial equipment could force him out of the game until the next working day. God's domain was still in its opening sprint. Losing even one day now could turn their hard-won lead into a gap that was almost impossible to close. Shi Feng also meant to drag Blackie outside for a walk. Staying sealed in a dorm room day after day would eventually damage his body. The early campus was nearly empty except for sports societies warming up, and Shi Feng slowed to watch them. Students radiated a youth he had once overlooked. For a moment, Shi Feng's 10 years of struggle in God's domain felt like an illusion that might vanish at a touch. Reborn into this familiar morning, he deliberately admired the campus scenery he had ignored the first time. At Blackie's door, laughter stopped Shi Feng short. Inside, Wu Yi was asking why Blackie, once so confident of entering Shadow Workshop, had never appeared for its test. Blackie answered plainly. He had joined another workshop instead. Wu Yi pounced on the weakness in that answer. What was this workshop called? How many members did it have? Who founded it? If it had no name and no established backing, perhaps Blackie was being fooled. The questions made a young venture sound ridiculous before the entire room. And Wu Yi sold him Shadow's alternative, an official helmet, contractual security, and a future of luxury once Wu Yi became a core member. Young Master Lan had invested 5 million credits and reportedly added another 2 million. Shadow, he insisted, had real money behind it. Blackie rejected him again. Shadow only cared because word had spread that he was already level 5, but every one of those achievements had come from following Shi Feng. However impressive Wu Yi made Shadow sound, Blackie would not trade away the brother who had carried him this far. The moment Blackie saw Shi Feng, his composure cracked. He hurried to explain that he had never sought out Shadow, had already refused, and simply could not make Wu Yi stop. Shi Feng answered with 2 calm words. He knew Blackie's fear of being misunderstood vanished. Dorm mates could not reconcile the scene. Blackie was a level 5 expert whom workshops would fight to recruit, yet he addressed this unfamiliar student as Brother Feng. Shi Feng ended their guessing by facing Wu Yi and introducing himself as the nobody who had founded Blackie's workshop. The workshop's name was Zero Wing. Shi Feng gave it meaning as he spoke. Everything had to begin from zero before it could spread its wings and soar. The operation Wu Yi had dismissed as nameless now possessed a name, a founder, a member, and a declared future. Then Shi Feng dismissed the recruiter. Wu Yi could tell his boss to stop poaching members from other workshops. Shadow would be wiser to guard its own lands, Shi Feng added, before they fell apart without its leaders even realizing what had happened. Wu Yi met Shi Feng's warning with a sneer. Any nobody could announce a workshop, he laughed. A name did not create an operation, and Shi Feng had no right to speak as though the newborn Zero Wing could stand beside Shadow. Wu Yi piled status upon status. Shadow had members, powerful backing, and major investment. Serious workshops entering God's domain spent several million credits before they could even compete. Against that scale, he implied, Zero Wing was only enthusiasm wearing a grand name. And Wu Yi pointed to the most visible weakness. They were still using trial helmets. Zero Wing appeared to have no money, no staff, no facilities, and no security for its members. Zeal alone, he insisted, could not earn a place in God's domain. Wu Yi offered Shi Feng one supposed escape. If he knelt and begged, Wu Yi might speak to Brother Lan for him. If Shi Feng could also pay 10 or 20,000 credits, perhaps Shadow would permit him to join. Wu Yi called it a rare chance. His tone changed when he faced Blackie. Shadow had shown respect by sending a recruiter, Wu Yi said. Blackie could enter as a core member and earn at least 5,000 credits every month. The dorm mates stared. That was better than many city white-collar salaries. But Shadow's greatness had limits. Gentle Snow was vice-captain of Ouroboros, a first-rate guild, and the publicly acknowledged goddess of the virtual gaming world. Beside the power and prestige surrounding her, Shadow Workshop was not worth a dime. Blackie refused without hesitation. Zero Wing had only just begun, but he believed it would surpass Shadow. Then he returned Wu Yi's insult word for word. Leave Shadow early, kneel to Brother Feng, apologize, and perhaps Shi Feng might permit Wu Yi to join Zero Wing. Wu Yi nearly lost the ability to answer. Blackie had turned his own mockery against him, yet he still could not leave. Brother Zhang had ordered him to secure this recruit. That command kept him in the room after pride alone would have sent him away. Wu Yi tried one final warning. Shadow was moving to annex Hungry Wolf's workshop, ranked 45th in Jin High City. Once that succeeded, he claimed Shadow would stand at the city's top. If Blackie rejected this chance now, there would never be another. Wu Yi glanced coldly at Shi Feng and returned to Zero Wing's weakest point. They could not even afford official gaming helmets. How could they continue playing God's domain? Blackie should stop gambling on a gutter-like startup and accept the future Shadow offered. Shi Feng answered with a fact. Blackie's salary at Zero Wing was 20,000 credits a month. Then he produced that amount and tossed it onto the dormitory table with effortless calm. Shadow's grand offer had just been beaten 4 times over by the workshop Wu Yi called penniless. Dorm mates recalculated everything. Blackie already earned 4 times what Shadow had offered, so refusing Wu Yi was obvious rather than foolish. More astonishing still, the plainly dressed Shi Feng had produced the salary on command. In their eyes, Brother Feng had become Brother Tycoon. Wu Yi's complexion shifted between green and red. Shi Feng's sportswear was not worth 300 credits, yet 20,000 now rested on the table. The amount was startling, but the effortless gesture convinced him most. He knew the habits of wealthy men. That relaxed contempt for money could not be faked. What Wu Yi could not see was the scale Shi Feng measured money against. In his previous life, Shi Feng had led Shadow and spent tens of millions of credits poaching master-level lifestyle players. He had won their loyalty by dropping stacks of money on the table. 20,000 was not even a warm-up. He forced himself to look unimpressed. 20,000 was nothing, he claimed. Anyone strong enough to enter Shadow's upper echelon could earn 50 or 60,000 every month. With young Master Land backing them, Shadow supposedly had more than enough money. Even so, Wu Yi's eyes kept stealing toward the credits. Wu Yi added prestige to the pitch. Shadow had recruited the university fighting competition's 1st, 3rd, 6th, and 9th ranked students, experts he expected to become famous in God's domain. Yet the promise concealed a harsher baseline. Ordinary official members earned only 3,000 to 5,000 credits, scarcely enough to spend carelessly. Blackie had heard enough. Zero Wing would handle its own problems, and Wu Yi had no right to comment. If Shadow truly wanted to annex them, it could offer at least 100,000 credits a month, make Blackie vice leader, and put Shi Feng in charge as guild leader. Otherwise, the door was waiting. The instant Wu Yi left, Blackie's heroism vanished. He dropped heavily into a chair and silently decided everything was over. One hot-headed outburst had made an enemy of Shadow. Instead of protecting Zero Wing, he feared he had created trouble for a workshop that had barely begun. Shi Feng was not angry. He was moved. Blackie was exactly the same man he remembered from the previous life, the brother who had resigned without hesitation and followed him when circumstances turned painful. Too many others had shared Shi Feng's gains but abandoned his hardships. Blackie had never been one of them. Shi Feng clapped his hands in approval. Blackie had spoken well. In virtual gaming, victory could reverse in the blink of an eye. No winner remained eternal. Shadow's present advantage was not destiny. If they worked hard enough, Zero Wing would eventually overtake it. Shi Feng's confidence rested on calculation. If Zero Wing developed, conflict with Shadow was inevitable anyway. And if Shadow spent heavily trying to crush them, Shi Feng could turn that pressure outward. Every move from the famous workshop would advertise Zero Wing across the university, saving him the trouble of promoting it himself. Shi Feng rose and told Blackie they were going for a walk and buying an advanced helmet on the way. Blackie had spent day after day shut inside the dormitory, even playing God's domain during daylight hours. It might not hurt him immediately, but continued inactivity would eventually damage his body. Blackie hurried to collect every credit from the table before following. Then the meaning of Shi Feng's earlier words landed. The display had not been a joke staged for Wu Yi. Shi Feng truly meant to pay Blackie 20,000 credits every month, and the money already in Blackie's hands was his. Happiness lasted only a moment. Shi Feng was not smiling like someone making an empty promise. But where had he found this much money? Blackie knew his circumstances too well. Even borrowing 20,000 credits should have been difficult. Giving all of it away now seemed less generous than insane. Blackie pushed the credits back. If Shi Feng gave this away, what would happen to the workshop? The trial helmets were nearing their deadline, and an official helmet would need exactly this kind of money. Blackie admitted privately that the salary tempted him, but he would not protect himself by worsening his brother's situation. Shi Feng understood every worry behind the gesture. He placed a reassuring hand on Blackie's shoulder and smiled. His account already held more than 100,000 credits, had likely passed 200,000, and would grow again within 10 days. The workshop and helmets were covered. Blackie only needed to leave the money to him. Blackie still could not understand Shi Feng's confidence, but Shi Feng had already lived through this struggle once. As Shadow's former guild leader, he knew that obtaining the first capital was the brutal part. Once money existed, experience could turn it into more money and make every later step easier. Instead of celebrating, Blackie began to tremble. Shi Feng had produced far too much money, far too quickly. Blackie's imagination veered toward a possibility more horrifying than debt. Perhaps a rich woman had bought his brother's company. His face made the dreadful suspicion obvious before he could finish asking. Shi Feng told him to stop thinking nonsense and invoke their cooperation with gentle snow. The money, he claimed, was her compensation. It was not the truth, but the famous snow goddess made an effortless shield. Blackie's fear vanished. In its place came worship for a brother who had somehow won a goddess's favor. Elsewhere, the consequences of Blackie's choice reached Shadow. In a finely decorated office, a robust, thick-browed man tapped the desk while reviewing a heavy stack of resumes. A knock interrupted him. Zhang Liuwei gave a deep command to enter, and Wu Yi stepped in with the recruitment report. Wu Yi chose his words carefully. The other targets had agreed to join Shadow, he reported, but Blackie would not bend. No offer had moved him. Worse, he had entered a newly established workshop called Zero Wing and declared that a workshop like Shadow was beneath him. Cold glint passed through Zhang Luwei's eyes as he asked where Zero Wing had come from. Wu Yi identified its founder, Shi Feng, a Year 4 student. The workshop supposedly had nothing and was only arranging its gaming facilities that day, yet Shi Feng could promise Blackie a basic salary of 20,000 credits. Wu Yi added Shi Feng's warning. Shadow should stop poaching other workshops and mind its own territory. That insult was more than Wu Yi could stomach. Calling Zero Wing a greenhorn organization that dared to challenge Shadow, he asked Zhang for men so he could extinguish its attitude immediately. Name Shi Feng stirred something in Zhang Luwei's memory, but after a moment he could not place it. He dismissed the thought. Zero Wing had earned a cold glance, not Shadow's time. In only a few days, the university's annual fellowship party would offer Shadow a chance for meteoric growth. Zhang redirected Wu Yi toward work that mattered now. The newly recruited members had to be organized and leveled quickly. Guilds were moving toward the competition for first clears tied to White River City, and Shadow could not lose ground in that race merely to punish a workshop Zhang still considered small. For Blackie, the contrast felt unreal. God's domain had been open for barely more than 3 days, yet Shi Feng had already solved their gaming helmet problem. Now they were eating in a high-class restaurant, not merely dreaming about survival, but discussing how their own workshop would develop. Most unbelievable part was still the salary. Shi Feng had given Blackie 20,000 credits without hesitation, a monthly income countless students could only dream of. Blackie knew he had not contributed enough to deserve it yet. Gratitude mixed with guilt, and he silently vowed to work until he became truly useful to Shi Feng. Their discussion continued at length. First, they would formally recruit Lonely Snow and the others, turning their group into a real workshop. Then came the practical foundation, a location, the necessary facilities, and an administration capable of keeping everything running while Shi Feng pursued levels and income inside God's domain. Blackie volunteered at once. Shi Feng already carried the burden of leveling and earning money while Blackie's days were free. More importantly, he was an economy and management major. This was his chance to use that specialty. He asked Shi Feng to leave the premises, facility purchases, and administration to him, and guaranteed satisfaction. Shi Feng accepted Blackie's offer with a relieved smile. The workshop still needed premises, equipment, and someone to keep its daily affairs in order. Blackie's management training made him the obvious choice. With his most trusted partner taking responsibility, Shi Feng could return his attention to earning money and growing stronger. After they parted, Shi Feng messaged his parents and transferred 3,000 credits. He told them he had found a good job, could support himself, and no longer needed living expenses. Yet he concealed the full truth. More than 200,000 credits earned in days would sound impossible, so he would increase his support gradually. At 7 that evening, Shi Feng finished his meal and drank a bottle of C-rank nutrient fluid. Then he put on his newly bought advanced gaming helmet. The investment was more than comfort. The moment he entered God's domain beside Barusha's great pool, the entire world felt different. Cool air brushed his skin. Water flowed into the pool with distinct echoes. Every scratch and patch of rust stood out on the steel walls, and even the faint odor of machine oil registered. More important than any single sensation, controlling his avatar no longer felt stiff. His body answered with welcome ease. Shi Feng drew both swords and tested the difference. Blade after blade traced elegant images through the air, flickering in and out so unpredictably that the attacks seemed to overlap. He stopped with a pleased smile. This was the feeling he remembered from his previous life, when a virtual reality cabin could reach a 97% synchronization rate. Deeper inside Barusha, the magic corridor became a lethal chase. Guardian statues roared somewhere behind Shi Feng, following the fortress alarms through the narrow passage. After several turns, he found the source, a football-sized machine flashing red and crying out like a beacon meant to guide every defender toward him. System identified it as a level 10 common sentinel guard with only 200 HP. Weak, but specialized. Its radar covered 500 yards, exactly enough to detect him from the corridor entrance. Destroying it would silence the area. Reaching it was the problem. The machine refused to let an enemy come within 30 yards. Worse, one attack would make the sentinel flee at full speed while calling its allies faster. Shi Feng heard the Guardian statues gaining behind him. Fighting them in this narrow corridor meant death. He had one chance. At the 30-yard limit, he locked onto the machine, drove his whole body forward, and hurled both swords. Precision throw. Gamble worked. With the sentinel neutralized and the alarm broken, Shi Feng escaped the statues and reached Barusha's control room. But before he could examine it, a deeper problem revealed itself. Beyond an energy barrier stood a faint humanoid outline, drawing streams of power from the Titan's heart, his quest objective. A deep sneer rolled from the barrier entrance. It was bone-chilling and utterly without human warmth, the sort of voice Shi Feng associated with a puppet or corpse. The hidden being welcomed him to my steel fortress Barusha, then announced that Shi Feng's fiery flesh and blood would become food for its baby. Then came the command. "Come out, Hellhound!" The figure remained tied to the Titan's heart, apparently unable to spare enough power to attack Shi Feng directly. It did not need to. A large black dog burst through the barrier, flames covering its entire body as its howls filled the control room. Readout was brutal. Elite rank level 15, 6,000 HP. Shi Feng frowned. In the history he remembered, the player who completed this quest had encountered no monster or living presence and had removed the Titan's heart safely. Yet now an unknown thief was draining it and an impossible guardian blocked his path. Had he arrived at exactly the wrong moment, or was there another explanation? Shi Feng finally saw how both versions of the quest could be true. In his previous life, another player had arrived after this mysterious thief drained the Titan's heart and carried away an empty shell. Shi Feng had simply reached Barusha early enough to catch the theft in progress. "Since you want a battle, then come." Shi Feng drew both swords and fixed his attention on the approaching Hellhound. Heat dried his mouth. He could have reached for a cold drink, but even that tiny motion would expose an opening, and this elite was intelligent enough to wait for one. Stronger combatant refused to wait forever. The Hellhound drove against the floor and launched itself high, its blazing body becoming a ball of fire around an open maw. Shi Feng held until the last instant, then rolled clear as the creature crashed down. Landing was only the first half of the attack. A flaming claw swept horizontally before Shi Feng could disengage. He caught it with both swords and triggered parry. The defense erased the damage, but not the force. The impact hurled his entire body across the room. Hellhound exploited the opening instantly. Its jaws spread and scorching fire engulfed Shi Feng before he could land. The Silver Moon Set's life shield answered the blast. Shocked but still alive and moving, Shi Feng abandoned any thought of defeating the pet and drove straight toward the real objective. While sprinting, Shi Feng cast observing eyes on the figure. The name resolved, Dark Clown. Everything else was question marks. Either it possessed advanced camouflage or it was simply too powerful for his basic skill to measure. Here, the second answer was obvious. Shi Feng knew the name. Dark Clowns wore bell-covered costumes and looked human, yet were neither human nor living spirits. They could appear anywhere, enter even Starmoon Kingdom's palace, and vanish without a trace. He had once seen one kill a Tier 3 great druid with attacks that seemed impossible to avoid. "Despicable human, you dare barge into this place?" The Dark Clown's face was bound in black cloth, leaving only two red eyes blazing at him. Yet green energy still streamed into its body. Its rage was unmistakable, and so was the fact that Shi Feng had interrupted the ritual at a crucial moment. Shi Feng could not defeat the Hellhound, much less its master. But the Dark Clown was bound to a delicate magic ceremony, and Shi Feng was going to die if he did nothing. The proper target was not the creature. It was the magic holding the entire theft together. Shi Feng sneered. "You're only a clown. Did you think I had no way to deal with you?" He drew out a dark gray magic scroll. The change was immediate. The Dark Clown stared at it, and its furious certainty broke into naked alarm. "No, you're insane. Do you know what you're trying to do?" The Dark Clown shouted. Shi Feng had no desire to spend such an item, but death was already closing around him. "It seems you know your stuff. At worst, we both die together." Then he began unfolding the scroll. Scroll was Obliterating Torrent, one of only 3 Tier 2 magic scrolls Shi Feng possessed. It stood at the peak of its tier and had one brutal function: devour every magic element it touched until nothing remained. Against an array made entirely from those elements, it was the perfect weapon. Shi Feng chanted the activation incantation. The effect seized the center of the barrier at once. Ordered streams of magic twisted into a violent surge, and the green absorption lines buckled as Obliterating Torrent began stripping away the elements that sustained them. The array could not escape its own composition. Crackling bursts raced through it like beans in a pan, each detonation triggering the next. Then the entire absorption magic array exploded. Dazzling shockwaves tore across the control room, swallowing the ritual and opening a single chaotic chance to reach the Titan's heart. The collapsing array hurled 6 ranged attacks across the control room. Shi Feng triggered Defensive Blade, let every strike break harmlessly against its protection, and sprinted straight through the explosions. The Titan's heart was still inside the barrier, and this was the only opening he would get. Exhausting the Titan's heart's remaining energy was impossible under pressure. Fortunately, Shi Feng possessed the key. Amid the detonations, he unlocked the protective barrier, seized the gray metallic sphere, and stored it in his bag. The quest item was finally secure. Shockwave caught the Hellhound and flung it into a wall hard enough to fracture the steelwork like a spiderweb. It crashed to the floor and stayed down. The same force passed through the Dark Clown's unreal body, but the failed ceremony's backlash had left it grievously weakened. Shi Feng answered the glare with a disdainful smile and another deep blue Tier 2 scroll. The Titan's heart could not drop even if he died. He still had 2 scrolls, and death only meant revival for him. For the Dark Clown, mutual destruction would be final, so who was truly afraid? The Dark Clown chose survival. Calling Shi Feng a despicable human, it abandoned the attack and withdrew. But it refused to concede the future. They would meet again, it promised, and when they did, Shi Feng would die. Red Leaf Town had grown even more crowded. Players packed the streets with level 0 to level 2 common equipment and basic skill books. Shi Feng checked his bag and saw that gold coins had stopped arriving. Since his earlier designs had sold out, he listed 20 more in controlled batches. Gentle Snow's call was colder than their recent meeting. In the tone of an order, she gave Shi Feng 3 hours to assemble his team, bring the necessary potions, and reach Dark Moon Graveyard's entrance. Ouroboros intended to seize the first clear and expected his performance. Shi Feng checked the time and agreed. Shi Feng used the remaining time efficiently. He bought card sets, hard stones, materials for bronze and mysterious iron equipment, more magic scrolls, and the potions his team would need. After banking the crafting materials, he left the market and ran toward White Sand Ruins to turn in the Barusha quest. While traveling, Shi Feng contacted Blackie and asked for the team's level and current condition. Blackie could barely contain his enthusiasm. The hidden area still had no rival players stealing monsters, and the team had reached level 5. Their leveling was excellent, even if their technique had begun to lag behind. Shi Feng told Blackie to prepare the others for Dark Moon Graveyard with Gentle Snow's party. Blackie nearly jumped in excitement. He had assumed their mediocre technique would make them an embarrassment and cost them the invitation. Instead, Shi Feng had not forsaken them. Even public humiliation seemed worth the honor of fighting beside the snow goddess. At Stonehammer Town, Mayor Blackbeard came forward to welcome Brother Yi Feng personally. He was still delighted by their last transaction. Shi Feng's fruit juice had captivated the entire town so thoroughly, Blackbeard joked, that nobody could sleep properly without drinking a cup before bed. Shi Feng answered the joke with a smile, then addressed him formally. Was this the Titan's heart Lord Mayor Blackbeard had requested? He drew out the gray metallic sphere. The instant Blackbeard saw it, his mouth opened wide in shock. Blackbeard studied the gray metallic sphere's shape, color, and texture. There was no mistake. It matched the Titan's heart recorded in the ancient legends. Awed to see it within his lifetime, he accepted it and thanked Brother Yi Feng on behalf of every Blacksteel dwarf. System declared Steel Fortress Barusha complete. Rewards poured in. 1 Blacksteel insignia, Blackbeard's recommendation letter, an advanced book of magic, 10,000 EXP, and worship reputation in Blacksteel Town. The EXP alone carried Shi Feng to 73% of level 6. Leveling speed was impressive, yet EXP was the least important part. An empty Titan's heart could elevate a third-rate guild into a second-rate one. This heart had retained a quarter of its energy. No wonder his rewards surpassed history. The previous completer had received no insignia at all. Blacksteel insignia was fine gold unique equipment, usable only by Yi Feng. More than the dwarves' highest medal of honor, it raised forging success by 5%. Whenever he forged, proficiency also had a 10% chance to increase by 1. For a growing forger, it was an extraordinary windfall. Shi Feng's true objective had always been the letter and book of magic assets capable of raising a guild. The advanced book was especially valuable. Armor kits already enjoyed enormous demand because they improved chestplate defense or attributes. This one-of-a-kind book unlocked their strengthened form, mana armor kits. In Shi Feng's previous life, that single book had generated enough wealth to raise a third-rate guild into the second rank. Blackbeard's letter carried similar long-term potential, though it could not be used before White River City. One reward promised future access. Worship reputation offered an immediate opening. At Worship, Stonehammer Town would sell him cheap bronze and even mysterious iron equipment. Every purchase bound to its buyer, but that restriction did not matter if the equipment became fuel. Players normally struggled for this privilege. Shi Feng could convert it into power immediately at the weapon shop. Minimum recipe called for 1 level 5 mysterious iron weapon and 10 level 5 bronze weapons. Shi Feng rejected the minimum. To discover how far the Abyssal Blade's attributes might rise, he purchased 11 level 5 mysterious iron weapons instead, then placed everyone into the leveling interface. The Abyssal Blade answered with a dragon's roar. Black fire streamed from its edge, gathered into a dragon's head, and lunged at the selected weapons. It devoured them bite by bite. Within moments, all 11 were gone, their gathered essences pouring into the magic weapon. When the flames faded, the Abyssal Blade no longer resembled a fire poker. Its color and luster looked rustic, like an old sword buried beneath years of dust, yet it radiated a faint, cold sharpness. In Shi Feng's hand, it felt slightly heavier and strangely refreshing against his palm. Shi Feng swept the blade through the air. Hua, hua, hua. Each casual stroke produced a tearing sound as though the air itself were paper. The weapon shop's proprietor was a forging expert, yet even he stared open-mouthed. In his shock, he nearly pulled out his own goatee. The plain-looking edge concealed terrifying sharpness. Properly handled, it could surpass a fine gold weapon and might split a bronze weapon in one stroke. Shi Feng swept it through the air a few more times, felt how naturally the upgraded weight answered his hand, and smiled. Good sword. The attribute window confirmed the leap. The Abyssal Blade was now an equipment level 5 magic weapon with 39 attack power, 14 points to every attribute, and 5 points of attack speed. it still ignored 5 levels of a monster's level advantage. Its attacks retained a 15% chance to strike for double damage. Doom Curse now had a 10% chance to cut every target stat by 40% for 30 seconds. Better still for Shi Feng, every swordsman skill gained 2 levels, and each character level would award 2 extra free ability points. Blade could keep growing, though its appetite had risen with its level. To reach level 10, it would need to devour 10 level 10 bronze items and 1 level 10 mysterious iron item. Evolution was also possible, but the method remained unknown. Phantom Kill created a fully controllable doppelganger with half of Shi Feng's attributes and access to all his skills. Original and duplicate could exchange positions at will. The upgraded duplicate now lasted 35 seconds, while the cooldown remained 5 minutes. Abyssal Bind served a different purpose. It locked an enemy in place for 3 seconds and reduced its defense by 100%, creating a brief opening for devastating attacks. Its cooldown was only 1 minute. 9 Dragon's Slash supplied sustained pressure instead. It formed 9 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade, each capable of dealing up to 30% damage. They now persisted for 24 seconds before entering a 5-minute cooldown. Its history remained as dangerous as its power. Master Smith Ollis's had forged the blade from the Black Dragon King's fangs. It ranked 31st among the world's 36 famed swords, and the curse of the Black Dragon King still clung to it. Shi Feng briefly considered repeating his premium feeding advantage at the next stage. The calculation killed the idea. A meaningful net improvement would demand at least 10 level 10 secret silver weapons. At present, even mysterious iron weapons were priceless rarities. Secret silver was further beyond reach. There was no time to run. Doing so would make him late with absolute certainty, and Shi Feng had no desire to test the snow goddess's patience. He activated a return scroll. Back in Red Leaf Town, he restored his original face and adjusted the Silver Moon set until it looked like ordinary assembled bronze gear. "Brother Feng, we're over here." Blackie rose and waved him over. The others stood as well, welcoming Shi Feng with open appreciation. Thanks to Blackie carrying out Shi Feng's arrangements, they had reached level 5 quickly instead of remaining trapped near the bottom of the player ranks. Their progress was exceptional. Most veteran players were still level 4. Only a minority had reached level 5. Ordinary veterans might own 1 or 2 good bronze pieces, and even experts usually had 6 or 7. Every member here already wore 7 or 8 with basic attributes beyond many small guild elites. Shi Feng still judged it insufficient. "Let's make a trip to the warehouse first." The order confused everyone. With gear already envied by most players, they could not imagine what Shi Feng still intended to change. Yet no one challenged him. They simply fell in behind their leader and followed him to the bank. At the bank, Shi Feng opened his storage and withdrew every item his companions could use from the treasure chests he had opened in Moonlight Forest. The display filled with excellent level 5 bronze equipment. The party stared. All their elite kills and endless grinding combined had produced nothing comparable in either quantity or quality. "Brother Feng, how many elite monsters did you actually kill?" Blackie demanded, still stunned. Courtesy did not slow him down. He replaced every piece he could. When he finished, his equipment was only slightly weaker than a complete level 5 bronze set, and the level 5 mysterious iron staff in his hands erased that remaining gap. Blackie had been only the first. One after another, Shi Feng's remaining companions replaced their equipment until the entire party was rearmed. Their basic attributes now surpassed even the elite members of large guilds. The difference felt less like an upgrade than trading shotguns for cannons. Shi Feng checked every attribute display himself. What he saw finally satisfied him. His companions now had the statistics and the confidence to enter a 20-man dungeon. He gave one short nod. "Let's go." The party immediately set out for Dark Moon Graveyard. Night smothered Dark Moon Valley. At its most famous landmark, countless tombstones crowded around a dilapidated chapel. Agonized wails leaked from the graves, while kobold assassins slipped through the darkest gaps around the ruins. This was Dark Moon Graveyard. Graveyard was also the closest, and first, 20-man team dungeon activated near Red Leaf Town. That made it more important than any earlier 6-player challenge. Team dungeons were harder, but their equipment drops were better. More importantly, clearing one publicly proved a guild's strength. Beside the teleportation gate stood a gigantic glory list. The first team to clear the dungeon, and every player in it, would have their names displayed for later arrivals to admire. Speed mattered too. 3 hours was the reserved record, and any faster team would hold the board until someone surpassed them. That promise drew guild elites from across Red Leaf Town. Their organized parties and hard-won equipment became a spectacle of their own. Unaffiliated players could only watch with envy. Even the difficult party dungeons that produced such gear remained beyond ordinary groups. And Stabbing Heart arrived at the head of Assassin's Alliance. All 20 players wore the same level 4 bronze equipment, giving the second-rate guild a discipline few teams could match. Yet the brightest details were at their leader's waist, 2 extraordinarily radiant silver daggers. Dagger Fanatic recognized them first. Gemini's Thorns? Those weapons dropped only from the final boss of hard mode Ghost Fortress. Their design matched the official announcement exactly. Every nearby team leader glanced sideways at Stabbing Heart. Assassin's Alliance had cleared hard mode without anyone noticing. Passenger of Wind admitted the gap. His own side had only killed Ghost Fortress's first hard mode boss. Ironsword Lion merely snorted. Past progress meant nothing now, he argued. A 20-man team dungeon was a different contest, and success would depend far more on the commander. Ironsword Lion believed his own technique was no worse than Stabbing Heart's. In his mind, only one person had denied him a comparable achievement. Shi Feng, the player identity Shi Feng used, had ambushed him and cost him a level. Without that humiliation, he was certain his party might have cleared hard mode too. Shadow's leader, Zhang Luwei, listened with a faint, arrogant smile. Second-rate guilds could still imagine competing with one another. A first-rate guild was different. The disparity was built from far more players, better players, and deeper funding, a gap Swagger alone could not erase. Gentle Snow needed no speech to impose herself. Merely standing there placed crushing pressure on the gathered guild leaders. Everyone who knew virtual reality games knew the Snow Goddess. The title was not praise for her stunning beauty. It was recognition of her frightening personal strength. Stabbing Heart admired the silver-red armor in silence. It was the Flame Light set, mysterious iron set equipment obtainable only from hard mode of the level 5 advanced dungeon, Lava Cavern. Assassin's Alliance had never managed to clear that place. Before the team dungeon even opened, Gentle Snow had already shown everyone the distance they still had to cross. Flame Light armor was only the beginning. Gentle Snow held a Crimson Flame Spirit Greatsword, a level 5 secret silver weapon so powerful that even Stabbing Heart's mysterious iron Gemini's Thorns could not compare. Zhao Yueru and Zio Yuer carried mysterious iron equipment as well, while the rest of Gentle Snow's group wore gorgeous level 5 flame light gear. Before anyone entered the dungeon, Ouroboros already seemed to flatten the entire field. Yet Gentle Snow was not satisfied. She searched the crowd, failed to find Shi Feng, and a layer of frost crossed her face. Zhao Yueru laughed that he had probably fled to avoid humiliation and suggested calling replacements. Before she could send the message, Shi Feng and his party came running. Shi Feng scratched his head and apologized. The journey had been long, and an encounter with a level 5 extremely rare elite had cost them still more time. Shi Feng had seen Gentle Snow barely more than a day ago, yet her entire group now wore gorgeous level 5 flame light equipment. He recognized it as the best team gear currently available. Then his independent party formally joined her dungeon team. The crowd, the choice made no sense. Shi Feng's companions were plainly not Ouroboros members, and their scattered bronze pieces looked little better than a temporary team's equipment. Why would Gentle Snow bring such outsiders into a race for the first clear? Only Stabbing Heart understood what the others were missing. He knew Shi Feng's strength. Gentle Snow had not burdened herself with a weak temporary party. Two powerhouses had joined forces, making the Dark Moon Graveyard's first clear far harder for everyone else. From Shadow's side, Flaming Tiger hatefully identified Shi Feng as the brat who had set up their men. Zhang Luwei raised his thick brows and studied the young swordsman more carefully. Defeating Flaming Tiger's group and standing beside the Snow Goddess made Shi Feng difficult to dismiss. Zhang ordered Flaming Tiger not to provoke them. Shadow could not afford a fight with a first-rate guild yet. But his restraint had teeth. He would investigate Shi Feng, and if the Snow Goddess connection was mere chance, repayment would follow. Flaming Tiger obeyed through gritted teeth. Martial Union reached the opposite conclusion. Its members wanted Shi Feng dead immediately, and Ironsword Lion was the most furious of all. His men had failed even to keep watch over one target. In a rage, he expelled them from the guild. And Ironsword Lion gave the order that mattered. Martial Union was to summon as many people as possible. The moment Shi Feng finished the dungeon, they would kill him. The first clear attempt had not even begun, and an army was already being prepared outside its exit. One druid dared to object. Whatever Ironsword thought of Shi Feng, the man had a connection to the Snow Goddess. Turning that grudge into a hostile relationship with Ouroboros could damage Martial Union's development. The warning was practical, restrained, and entirely unwelcome. Ironsword Lion dismissed the warning. In his world, reputation was survival, and Shi Feng had trampled theirs into the ground. He boasted that even the Snow Goddess would receive only whatever face he chose to grant her, and threatened to kill her back to level 0 if she resisted. The old guard cheered him on. They had once swept across martial world through sheer ferocity, and they believed God's domain would be no different simply because it held more players. Gathered around Ironsword Lion, they gave off the united aura of mad dogs eager to be unleashed. One person did not join Martial Union's confident chorus. Their newly recruited druid could only shake his head. These veterans truly believed violence would solve everything. To him, they were insane. Shi Feng, meanwhile, noticed none of their preparations. Shi Feng began with equipment. Drops would go to whichever job needed them. If both sides wanted the same piece, they would roll for it. On ordinary gear, the arrangement was simple, fair, and acceptable to everyone. And Shi Feng named his price, priority over every lifestyle recipe and material. Equipment barely mattered to him. What he truly wanted from Dark Moon Graveyard was the advanced whetstone recipe, and this partnership might be his best chance to obtain it. Zhao Yuuru stamped in fury. Ouroboros was supposed to be carrying these wild players through the raid, yet Shi Feng wanted the most strategically valuable drops. Around her, aggrieved guild members stared as though his calm request were shameless robbery. Even Blackie quietly urged him to reconsider. Their equipment looked weaker, and simply clearing a team dungeon seemed difficult enough. It was not disloyalty. Blackie trusted Shi Feng, but he could see how excessive the demand sounded to everyone else. Gentle Snow refused without leaving room for debate. Her work with the mysterious forger Black Flame had changed her priorities. Lifestyle jobs seemed minor now, but their future influence was unknowable. She would not let a single dungeon recipe escape Ouroboros. Ouroboros' confidence surged. Shi Feng merely furrowed his brow. Gentle Snow had allowed discussion when they first met. Now she was immovable. He wondered what had struck such a nerve, never realizing the answer was his own hidden identity, Black Flame. Shi Feng stepped back from priority and proposed a party auction instead. Zhao Yuuru covered a smile and told Yi Feng to stop dreaming. Team dungeons reset only once every 3 days. Recipes that scarce were too important to a guild's development to auction away. Gentle Snow's resolve gave Shi Feng a headache, but replacing her team was no simple answer. A team dungeon demanded equipment, trust, and coordination. Abrupt recruits might be unreliable or actively harmful. Turning this disagreement into a deadlock could cost far more than one recipe. Shi Feng accepted Gentle Snow's arrangement. Fighting her now was unwise, so he surrendered this opportunity. After the dungeon, however, he would seek reliable new members of his own and lead them into other team dungeons without depending on anyone else's loot policy. Blackie finally breathed out. Zhao Yuuru did the opposite, pouting because she had failed to drive Shi Feng away. Gentle Snow ignored her irritation. The dungeon had opened, rival guild teams were already filing toward it, and negotiation time was over. Gentle Snow called through team chat, and the combined force moved to the gate. She had selected normal mode. Like party dungeons, team dungeons offered normal, hard, and hell, but unfamiliar guilds usually learned the map and dangers on normal before challenging the higher tiers. Normal mode was only the beginning. Information gathered there would prepare a guild for hard and hell. But every major team wanted the Dark Moon Graveyard first clear now, because victory would spread its name across Red Leaf Town. With the terms settled, Shi Feng's team approached the threshold. One after another, the combined team stepped into the teleportation gate. Their bodies became streaks of white light, carrying Shi Feng, Gentle Snow, and the Ouroboros raid away from the threshold and into Dark Moon Graveyard. Team Dungeon was nothing like a compact party dungeon. Its map could cover the space of a town, sometimes even a city. Dark Moon Graveyard was relatively small only because it was the first such dungeon near Red Leaf Town. The objective was not simply to kill everything ahead. A team cleared by finding the exit and leaving, earning its rewards only after escaping. Here, every route and every battle served one brutally simple condition: survive. Chilling wind struck the team the moment they materialized. It was already past dusk. A red moon hung over a wasteland of gigantic gravestones, their stone masses forming a maze while anguished wails rolled through the darkness. Gentle Snow did not flinch. An excited smile touched her lips as she divided the raid's responsibilities and told everyone to perform their assigned part when the moment came. Her confidence steadied the formation. Her decisions came quickly. The team threaded closer to the maze's exit and fought only a few kobolds along the way. Even Shi Feng was mildly surprised. Gentle Snow led as though every turn of Dark Moon Graveyard already rested in her palm. Zhao Yuuru walked proudly to Shi Feng's side. Surely he could see the gap between their strength now. Shi Feng gave her no answer. He merely tightened his hand around the treasured sword at his waist. She took his silence as surrender and smiled to herself. Then 2 blood-curdling screams tore through team chat. Gentle Snow demanded a report from the scout party. The answer came from the system instead. White Cry had died. A second notice followed immediately. Wind Shadow had died too. Zhao Yuuru could not understand how both casualties had come from the scout party. No one answered her. God's domain did not allow dead players to initiate communication, so whatever White Cry and Wind Shadow had seen died with them. Every member tensed and watched the surrounding gravestones. White Cry and Wind Shadow were skilled Ouroboros elites. Killing both without leaving even a warning meant the route had become dangerously hostile. Gentle Snow reacted at once. He ordered everyone to watch the perimeter. Healers moved to the center, the protection party closed around them, and the main tanks prepared their life-saving skills. The raid contracted into a defensive formation while the dagger users stood ready to respond. Shi Feng knew better than to call Dark Moon Graveyard easy. In his previous life, guild after guild had been wiped here. Gentle Snow's team was strong enough to force a clear after more than a dozen failures, but the deaths and losses would make that victory painfully expensive. Fog drifted nearer. Shi Feng narrowed his eyes and warned the main tanks that something was coming. The entire raid snapped toward the mist. One shield warrior found a blurry figure wobbling forward inside it, step by slow step. With every slow step, the anguished wails grew louder and goosebumps spread through the formation. Just before the figure could leave the fog, Shi Feng shouted for the main tanks to activate their life-saving skills. Ouroboros' shield warrior ignored him. In his mind, Shi Feng was still the lucky novice from their last meeting, a level 6 player who had advanced through prior knowledge of quests and monsters, not genuine strength. So he held his skill and faced the fog unprotected. Shield warrior had dismissed Shi Feng's warning, but Kola did the opposite. Trusting Shi Feng without hesitation, the Guardian Knight activated protection blessing before the thing inside the fog could reveal itself. 2 black rays erupted from the fog. They crossed the gap like bullets, aimed straight at the frontline tanks. Gentle Snow shouted for life-saving skills, but the bulky defenders had no room to dodge, and her warning came one step too late. One ray punched through the shield warrior's chest. A red damage value of 1,600 appeared, and he died instantly. Kola's blessing halved the other strike. Combined with the secret silver sky armor Shi Feng had given him, he lost only a little over 500 HP, still more than half his life. Raid stared in disbelief. Bronze set equipment had not saved a level 5 tank from a single hit, and more shapes were forming inside the fog. Gentle Snow recovered first. Heal Kola, retreat, let him cover the rear, and stack every available defensive skill around him. Kola hesitated and looked toward Shi Feng before taking the rear guard position. Shi Feng moved with him. Each time another claw strike threatened the Guardian Knight, Shi Feng intercepted it with exact timing, protecting Kola without tangling his shieldwork or slowing the retreat. Gentle Snow helped block attacks too, yet the contrast was unmistakable. Her defense lacked Shi Feng's natural precision. He could protect Kola without disturbing a single movement. Watching him preserve the entire retreat, she admitted to herself that she had still been underestimating him. Once the raid gained some distance, the attackers finally came into view. Each creature stood twice as tall as a person. Black metallic claws covered both arms, shooting outward and snapping back like swords drawn and sheathed in the same blink. System identified it, Kobold Zombie Special Elite Level 6 with 5,000 HP. Even one would have been a severe problem. Then the fog opened wider. There were 6 of them all poised to fire. Retreat offered no escape. Kobold warriors had appeared behind the team, sealing the path while the 6 zombies threatened them from range. Only now did everyone grasp the scale of a team dungeon. Its difficulty was more than 10 times that of an ordinary party dungeon. Zhao Yuru's confidence gave way to despair. How could they fight so many elites and special elites when the enemy could combine ranged attacks with a melee blockade? The other Ouroboros members silently shared her conclusion. They were finished. Gentle Snow frowned, unwilling to abandon the dungeon after coming this far. Was there truly no path through? Shi Feng finally answered. If they used the terrain properly and cooperated as one team, passage was not impossible. Ouroboros disliked hearing that confidence from him, but he had already been right once.